Jesus wept. Damn it. I forgot about vertical view. Shit. Fucking. No, I wasn't trying to put anyone anywhere. What does it look like? Balu. So, I wanted to start the day today with the oldest song ever discovered, which we just heard. Because today is going to be a day different to a normal stream. Today is going to be a day where I'm going to be visiting the old words, the old ways. We're going to be going back to those that are curious, to those that want to know. I'm going to be reading the Book of Enoch. It's one of the oldest texts ever recovered in archaeology. It's an apocryphal text within the Protestant Church of Christianity, which means, according to the Protestants, it's lies. Within the Catholic Church, it is part of the canon of the Bible, but not included in the broader story of the Bible. The Bible meaning bibliothèque, meaning a collection of books. Each gospel, the word gospel denotes a book. A Bible is many books compiled together. What we have to recall here, what we have to remember, is for a long time, stories, knowledge, information was transmitted through tales, through words, spoken from one brain to another. And the Book of Enoch is one of those stories. So it has been repeatedly documented. It has been discovered in the archaeological record from multiple perspectives and at moments in time, thousands of years apart. And at all points, they correlate to one common story, which is the version that we'll be reading today. I think it's a really powerful story. I think that it answers a lot of questions as to where the Abrahamic faiths came from. And I think that at this time, with the focus on things like disclosure around odd phenomena in the skies, in the seas, and the way that they correlate to ancient mythical texts, my opinion is the Book of Enoch is the first alien abduction story that eventually became a religion that we know as Christianity. So that's why I want to visit it today. There's many people that have heard of it, that they've not read it. There's, for many people, it's written in Old English. The best version you're going to find is written like the Bible. It's very difficult for many people to read. I'm kind of blessed in a sense. I've had a long background of reading text like this. I think I can nail it for you. I think I can make it digestible for you. So the goal of this stream is to just allow this to exist in the background. I'm going to record this and put it up on the internet for everybody. We're going to do the Wordle first. I'm going to have a bowl first because I've just taken receipt of a new prescription praise the Misuse of Drugs Act 2018 amendment. Today we have received a new strain called Citrally, a sativa dominant hybrid produced in Canada. It is apparently a cheese strain. There's a fucking medicinal cheese strain, boys! I'm over the moon. So I've not tried it yet, but I'm going to have some now and do the Wordle, and then we'll get into the real meat of the stream. Now, it's worth noting that at the end of the Book of Enoch, Enoch, much like many other prophets in the history of religions, both from Buddhism all the way into Christianity, over thousands of years, the idea is that at the end, you ascend to heaven in another form. Okay? Now, we don't know what this means. We've never had any scientific or documentary evidence of any human beings doing this ascension. But we do have these written stories from over thousands of years, the most recent being the prophet of the Islamic faith, who was said to ascend to heaven from Jerusalem. So, yeah, not going to draw too hard a conclusion about what I think is happening to those people. But the Book of Enoch goes on to explain that when Enoch ascends, he joins the realm of angels, and God renames him Metatron. And so the reason that I'm dedicating today's stream to the reading of the Book of Enoch is because we'll also be concluding the stream by assisting Trenonica's Pulsar colony in Elite Dangerous. We'll be completing the build of the Dodec Metatrons Cube. In the ancient myths, it's said that the angel Metatron, the ascended version of Enoch, held a cube in his hand. That cube contained all the knowledge of humanity, all knowledge past and all knowledge in the future. I personally think it was a steam machine from the future, and they just brought a computer back. But anyway, let's rack them up, as they say. Metatron is... We don't know. We don't know if he's a machine transformer. Maybe he was a transformer model. Now, background music for today. Where was it? I found, like, the perfect music for this. It was kind of like what we were just listening to, but less jihadi. Oh my gosh, pardon me. How is everybody, though? Are you all having a nice Saturday? Oh, yeah. It might be something like this that we need today. Hang on. Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's it. That's exactly it. Kajmo. GG's. First things first, though, we have a daily duty to perform. Bum, 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 bum. Ah! Now, apparently, this strain is great for anxiety, which I've been suffering from, and pain, which I haven't been suffering from, but I have to mitigate on an ongoing basis because I live with chronic pain, which means when I say I'm not in pain, the reality is I am in pain always. It's just for me, like my pain threshold's all fucky. So like you can really hurt me, and I'll be like, yeah, that's not ideal, and you're like, surely that hurts, and I'm like, well, yeah, but because the problem is the way our brain works is it's comparative. So if you expose the brain to a constant signal, it will just fade it out and assume it's normal, right? So if you have a constant source of pain in your body, after a week, it just disappears and it becomes part of how you are. So that's what it's like suffering with chronic pain. In it. Ah! So, ladies and gentlemen, let's do a Wordle. Then we will reconvene above the Arabian Peninsula on Earth, and we will read the Book of Enoch with chill music in the background. We have one letter, the central E. This there. Oh my goodness me, what is contained in this? I do not know how to end all this, no. Don't you know it's true? You see, it's me. It, it could have been this, right? Is that right? Wield? That's a word, isn't it? But we've already used the D. Could it be like that? Very impressed with Citroli so far. Really, really lovely. It's so smooth. I don't feel any cardiac response from it so far. Like it's really that last strain I had definitely was fucking with me, I think. Could it be like, oh, something? Oh, it feels so good. Honestly, that is so much better than what I've been on recently. So far, at least. I mean, we'll see. Who knows? I could go right off the edge later. I think I'll be alright, though. Oh, so, Hamalam, you've already done this, I see. Right, wait a sec. So, you initially... In your second guess, you placed the E. GG's. Oh, yeah. Don't you know it's true? We're gonna go down there and see just what it means now. What is the word? I don't know. I don't know. What word would he have gone for second? Obviously, whatever word it was, it gave him the first two letters. And if we mentally can work out what that was, boom. Now, wait, gotta go training. Back in a bit. Don't trust that that sentence there is sus. That could be a hint. Wait, no, maybe he is actually going to kickboxing slash Muay Thai slash. Okay, he might actually be traveling there. Good on you, mate. If you are, keep yourself fit, because fucking hell. I'm so hyped about the the Book of Enoch. I've read it once through myself, and I read it in a day. That's why I think I can read it today. You reckon it's Quell? Akella. I'm going for Quell. I'm shit. I'm sending it as well because I reckon he went for Queen on his second. No, he couldn't have done Queen because. Commander Great Halon. Namaste. Okay. Thank you. I finished my bowl. I feel good. Oh, now we're going into there now. Yeah. Oh my goodness me. It's time to do a little read. Don't you know it's true? We're gonna do it from Earth orbit for you. I'm in just chatting today, mainly because the stream title is far more likely to attract general Twitch goers that are actually interested in this than if I'm just sat in the Elite Dangerous category of like 500 people that frequent, right? So no diss, but it just makes sense. What I'm doing today is presenting a work of art from history. Quite plausibly, millions of people lived their lives, and a part of the time they spent in the last few thousand years, part of their efforts during their life was spent learning this story and then believing it enough that they transmitted it forwards. And then eventually, when we discovered and created writing forms that could persist in the archaeological record, they proceeded to continuously document it and translate it into alternative languages and cultures. It seems to be one of the cornerstone documents from antiquity that was manifest in the formation of standardized and distributed systems of worship and philosophical reasoning. I just did something, like, I can't believe I just did it. Ah, Commander Grey Talon. 07. I went into solo. Raxler's been interesting recently. Last night I watched a portion of Project SimStar's Raxler video. His audacity was... literally, it's a 20-minute video and it's like highlighting part of one stream where he sort of really flexes himself into it and it's like, we're just going to smash it out. And then like within an hour he's like, I think I'm landing at the Dark Wheel station now. Raxler. Okay, where are we? Is that Britain? No. No. What gap's that? What gap is that? Wait. That's Alaska, right? Wait. So, are we near... Okay, what we'll do is... Yeah. We're near the Titan, which means we're over Japan, right? Okay, where's a good view? So today's a bit of a different stream. I'm afraid once I get into the reading, I'm not really going to be responding to chat. I'll probably take breaks at certain points and talk about stuff. But whilst I'm reading it, like, I'm going to try and just probably not ignore, but probably ignore chat. Is that New Zealand? No. It's so annoying when you turn around and look at Earth and it's just water. I know that, like, we don't think of Earth like that, but it really is like that, and that's why this happens, but... Yeah, okay, so... Okay. South America, North America, Caribbean. Okay, looks like we'll have to do the Eastern Seaboard then. Okay, yeah, this is pretty cool. It's the moon. If you're on YouTube, there'll be no music. On Twitch, there is music. Okay. I actually think what would be maybe a better idea. Shall I orbit? To be fair, what speed would we be doing then? Like 300 and 291. Okay. So I'm reading the copy. Found at this URL.
Thanks for following.
Grazie. Okay. Am I all good? Do I might go to just the game and just do like the raw footage with my voiceover and the music. Yeah, I think I'm gonna. I forgot to ask, or wasn't paying attention when you said it, but why are you doing this reading? It's not related to Elite. No, it's. I just think it's a really important like book and piece of information that, like I said just now, like it, for thousands of years before we have any written records from archaeology, but when we know there were humans, people dedicated their lives and chose to pass this story down through word of mouth, so that it eventually, when we did get the technology to persevere in the onslaught of time, eventually other people found like little clay tablets in Iran, which was where the original like first known civilization according to the current mainstream like knowledge of the development of humanity and our civilization. Do you know what I mean? There was being like 300, at the moment it's accepted 315,000 years that humans are just like us, like obviously the full breadth of the phenotypes of humanity, right, from Asians to like Caucasians to Africans to in like the native North Americans. There are all these different phenotypes that are obviously like the Homo sapien DNA set responding and adapting to the environment that they happen to be born into. And that's like ultimately what we see, yeah? That's why we have all these physiological differences between each other. But ultimately we share like a common toolbox genetically, and we can identify that. Well, this book contains mad ideas. So this version is by Dr. J. Winter. It's got a whole bunch of like stuff at the beginning that I'm just going to blast straight past and go immediately to book 1, The Watchers. As stated, this is written like biblical stuff. So there might be points where I do attempt it and then I'm like, ooh, and I'll just revisit what I said and I'll present it in a better sense. I have read this before though, so I hope to be able to minimise them, because I have a general gist of where it's going and the characters and stuff. I haven't read it all in absolute detail though, so yeah. Also, before I start, I definitely need a pee in that. So we are slowly moving round the planet, aren't we? Like, it's cool. We're kind of like this is like the Black Knight satellite. If you Google that, it's just above me there. I think that I will go to this, though, when we're in it. Now, I will also just state, like, this is written... The version that we're going to be reading is a translation after, you know, many generations of retelling and then eventually documenting. Now, it is a cross translation in the sense that we've discovered multiple copies in multiple languages from multiple times and then translated them into common languages, and then from them texts attempted this like distillation of it. But it's, yeah. So I'm just thinking now as well, as a human, I definitely need to like go to the loo quick and probably get some snacks together. So I will be right back, and then we'll get stuck into it. Just realised that. Yeah, absolutely, Grey Talon. That's correct. And it's in the Catholic Church, like it is still read by like hardcore. Like if you went to the Vatican, that they'd all know what you're talking about. But the issue is like in this country, to religious people, this is like technically heretical, I guess, or borderline. Which is odd. I don't understand why the Protestant. Like, I'd need to explore that more to get a better to grips with why. Because the Protestant faith was all about using the scripture to spread the skill of reading and writing, really. Like, in functional terms, that's what Protestantism directly delivered, in opposition to the traditional instigation of the Christian institution thus far, you know? I've just realised whilst going to get food that I also have a bit of washing I need to put out on the line, so I'm going to be probably 10 minutes, but I need to get this stuff done so that it's drying while I'm doing this. I won't be much longer. I don't know why the camera's moved. Hmm. Okay, it would be much easier to just... we could, yeah, but I feel like it might be too... Just trying to work out where to settle it in, you know? Where are we at for scene right now? Oh, we're back in gaming, yeah, cool. Okay. Let's turn off the auto scene switcher. It was included in many Bibles, just not considered canon. It's not a big point of disagreement for Protestants. We just don't think it's canon, partly because Orthodox Jews didn't either, nor did they treat it in the same way as... Yeah, valid. It's... Yeah, I mean, it's you're going to see today, it's got some gnarly ideas in it. Right, what way do we go with this, lastly? So, the docks, item vertical, what's this looking like? That kind of doesn't get the majesty of either the sun or the earth in vertical, does it? Sorry, there's things. Okay. Okay. Interesting. So yeah, right. I'm going to go and pop this washing out, get my last little snack, and then I'm going to get in. I'm going to start reading this. It's going to be glorious. Shall be right back. My goodness. Oh. Sorry, that took me ages, but we're all done now. Fuck me. I put my headphones somewhere, hang on. It's good though. I've got my headphones. All washing is done. Hi, Cyber. The music ceased. Okay. Chapter 1. The Words of the Blessing of Enoch. The words of the blessing of Enoch, wherewith he blessed the elect and righteous, who will be living in the days of tribulation, when all the wicked and godless are to be removed. And Enoch, a righteous man, whose eyes were opened by God, took up his parable and said, I saw the vision of the Holy One in the heavens, which the angels showed me, and from them I heard everything, and from them I understood as I saw. But not for this generation, but for a remote one which is for to come. Concerning the elect I said, and stood up my parable concerning them. The Holy Great One will come forth from his dwelling, and the eternal God will tread upon the earth, even on Mount Sinai, and will appear in the strength of his might from the heavens of heavens. And all shall be smitten with fear, and the watchers shall quake, and great fear and trembling shall seize them unto the ends of the earth. And the high mountains shall be shaken, and the high hills shall be made low, and shall melt like wax before the flame. And the earth shall be wholly rent in sunder, and all that is upon the earth shall perish, and there shall be a judgment upon all. But with the righteous he will make peace, and will protect the elect, and mercy shall be upon them. And they shall all belong to God, and they shall be prospered, and they shall all be blessed. And he will help them all, and light shall appear unto them, and he will make peace with them. And behold, he cometh with 10,000s of his holy ones to execute judgment upon all, and to destroy all the ungodly, and to convict all flesh of all the works of their ungodliness which they have ungodly committed, and of all the hard things which ungodly sinners have spoken against him. Okay, so it's a pretty hot opening there. It's a bit scary, really, isn't it? What's he talking about? Okay, well, so this is like we start with the end, right? Like at the very beginning, we open with a prophecy from Enoch. We start at the end. Let's return to chapter 2, the creation. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits, and the luminaries which are in the heaven, how they all rise and set in order, each in its season, and transgress not against their appointed order. Behold ye the earth, and give heed to the things which take place upon it from first to last, how steadfast they are, how none of the things upon earth change, but all the works of God appear to you. Behold the summer and the winter, how the whole earth is filled with water, and clouds and dew and rain lie upon it. Observe and see how in the winter all the trees seem as though they had withered and shed all their leaves, except 14 trees, which do not lose their foliage, but retain the old foliage from 2 to 3 years till the new comes. And again, observe ye the days of summer, how the sun is above the earth over against it. And you seek shade and shelter by reason of the heat of the sun, and the earth also burns with growing heat, and so you cannot tread on the earth, or on a rock by reason of its heat. Observe ye how the trees cover themselves with green leaves and bear fruit, wherefore give ye heed and know with regard to all his works, and recognize how he that liveth forever hath made them so. And all his works go on thus from year to year forever, and all the tasks which they accomplish for him, and their tasks change not, but according as God hath ordained so is it done. And behold how the sea and the rivers in like manner accomplish and change not their tasks from his commandments. But ye have not been steadfast, nor done the commandments of the Lord. But ye have turned away and spoken proud and hard words with your impure mouths against his greatness. O ye hard-hearted, ye shall find no peace. Therefore shall ye execrate your days, and the years of your life shall perish, and the years of your destruction shall be multiplied in eternal abomination, and ye shall find no mercy. In those days ye shall make your names an eternal abomination unto all the righteous, and by you shall all who curse. All the sinners and godless shall imprecate you, and for you the godless there shall be a curse. And all the righteous shall rejoice, and there shall be forgiveness of sins, and every mercy and peace and forbearance. There shall be salvation unto them, a goodly light. And for all of you sinners there shall be no salvation, but on you all shall abide the curse of the beast. But for the elect there shall be light and joy and peace, and they shall inherit the earth. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom. And then there shall be bestowed upon the elect wisdom, and they shall all live and never again sin, either through ungodliness or through pride. But they who are wise shall be humble, and they shall not again transgress, nor shall they sin all the days of their life, nor shall they die of anger or wrath, but they shall complete the number of the days of their life. And their lives shall be increased in peace, and the years of their joy shall be multiplied in eternal gladness and peace all the days of their life. So this one, right, creates the creation is what it's titled. And it starts off in a, like, quite an endearing, like, inspiring place, right? Like, we're like, oh yeah, I agree, it's amazing how, like, there's these seasons, and you're right, like, all the stars, they stay where they are every night, but we can track them, and we can even notice patterns about how they subtly shift over time, right? And that's kind of, in my opinion, in this chapter, that's what we're really alluding to here, is there would be other gospels, other books that were also orally transmitted over hundreds of thousands of years during various rises and falls of civilizations. And I think that this is alluding to other texts that you would share with each other, right, that are linked to knowledge of astronomy, essentially. I messed up a couple of bits there. When it flipped into the really, like, damning, like, sinner stuff, I felt quite, like, oppressed by it. I don't feel like, it feels like you can see, like, that line there is where subsequent interpretations have, in my opinion, like, polluted what the core purpose of this string of information is. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like all that stuff is about, like, you gotta listen to us or you're fucked. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like that's been added on. Like, the core message is, over time, we can learn stuff. And, like, it's trying to, like, the purpose of it is you would meet someone and you would start saying this to them. And as long as they can understand your language, if they've never heard it before, and they've never looked at the stars and thought, oh my God, they're always the same, suddenly they've just had an inspired moment, right? Like, that's the purpose of this text, in my belief. And when it is titled The Creation, I don't think that it's talking about the creation of the universe and that. I think it's talking about the creation of that inspired thought in humanity. Like, that's, to me, what this first chapter is talking about. And then it's also got bolted on this, if you don't listen to us, you'll die and suffer forever, so that it can be used for power, right? Now it starts going, like, hardcore. Let's just get into it. Chapter 3. Fallen Angels. And it came to pass, when the children of men had multiplied, that in those days were born unto them beautiful and comely daughters. And the angels, the children of the heaven, saw and lusted after them, and said to one another, Come, let us choose us wives from among the children of men, and beget us children. And Semjaza, who was their leader, said unto them, I fear ye will not indeed agree to do this deed, and I alone shall have to pay the penalty of a great sin. And they all answered him and said, Let us all swear an oath, and all bind ourselves by mutual imprecations, not to abandon this plan, but to do this thing. Then sware they all together, and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And they were in all 200, who descended in the days of Jared on the summit of Mount Hermon. And they called it Mount Hermon, because they had sworn and bound themselves by mutual imprecations upon it. And these are the names of their leaders: Samlazaz, their leader, Arakalba, Ramil, Kokablel, Tamlel, Ramlel, Danel, Ezekiel, Barakila, oh, that's rough, Barakijal, Asael, Armaros, Bataral, Analel, Zachlel, Samsapil, Satarel, Turel, Jomjal, Sariel. These are their chiefs of 10. And all the others together with them took unto themselves wives, and each chose for himself one, and they began to go in unto them, and to defile themselves with them. And they taught them charms and enchantments, and the cutting of roots, and made them acquainted with plants. And they became pregnant, and they bare great giants, whose height was 3,000 ells, who consumed all the acquisitions of men. And when men could no longer sustain them, the giants turned against them and devoured mankind. And they began to sin against birds and beasts and reptiles and fish, and to devour one another's flesh and drink the blood. Then the earth laid accusation against the lawless ones. And Azazel taught men to make swords, and knives, and shields, and breastplates, and made known to them the metals of the earth and the art of working them, and bracelets, and ornaments, and the use of antimony, and the beautifying of the eyelids, and all kinds of costly stones, and all colouring tinctures. And there arose much godlessness, and they committed fornication, and they were led astray, and became corrupt in all their ways. Semjaza taught enchantments and root cuttings, Armoros the resolving of enchantments, Barakijul taught astrology, Kokabel the constellations, Ezekiel the knowledge of the clouds, Arakiel the signs of the earth, Shamsiel the signs of the sun, and Sariel the course of the moon. And as men perished, they cried, and their cry went up to heaven. So, like, instantly, we're just, like, in a completely different timeline, really, aren't we? Like, if you've read the Bible or anything like that, this is, like, kind of similar to some of the stuff mentioned in there, but whoa, it's way darker. Way... But let's just be clear. The context of this chapter is what they're literally saying is celestial beings landed at Mount Hermon and started shagging everyone. That's basically the gist of it, in my opinion. So we continue to chapter 4. Chapter 4. Intercession of angels. And then Michael, Uriel, Raphael, and Gabriel looked down from heaven and saw much blood being shed upon the earth, and all lawlessness being wrought upon the earth. And they said one to another, The earth made without inhabitant cries the voice of their cryingst up to the gates of heaven. And now to you, the holy ones of heaven, the souls of men, make their suit, saying, Bring our cause before the Most High. And they said to the Lord of the ages, Lord of lords, God of gods, King of kings, and God of the ages, the throne of thy glory standeth unto all the generations of the ages, and thy name holy and glorious and blessed unto all the ages. Thou hast made all things, and power over all things hast thou, and all things are naked and open in thy sight, and thou seest all things, and nothing can hide itself from thee. Thou seest what Azazel hath done, who hath taught all unrighteousness on earth, and revealed the eternal secrets which were in heaven, which men were striving to learn. And Samlazaz, to whom thou hast given authority to bear rule over his associates. And they have gone to the daughters of men upon the earth, and have slept with the women, and have defiled themselves, and revealed to them all kinds of sins. And the women have borne giants, and the whole earth has thereby been filled with blood and unrighteousness. And now, behold, the souls of those who have died are crying out, making their suit to the gates of heaven, and their lamentations have ascended, and cannot cease, because of the lawless deeds which are wrought on the earth. And thou knowest all things before thy come to pass, and thou seest these things, and thou dost suffer them, and thou dost not say to us what we are to do to them in regard to these? Then said the Most High, the Holy and Great One spake, and sent Uriel to the son of Lamech, and said to him, Go to Noah, and tell him in my name, hide thyself, and reveal to him the end that is approaching, that the whole earth will be destroyed, and a deluge is about to come upon the whole earth, and will destroy all that is on it. And now instruct him that he may escape, and his seed may be preserved for all the generations of the world. And again the Lord said to Raphael, Bind Azazel hand and foot, cast him into the darkness, and make an opening in the desert which is in Dodec, and cast him therein, and place upon him rough and jagged rocks, and cover him with darkness, and let him abide there for ever, and cover his face that he may not see light. And on the day of the great judgment he shall be cast into the fire. And heal the earth which the angels have corrupted, and proclaim the healing of the earth, that they may heal the plague, and that all the children of men may not perish through all the secret things that the watchers have disclosed and have taught their sons. And the whole earth has been corrupted through the works that were taught by Azazel. To him ascribe all sin. And to Gabriel said the Lord, Proceed against the bastards and the reprobates, and against the children of fornication, and destroy the children of the watchers from amongst men. Send them one against the other, that they may destroy each other in battle. For length of days shall they not have, and no request that they make of thee shall be granted unto their fathers on their behalf, for they hope to live an eternal life, and that each one of them will live 500 years. And the Lord said unto Michael, Go, bind Samlazaz and his associates, who have united themselves with women, so as to have defiled themselves, and have them in all their uncleanliness. And when their sons have slain one another, and they have seen the destruction of their beloved ones, bind them fast for 70 generations in the valleys of the earth, till the day of their judgment and of their consummation, till the judgment that is forever and ever is consummated. In those days they shall be led off to the abyss of fire, and to the torment and the prison in which they shall be confined forever. And whosoever shall be condemned and destroyed will from thenceforth be bound together with them to the end of all generations, and destroy all the spirits of the reprobate and the children of the watchers, because they have wronged mankind. Destroy all wrong from the face of the earth, and let every evil work come to an end, and let the plant of righteousness and truth appear, and it shall prove a blessing. The works of righteousness and truth shall be planted in truth and joy for evermore. And then shall all the righteous escape, and shall live till they beget thousands of children, and all the days of their youth and their old age shall be complete in peace. And then shall the whole earth be tilled in righteousness, and shall all be planted with trees and be full of blessing. And all desirable trees shall be planted on it, and they shall plant vines on it, and the vine which they plant thereon shall yield wine in abundance. And as for all the seed which is sown thereon, each measure shall bear 1,000, and each measure of olives shall yield 10 presses of oil. And cleanse thou the earth from all oppression, and from all unrighteousness, and from all sin, and from all godlessness, and all the uncleanliness that is wrought upon the earth destroy from off the earth. And all the children of men shall become righteous, and all nations shall offer adoration, and shall praise me, and all shall worship me. And the earth shall be cleansed from all defilement, and from all sin, and from all punishment, and from all torment, and I will never again send upon it from generation to generation, and forever. And in those days I will open the store chambers of blessing which are in the heaven, so as to send them down upon the earth over the work and labour of the children of men. And truth and peace shall be associated together throughout all the days of the world, and throughout all the generations of men. Before these things Enoch was hidden, and no one of the children of men knew where he was hidden, and where he abode, and what had become of him. And his activities had to do with the watchers, and his days were with the holy ones. And I, Enoch, was blessing the Lord of Majesty and the King of the ages, and lo, the watchers called me, Enoch the scribe, and said to me, Enoch, thou scribe of righteousness, go, declare to the watchers of the heaven, who have left the high heaven, the holy eternal place, and have defiled themselves with women, and have done as the children of earth do, and have taken unto themselves wives. Say to them, Ye have wrought great destruction on the earth, and ye shall have no peace nor forgiveness of sin. And inasmuch as they delight themselves in their children, the murder of their beloved ones shall they see, and over the destruction of their children shall they lament, and shall make supplication unto eternity. But mercy and peace shall ye not attain. And Enoch went, and said, Azazel, thou shalt have no peace. A severe sentence has gone forth against thee, to put thee in bonds, and thou shalt not have toleration, nor request granted to thee, because of the unrighteousness which thou hast taught, and because of all the works of godlessness and unrighteousness and sin which thou hast shown to men. Then I went and spoke to them all together, and they were all afraid, and fear and trembling seized them. And they besought me to draw up a petition for them, that they might find forgiveness, and to read their petition in the presence of the Lord of heaven. For from thenceforward they could not speak with him, nor lift up their eyes to heaven, for shame of their sins for which they had been condemned. Then I wrote out their petition, and the prayer in regard to their spirits and their deeds, individually, and in regard to their requests, that they should have forgiveness and length. And I went off and sat down at the waters of Dan, in the land of Dan, to the south of the west of Hermon. I read their petition till I fell asleep. And behold, a dream came to me, and visions fell down upon me, and I saw visions of chastisement, and a voice came bidding me to tell it to the sons of heaven, and reprimand them. And when I awaked, I came unto them, and they were all sitting gathered together, weeping in Abeljow, which is between Lebanon and Sennacer, with their faces covered. And I recounted before them all the visions which I had seen in sleep. And I began to speak the words of righteousness, and to reprimand the heavenly watchers. What the fuck? So, like, that was mad. In this text, I'm not judging, I'm just commenting. God's a little bit narcissistic. I'm just going to chuck that out there, okay? The whole, like, they will worship me, is how I imagine that going out. Like, I don't imagine that being, like... Anyway, woo! So God just decided that this geezer, Enoch, is, like, the one that's going to give the what for to, I guess, like... his kids slash, I don't know. I mean, it's difficult. It's difficult to really work out what's being said here. Well, it literally says there are beings from the sky who came down and fucked people, and their kids were massive, and they were off their nut, and those people had a leader who demanded everyone bent the knee to him, Daenerys style, and if you fucked around, you found out bad, like smash the planet or something and just wreck everyone. So, yeah, love that. Bit scary. Let's see how the plot thickens. Chapter 5. Book of the Words of Righteousness. The Book of the Words of Righteousness, and of the reprimand of the eternal watchers, in accordance with the command of the Holy Great One, in that vision I saw in my sleep. What I will now say with a tongue of flesh, and with the breath of my mouth, which the Great One has given to men to converse therewith, and understand with the heart. As he has created and given to man the power of understanding, the word of wisdom, he created me also, and given me the power of reprimanding the watchers, the children of heaven. I wrote out your petition, and in my vision it appeared thus, that your petition will not be granted unto you throughout all the days of eternity, and that judgment has been finally passed upon you. Your petition will not be granted unto you, and from henceforth you shall not ascend into heaven unto all eternity, and in bonds of the earth you decree has gone forth to bind you for all the days of the world. And previously you shall have seen the destruction of your beloved sons, and ye shall have no pleasure in them, but they shall fall before you by the sword. And your petition on their behalf shall not be granted, nor yet on your own, even though you weep and pray and speak all the words contained in the writing which I have written. And the vision was shown to me thus. Behold, in the vision clouds invited me, and a mist summoned me, and the course of the stars and the lightning sped and hastened me. And the winds in the vision caused me to fly, and lifted me upward, and bore me into heaven. And I went in till I drew nigh to a wall which is built of crystals, and surrounded by tongues of fire, and it began to affright me. And I went into the tongues of fire, and drew nigh to a large house, which was built of crystals, and the walls of the house were like a tessellated floor made of crystals, and its groundwork was of crystal. Its ceiling was like the path of the stars and the lightnings, and between them were fiery cherubim, their heavens as water. A flaming fire surrounded the walls, and its portals blazed with fire. And I entered into that house, and it was hot as fire and cold as ice. There were no delights of life therein. Fear covered me, and trembling got hold upon me. And as I quaked and trembled, I fell upon my face, and I beheld a vision. And lo, there was a second house, greater than the former, and the entire portal stood upon before me, and it was built of flames of fire. And in every respect it so excelled in splendour and magnificence and extent that I cannot describe to you its splendour and its extent. And its floor was of fire, and above it were lightnings and the path of the stars, and its ceiling also was flaming fire. And I looked and saw therein a lofty throne, its appearance was as crystal, and in the wheels thereof as the shining sun, and there was the vision of cherubim. And from underneath the throne came streams of flaming fire, so that I could not look thereupon. And the great glory sat thereon, and his raiment shone more brightly than the sun, and was whiter than any snow. None of the angels could enter, and could behold his face, by reason of the magnificence and glory, and no flesh could behold him. The flaming fire was round about him, and a great fire stood before him, and none around could draw nigh him. 10,000 times 10,000 were before him, yet he needed no counsellor. And the most holy ones who were nigh to him did not leave by night, nor depart from him. And until then I had been prostrate on my face, trembling, and the Lord called me with his own mouth, and said to me, Come hither, Enoch, and hear my word. And one of the holy ones came to me and waked me, and he made me rise up and approach the door, and I bowed my face downwards. And he answered and said to me, and I heard his voice, Fear not, Enoch, thou righteous man and scribe of righteousness. Approach hither and hear my voice. And go, say to the watchers of heaven, who have sent thee to intercede for them, You should intercede for men, and not men for you. Wherefore have ye left the high, holy, and eternal heaven, and lain with women, and defiled yourselves with the daughters of men, and taken to yourselves wives, and done like the children of earth, and begotten giants as your sons? And thou ye were holy, spiritual, living the eternal life, and you have defiled yourselves with the blood of women, and have begotten with the blood of flesh, and, as the children of men, have lusted after flesh and blood, and those also do who die and perish. Therefore have I given them wives also, that they might impregnate them, and beget children by them, that thus nothing might be wanting to them on earth. But you were formerly spiritual, living the eternal life, and immortal for all generations of the world. And therefore I have not appointed wives for you, for as for the spiritual ones of the heaven, in heaven is their dwelling. And now the giants, who are produced from the spirits and flesh, shall be called evil spirits upon the earth, and on the earth shall be their dwelling. Evil spirits have proceeded from their bodies, because they are born from men, and from the watchers is their beginning and primal origin. They shall be evil spirits on earth, and evil spirits shall they be called. And the spirits of the giants afflict, oppress, destroy, attack, do battle, and work destruction on the earth, and cause trouble. They take no food, but nevertheless hunger and thirst, and cause offences. And these spirits shall rise up against the children of men and against the women, because they have proceeded from them. From the days of the slaughter and destruction and death of the giants, from the souls of whose flesh the spirits, having gone forth, shall destroy without incurring judgment. Thus shall they destroy until the day of the consummation, the great judgment in which the age shall be consummated, over the watchers and the godless, yea, shall be wholly consummated. And now, as to the watchers who have sent thee to intercede for them, who had been aforetime in heaven, say to them, You have been in heaven, but all the mysteries had not yet been revealed to you, and you knew worthless ones, and these in the hardness of your hearts you have made known to the women, and through these mysteries women and men work much evil on earth. Say to them, therefore, you have no peace. So, right, again, so I feel there's a pattern in this again, right? The first half, hardcore alien abduction. Hardcore alien abduction story. It is the first alien abduction story. He says about how he was told he had to confront these, like, godlike beings. And he did it, and they shit themselves. And the reason that he felt he could achieve it was he had a vision. And it took him to a place where he kept reciting the vision until he passed out. And then he was abducted by aliens. That's... Now, there's a whole bit in the middle where he describes... Here it is. And I went into the tongues of fire and drew nigh to a large house. I think that is a UFO. I think that's what we know as a UAP. He talks about it being made of crystals. Like, it's crazy, but it's mad. It's basically... My interpretation of this is essentially Captain Picard is fucking livid because the away team started shagging everyone and teaching everyone about technology. And he's like, fuck you, you ain't coming back. You're stuck there now, prick. I'm bringing a comet in. He's a spiteful bastard. That's basically what I'm reading here, right? Like that. Anyway, okay. That's my interpretation. And then the end bit, again, is they add all this, like, intrinsic context. So the hybrids are intrinsically flawed. Like, they deserve death and suffering. Right? Which is, certainly to my modern sensibilities, is quite a bigoted and shallow perspective. I don't, again, I'm just commenting, I'm not judging. Who am I to judge the judgments of allegedly the creator of the entire universe? But yeah, mad. Obviously, there's reasons why many churches disregard this text, because it goes hard. Like, we're just getting into it, guys. This is chapter 6. We're on page 27 of 193. Do you understand how detailed this gets? About, like right then, all he did was he just said, I went somewhere, I chanted something, I passed out. When I woke up, I was being taken into the sky in fire. I went into a place made of crystals. Can't describe it. Fire everywhere. I was shitting myself. And then the geezer started saying I was safe, and I sort of went with it. That's essentially the gimmick of what I read there. And then the geezer popped off hard about how he will destroy everyone. He don't give a fuck. They crossed him, so he's done with them. You're fucked. They fucked around. They're gonna find out. Is the general Okay, so that's that was the chapter titled Book of the Words of Righteousness. Next up we have chapter 6, Taken by Angels. Chapter 6, Taken by Angels. Angels took and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness, and to a mountain the point of whose summit reached to heaven. And I saw the places of the luminaries, and the treasuries of the stars, and of the thunder, and in the utmost depths where were a fiery bow and arrows and their quiver, and a fiery sword, and all the lightnings. And they took me to the living waters, and to the fire of the west, which receives every setting of the sun. And I came to a river of fire, in which the fire flows like water, and discharges itself into the great sea towards the west. I saw the great rivers, and came to the great river and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. I saw the mountains of the darkness of winter, and the place whence all the waters of the deep flow. I saw the mouths of all the rivers of the earth, and the mouth of the deep. I saw the treasuries of all the winds. I saw how he had furnished with them the whole creation and the firm foundations of the earth. And I saw the cornerstone of the earth. I saw the four winds which bear the firmament of the heaven. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven, and have their station between heaven and earth. These are the pillars of the heaven. I saw the winds of heaven, which turn and bring the circumference of the sun and all the stars to their setting. I saw the winds on the earth carrying the clouds. I saw the paths of the angels. I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above, and I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, where there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones, 3 towards the east, and 3 towards the south. And as for those towards the east, was of coloured stone, and one of pearl, and one of jacinth, and those towards the south of red stone. But the middle one reached to heaven like the throne of God, of alabaster, and the summit of the throne was of sapphire. And I saw a flaming fire. And beyond these mountains is a region the end of the great earth. There the heavens were completed. And I saw a deep abyss, with columns of heavenly fire, and among them I saw columns of fire fall, which were beyond measure alike towards the height and towards the depth. And beyond that abyss I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven. And the stars which roll over the fire are they which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord in the beginning of their rising, because they did not come forth at their appointed times. And he was wroth with them, and bound them till the time when their guilt shall be consummated for 10,000 years. And Uriel said to me, Here shall stand the angels who have connected themselves with women, and their spirits, assuming many different forms, are defiling mankind, and shall lead them astray into sacrificing to demons as gods. Here shall they stand, till the day of the great judgment, in which they shall be judged, till they are made an end of. And the women also of the angels who went astray shall become sirens. And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen." Guys, right. Taken by the Angels. It's titled Taken by the Angels. So this is him expanding on what actually happened when they took him. This is him going in. He's saying, I'm going to literally revisit it, but I'm going to paraphrase it, okay? Angels took me and brought me to a place in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. Plasmoid life, literally in the last week, there was, no joke, like 12 voted members of Congress stood in front of the Capitol building in America with a top secret cleared intelligence individual who publicly stated that they have documentary evidence that there are plasmoid forms of life present on Earth. And this text states from thousands of years ago that beings took me to a place where there were, in which those who were there were like flaming fire, and when they wished, they appeared as men. And they brought me to the place of darkness. Like, right now, what I am interpreting this means is they took him in a craft around the Earth, and they showed him the North Pole and Antarctica. That's what he's describing. Like, I came to a river of fire in which the fire flows like water. They took him to a volcano. He's probably never seen a volcano. He probably doesn't have a word for volcano. I saw the great rivers and came to the great river and to the great darkness, and went to the place where no flesh walks. That's probably Antarctica or the North Pole, like somewhere frozen where no one goes. And then I saw the cornerstone of the earth, which I think what this means is he got taken out to see the whole planet, is what I think he's trying to describe. And I saw how the winds stretch out the vaults of heaven. I actually believe this is describing that they're looking through a substance that can also form a screen, and being overlaid on it is the electromagnetic magnetosphere of Earth. I believe that that's what he's describing here. I don't think he's talking about... He's talking about the repulsive force that stops the solar radiation, the solar wind, decimating the planet. That's what I'd interpret this to mean. I don't know what these stones mean about, I saw at the end of the earth the firmament of the heaven above, and I proceeded and saw a place which burns day and night, which there are 7 mountains of magnificent stones. If there is a planet that's got 7 moons, then it could be that they went there. It could be Saturn or something. 3 towards the east and 3 towards the south would have just been where they all were when he got there. Then he talks, and beyond that, where is it? There's one where I swear he goes to the moon, or Pluto, I'm not sure. The description, and beyond that abyss. So the abyss is space, in my opinion, and beyond that abyss, I saw a place which had no firmament of the heaven above, and no firmly founded earth beneath it, a gas giant. There was no water upon it, and no birds, but it was a waste and horrible place. I saw there 7 stars like great burning mountains, and to me, when I inquired regarding them, the angel said, "This place is the end of heaven and earth. This has become a prison for the stars and the host of heaven." So I think what he's like, he's calling the moon stars. I think what's happening here is he's being given like modern, like, our brains just about get like elite in that, right? Like, we get the solar system and stuff. It could be the planets, yeah. I'm not sure exactly, but I basically feel like it's different scales of perspective of the solar system is essentially what we're describing here, right? And then it ends with the, and you fucked around, so you're going to find out. Okay, this bit kind of freaks me out. Last time I read this, I had strange feelings. I want to talk to these motherfuckers. Take me up in your fucking angel shit and have a chat with me. I think I could suss it out. Oh yeah, by the way, I think that they're also describing time travel, because he says, "And I, Enoch, alone saw the vision, the end of all things, and no man shall see as I have seen." I think what he's described, I think that these UAPs can deal with time in a similar way to what we've uncovered the frameshift drive allows us to in Elite. I think that if you go in one of their ships, they can be like, let's go and meet Enoch. And they'll just take you straight back. And I think that's why if you do go with them, they don't give a fuck and you just go insane. Because you're like, wait, what? Like, I think. But anyway. Like, yeah. Like, they probably are humans from the future. And it's a bootstrap paradox. But I bet to them, they've got their head round it, right? So to them, it's chill. They get it. Like, they've got a logical temporal continuity. And we can all live that. We're a consciousness. And as long as we're consciously embodied in this material universe, and we will maintain a logical temporal continuity as a conscious entity. But, like, that's the reality of this material universe. And we can essentially engage with it like a simulation when we have the correct technology, which seems to be the case, right? Like, in this, God, they talk about, like, the being that's saying, I created everything, in this text, could very much be described like the developer of a simulation, right? Like, it is like we created a video game and we're talking to the NPCs. But I don't think it is like that. I think that the captain of the ship just knows that he is the captain of all the people that are fucking around. Like, he is their boss. He has to maintain the fucking ship. He's got to keep them in line. Do you know what I mean? But so this is chapter 7. Well, no, I personally, I think it's more temporal linked, and it is humanity. I think that we are actually one of the earliest life instances in the continuity of whatever created this situation. The issue is, I don't know, like, there's so much evidence coming out now that's starting to indicate that the reality is that what we think is reality and materially real is bollocks. Like, it's literally hallucinated by our consciousnesses. Anyway. Chapter 7. The Holy Angels. And these are the names of the holy angels who watch mankind. Uriel, one of the holy angels, who is over the world and over Tartarus. Raphael, one of the holy angels, who is over the spirits of men. Raguel, one of the holy angels, who takes vengeance on the world of the luminaries. Michael, one of the holy angels, to wit, he that is set over the best part of mankind and over chaos. Sarakel, one of the holy angels, who is set over the spirits who sin in the spirit. Gabriel, one of the holy angels, who is over paradise and the serpents and the cherubim. Remiel, one of the holy angels, whom God set over those who rise. And I proceeded to where things were chaotic, and I saw there something horrible. I saw neither a heaven above, nor a firmly founded earth, but a place chaotic and horrible. And there I saw 7 stars of the heaven bound together in it, like great mountains when burning with fire. Then I said, for what sin are they bound, and on what account have they been cast in hither? Then said Uriel, one of the holy angels, who was with me, and was chief over them, and said, Enoch, why dost thou ask, and why art thou eager for the truth? These are the number of the stars of heaven, which have transgressed the commandment of the Lord, and are bound here till 10,000 years, the time entailed by their sins, are consummated. And from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing, a great fire there, which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, being full of great descending columns of fire. Neither its extent nor magnitude could I see, nor could I conjecture. Then I said, How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon! Then Uriel answered me, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? And I answered, because of this fearful place, and because of the spectacle of the pain. And he said unto me, this place is the prison of the angels, and here they will be imprisoned for ever. And thence I went to another place, the mountain of hard rock. And there was in it 4 hollow places, deep and wide and very smooth. How smooth are the hollow places, and deep and dark to look at! Then Raphael answered, one of the holy angels who was with me, and said unto me, these hollow places have been created for this very purpose, that the spirits of the souls of the dead should assemble therein. Yea, that all the souls of the children of men should assemble here. And these places have been made to receive them till the end of their judgment, and till their appointed period, till the great judgment upon them. I saw a dead man making suit, and his voice went forth to heaven and made suit. And I asked Raphael the angel who was with me, and I said unto him, this spirit which maketh suit, whose is it? Whose voice goeth forth and maketh suit to the heaven? And he answered me, saying, this is the spirit which went forth from Abel, whom his brother Cain slew, and he makes his suit against him till his seed is destroyed from the face of the earth, and his seed is annihilated from amongst the seed of men. The eye asked regarding it, and regarding all the hollow places, why is one separated from the other? And he answered me and said unto me, these 3 have been made that the spirits of the dead might be separated, and such a division has been made for the spirits of the righteous, in which there is the bright spring of water. And such has been made for sinners when they die and are buried in the earth, and judgment has not been executed on them in their lifetime. Here their spirits shall be set apart in this great pain, till the great day of judgment and punishment and torment of those who curse forever, and retribution for their spirits. There he shall bind them forever. And such a division has been made for the spirits of those who make their suit, who make disclosures concerning their destruction, when they were slain in the days of the sinners. Such has been made for the spirits of men who were not righteous but sinners, who were complete in transgression. And of the transgressors they shall be companions, but their spirits shall not be slain in the day of judgment, nor shall they be raised from thence. The eye blessed the Lord of glory, and said, blessed be my Lord, the Lord of righteousness, who ruleth forever. From thence I went to another place, to the west of the ends of the earth, and I saw a burning fire, which ran without resting, and paused not from its course day or night, but regularly. And I asked, saying, what is this which rests not? Then Raguel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered me and said unto me, this course of fire which thou hast seen is the fire in the west, which persecutes all the luminaries of heaven. And from thence I went to another place of the earth, and he showed me a mountain range of fire which burnt day and night. And I went beyond it, and saw 7 magnificent mountains, all differing each from the other, and the stones were magnificent and beautiful, magnificent as a whole, of glorious appearance and fair exterior, 3 towards the east, 1 founded on the other, and 3 towards the south, 1 upon the other, and deep rough ravines, no one of which joined with any other. And the 7th mountain was in the midst of these, and it excelled them in height, resembling the seat of a throne, and fragrant trees encircled the throne. And amongst them was a tree such as I had never yet smelt, neither was any amongst them, nor were others like it. It had a fragrance beyond all fragrance, and its leaves and blooms and wood wither not forever, and its fruit is beautiful, and its fruit resembles the dates of the palm. Then I said, how beautiful is this tree, and fragrant, and its leaves are fair, and its blooms very delightful in appearance. Then answered Michael, one of the holy and honoured angels who was with me, and was their leader, and he said unto me, Enoch, why dost thou ask me regarding the fragrance of the tree, and why dost thou wish to learn the truth? Then I answered him, saying, I wish to know about everything, but especially about this tree. And he answered, saying, This high mountain which thou hast seen, whose summit is like the throne of God, is his throne, where the Holy Great One, the Lord of glory, the eternal King, will sit, when he shall come down to visit the earth with goodness. And as for this fragrant tree, no mortal is permitted to touch it till the great judgment, when he shall take vengeance on all, and bring to its consummation for ever. It shall then be given to the righteous and holy, its fruit shall be for food to the elect. It shall be transplanted to the holy place, to the temple of the Lord, the eternal King. Then shall they rejoice with joy and be glad, and into the holy place shall they enter, and its fragrance shall be in their bones, and they shall live a long life on earth, such as thy fathers lived, and in their days shall no sorrow or plague or torment or calamity touch them. Then blessed I, the God of glory, the eternal King, who have prepared such things for the righteous, and have created them and promised to give to them. And I went from thence to the middle of the earth, and I saw a blessed place in which there were trees with branches abiding and blooming. And there I saw a holy mountain, and underneath the mountain to the east there was a stream, and it flowed towards the south. And I saw towards the east another mountain higher than this, and between them a deep and narrow ravine, and it also ran a stream underneath the mountain. And to the west thereof there was another mountain, lower than the former, and of smaller elevation, and a ravine deep and dry between them. And another deep and dry ravine was at the extremities of the 3 mountains. And all the ravines were deep and narrow, of hard rock, and trees were not planted upon them. And I marvelled at the rocks, and I marvelled at the ravine, yea, I marvelled very much. Then said I, For what object is this blessed land, which is entirely filled with trees, and this accursed valley between? Then Uriel, one of the holy angels who was with me, answered and said, This accursed valley is for those who are accursed for ever. Here shall all the accursed be gathered together, who utter with their lips against the Lord unseemly words, and of his glory speak hard things. Here shall they be gathered together, and here shall be their place of judgment. In the last days there shall be upon them the spectacle of righteous judgment in the presence of the righteous forever. Here shall the merciful bless the Lord of glory, the eternal King. In the days of judgment over the former, they shall bless him for the mercy in accordance with which he has assigned them. Then I blessed the Lord of glory, and set forth his glory, and lauded him gloriously. And thence I went towards the east, into the midst of the mountain range of the desert, and I saw a wilderness, and it was solitary, full of trees and plants, and water gushed forth from above. Rushing like a copious watercourse towards the northwest, it caused clouds and dew to ascend on every side. And thence I went to another place in the desert, and approached to the east of this mountain range. And there I saw aromatic trees exhaling the fragrance of frankincense and myrrh, and the trees also were similar to the almond tree. And beyond these I went afar to the east, and I saw another place, a valley of water. And therein there was a tree, the colour of fragrant trees such as the mastic. And on the sides of those valleys I saw fragrant cinnamon, and beyond these I proceeded to the east. And I saw other mountains, and amongst them were groves of trees, and there flowed forth from them nectar, which is named Syrara and Galbanum. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees, and all the trees were full of stacte, being like almond trees, and when one burnt, it smelt sweeter than any fragrant odour. And after these fragrant odours, as I looked towards the north over the mountains, I saw 7 mountains full of choice nard and fragrant trees and cinnamon and pepper. And thence I went over the summit of all these mountains, far towards the east of the earth, and passed above the Erythraean sea, and went far from it, and passed over the angel Zotiel. And I came to the garden of righteousness, and from afar off I saw numerous trees, and these great 2 trees were there, very great, beautiful, and glorious, and magnificent, and the tree of knowledge, whose holy fruit they eat, and know great wisdom. That tree is in height like the strangler fig, and its leaves are like the carob tree, and its fruit is like the clusters of the vine, very beautiful. And the fragrance of the tree penetrates afar. Then I said, how beautiful is the tree, and how attractive is its look? Then Raphael, the holy angel who was with me, answered me and said, this is the tree of wisdom, of which thy father old and thy aged mother, who were before thee, have eaten, and they learned wisdom, and their eyes were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they were driven out of the garden. And from thence I went to the ends of the earth, and saw there great beasts, and each differed from the other, and birds also differing in appearance and beauty and voice, the one differing from the other. And to the east of those beasts I saw the ends of the earth whereon the heaven rests, and the portals of the heaven open. And I saw how the stars of heaven come forth. And I counted the portals out of which they proceed, and wrote down all their outlets, of each individual star by itself, according to their number and their names, their courses and their positions, and their times and their months, as Uriel, the holy angel who was with me, showed me. He showed all things to me, and wrote them down for me. Also their names he wrote for me, and their laws, and their companies. And from thence I went towards the north, to the ends of the earth. And there I saw a great and glorious device at the ends of the whole earth. And here I saw 3 portals of heaven open in the heaven. Through each of them proceed north winds. When they blow there is cold, hail, frost, snow, dew, and rain. And out of one portal they blow for good. But when they blow through the other 2 portals, it is with violence and affliction on the earth, and they blow with violence. And from thence I went towards the west to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 portals of the heaven open such as I had seen in the east, the same number of portals, and the same number of outlets. And from thence I went to the south to the ends of the earth, and saw there 3 open portals of the heaven. And thence there come dew, rain, and wind. And from thence I went to the east, to the ends of the heaven, and saw here the 3 eastern portals of the heaven open, and small portals above them. Through each of these small portals pass the stars of heaven, and run their course to the west on the path which is shown to them. And as often as I saw, I blessed always the Lord of glory. And I continued to bless the Lord of glory, who was wrought great and glorious wonders, to show the greatness of his work to the angels, and to spirits and to men, that they might praise his work and all his creation, that they might see the work of his might, and praise the great work of his hands, and bless him forever. Ah, man. 07 Commander Great Talon. So this chapter, I mean, for a start, I'm going to outright state that, in my opinion, verse 13, no, wait. So it talks about a couple of different things in this chapter. It's like they're doing a series of frameshift drive jumps. And it's like they genuinely, I'm being serious, like I'm not taking the piss. I genuinely do interpret this through that lens. It's like they do a jump and he describes seeing like the stars process, and then he says we arrive at, and from thence I went to another place, which was still more horrible than the former, and I saw a horrible thing. I think he's describing seeing a star up close, which, if you had no idea what that was, if you only ever see the sun as like a bright light in the sky for half the day, and then the stars around, and then suddenly you're confronted with it up close, and you've got like a shield that means you can see it, you would be fucking terrified. A great fire there which burnt and blazed, and the place was cleft as far as the abyss, as far as space, being full of great descending columns of fire, corona, Neither its extent or magnitude could I see. It was so big that it extended past his vision. It's like jumping to a massive like a massive giant star. And he remarked, "How fearful is the place, and how terrible to look upon." And Uriel assures him, "Enoch, why hast thou such fear and affright? Like, you're clearly in a spaceship that's safe." And then there's a point where he comes back to Earth. Talks about, so they see the spirit of Abel, right? Hang on, where is it? I think they're talking about going to Mount Kailash. And this is what's so mad about this, is since, like, geology can be used by humanity, right, as reference points. Because, like, for example, Mount Everest has been the tallest mountain on Earth for the entire time that humanity's been in the historical archaeological record. Like, geologically, it's just been there. So when he describes going to a sacred mountain, which is the resting place of God and the prison of the angels, which is west of a much taller mountain, which is near to another really tall mountain, I think that they're describing Mount Kailash, Mount Everest, and K2. Like, now maybe that's a massive reach, but that's my interpretation of the text. Kailash. It's the most sacred site in Hinduism and Buddhism. They talk about a place south of this sacred place, which will be the final reckoning zone of all the unrighteous. Well, the Bhagavad Gita, an ancient Hindu text, talks about a fight between the God of all things and the half-bred creations of his peers with humanity, and that they used the lightning to smite all the people. And there is evidence in North India of ancient nuclear blasts, of the same glass that's created in the Nevada desert by the Trinity bomb. Like, my interpretation of this text is that he was abducted by another species, or potentially a future iteration or evolution of humanity, in a craft that is capable of traversing space and time. He talks about seeing life of different types in the same place. Like, it's crazy. I need to drink. At one point, I swear he talks about weed. The burning one. And beyond these mountains I saw another mountain to the east of the ends of the earth, whereon were aloe trees. I mean, so that chapter just goes hard, guys. Like, it's long, don't get me wrong, but the holy angels go hard. They are dropping.
I'll just leave this here alien dance.
Thank you so much, Trinonica, you absolute legend. 07, brother. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day, or you've... Wait, you're starting your new job today, which is a night shift. I remember you saying into Sunday, right? So I hope you're resting well. We're deep in the Book of Enoch now. We're approaching... We've actually just finished Book 1. So we finished Book 1. And we're about to endeavour into Book 2. The Parables. Now, these are a different situation, okay? This is... The parables, in my understanding, are more about Enoch establishing why he knows what he knows. Because there's a few concepts that need to be touched on here and given context to, in my opinion. So one of the core and earliest concepts in spirituality is the concept of your name and your true name. Okay? I don't know how many people have been exposed to this idea, but if you really go deep in theology, one of the core practices that emerged first when we started writing was the continuation of a name. And part of it is the idea that as a being, as a conscious presence that exists in a period of time in this realm, in this world, we die twice. We die once when our physical body perishes, and we die another time when our essence, our name, our spirit is last recalled. Okay, so what you see in a lot of these ancient texts is they put a lot of effort into building genealogies and reciting the names of all their ancestors, and part of it is a part of ancestor worship. Like, this is something that got quite heavily transformed when Christianity emerged, because Christianity was trying to focus more on not worshipping the idea of your ancestors, and instead focusing on like an incorporeal, like ethereal concept of God, right? That's also why this text is nowhere near as popular as it probably should be, because it very clearly dictates, or to me delineates, a version of God that's very much a person, an opinion, you know. So this is different. It's got a completely different take to it. To me, it's more like the Bible, this coming series of this next book. I do need a quick break. We've been going for an hour and 20 minutes. We've read the first book so far. It's just something else, isn't it? So let's just, to recap so far, Enoch was selected by the captain of the spaceship to be the messenger to the crew who had gone against the first directive, started banging all the locals, teaching them about science, created a hybrid race between them and the current humans on Earth. And the captains decided, fuck this, I'm killing everyone, and if you mutinied me and went against my orders, you ain't escaping, you're going down with them. It's basically my take. They, in order to convince Enoch of the power of the captain, they render him paralyzed, abduct him, take him up to space, show him the moon, show him various planets, give him a perspective of the whole of Sol and all of its planets. They say that the only reason that they do what they're doing is because the captain says they have to. He believes them because he's fucking terrified. You don't know what's going on. They do a few FSD jumps. They high wake to a different place where there's no planets. There's just a massive star. For some reason, I mean, I'm guessing they go maybe back to the home planet. I don't know. It's kind of what's alluded to. And then they also explain, in my belief, that Mount Kailash is the centre of it all. That's where inside these plasma beings live. And it's to the west of the tallest mountain in the world, Mount Everest, which he sort of alludes to in my view. So, we're going to go back into Book 2, The Parables. Chapter 1, the first parable. The second vision which he saw, the vision of wisdom, which Enoch, the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enos, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, saw. And this is the beginning of the words of wisdom, which I lifted up my voice to speak, and say to those which dwell on earth, Hear, ye men of old time, and see, ye that come after, the words of the Holy One, which I will speak before the Lord of spirits. It were better to declare to the men of old times, but even from those that come after, we will not withhold the beginning of wisdom. Till the present day such wisdom has never been given by the Lord of spirits as I have received according to my insight, according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits, by whom the lot of eternal life has been given to me. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, And I lifted... Sorry. Now 3 parables were imparted to me, and I lifted up my voice and recounted them to those that dwell on the earth. The first parable. When the congregation of the righteous shall appear, and sinners shall be judged for their sins, and I shall be driven from the face of the earth. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Lord of spirits, and light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth, where then will be the dwelling of the sinners, and where... Excuse me. I need to re-hit this, because I got it wrong, my bad. And when the righteous one shall appear before the eyes of the righteous, whose elect works hang upon the Lord of spirits, and light shall appear to the righteous and the elect who dwell on the earth, where then will be the dwelling of the sinners, and where the resting place of those who have denied the Lord of spirits? It had been good for them if they had not been born. When the secrets of the righteous shall be revealed, and the sinners judged, and the godless driven from the presence of the righteous and elect. From that time, those possess the earth shall no longer be powerful and exalted, and they shall not be able to behold the face of the holy, for the Lord of spirits has caused his light to appear on the face of the holy, righteous, and elect. Then shall the kings and the mighty perish, and be given into the hands of the righteous and holy. And thenceforward none shall seek for themselves mercy from the Lord of spirits, for their life is at an end. And it shall come to pass in those days that elect and holy children will descend from the high heaven, and their seed will become one with the children of men. And in those days Enoch received books of zeal and wrath, and books of disquiet and expulsion. And mercy shall not be accorded to them, said the Lord of spirits. And in those days a whirlwind carried me off from the earth, and set me down at the end of the heavens. And there I saw another vision, the dwelling places of the holy, and the resting places of the righteous. Here mine eyes saw their dwellings with his righteous angels, and their resting place with the holy. And they petitioned and interceded and prayed for the children of men. And righteousness flowed before them as water, and mercy like dew upon the earth. Thus it is amongst them forever and ever. And in that place mine eyes saw the elect one, of righteousness and of faith, and I saw his dwelling place under the wings of the Lord of spirits. And righteousness shall prevail in his days, and the righteous and elect shall be without number before him forever and ever. And all the righteous and elect before him shall be strong as fiery lights, and their mouth shall be full of blessing, and their lips extol the name of the Lord of spirits, and righteousness before him shall never fail. There I wished to dwell, and my spirit longed for that dwelling place, and there heretofore hath been my portion, for so has it been established concerning me before the Lord of spirits. In those days I praised and extolled the name of the Lord of spirits with blessings and praises, because he hath destined me for blessing and glory according to the good pleasure of the Lord of spirits. For a long time my eyes regarded that place, and I blessed him and praised him, saying, Blessed is he, and may he be blessed from the beginning and forevermore. And before him there is no ceasing. He knows before the world was created what is forever, and what will be from generation unto generation. Those who sleep not bless thee. They stand before thy glory, and bless, praise, and extol, saying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of spirits. He filleth the earth with spirits. And here my eyes saw all those who sleep not. They stand before him and bless and say, Blessed be thou, and blessed be the name of the Lord, forever and ever. And my face was changed, for I could no longer behold. And after that I saw thousands of thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000. I saw a multitude beyond number and reckoning, who stood before the Lord of spirits. And on the four sides of the Lord of Spirits I saw four presences, different from those that slept not, and I learnt their names. For the angel that went with me made known to me their names, and showed me all the hidden things. And I heard the voices of those four presences as they uttered praises before the Lord of God. The first voice blesses the Lord of Spirits for ever and ever. And the second voice I heard blessing the elect one, and the elect ones who hang upon the Lord of Spirits. And the third voice I heard pray and intercede for those who dwell on the earth, and supplicate in the name of the Lord of Spirits. And I heard the fourth voice fending off the Satans, and forbidding them to come before the Lord of Spirits to accuse them who dwell on the earth. After that I asked the angel of peace who went with me, who showed me everything that is hidden, who are these four presences which I have seen, and whose words I have heard and written down? And he said to me, the first is Michael, the merciful and long-suffering. The second, who is set over all the diseases and all the wounds of the children of men, is Raphael. And the third, who is set over all the powers, is Gabriel. And the fourth, who is set over the repentance unto hope of those who inherit eternal life, is named Phanuel. And these are the four angels of the Lord of Spirits, and the four voices I heard in those days. And after that I saw all the secrets of the heavens, and how the kingdom is divided, and how the actions of men are weighed in the balance. And there I saw the mansions of the elect, and the mansions of the holy, and mine eyes saw there all the sinners being driven from thence which deny the name of the Lord of Spirits, and being dragged off, and they could not abide because of the punishment which proceeds from the Lord of Spirits. And there mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightning and of the thunder, and the secrets of the winds, how they are divided to blow over the earth, and the secrets of the clouds and dew. And these I saw from whence they proceed in that place, and from whence they saturate the dusty earth. And there I saw closed chambers out of which the winds are divided, the chamber of the hail and winds, the chamber of the mist, and of the clouds, and the cloud thereof hovers over the earth from the beginning of the world. And I saw the chambers of the sun and moon, whence they proceed and whither they come again, and their glorious return, and how one is superior to the other, and their stately orbit, and how they do not leave their orbit, and they add nothing to their orbit, and they take nothing from it, and they keep faith with each other, in accordance with the oath by which they are bound together. And first the sun goes forth and traverses his path according to the commandment of the Lord of Spirits, and mighty is his name for ever and ever. And after that I saw the hidden and the visible path of the moon, and she accomplishes the course of her path in that place by day and by night, the one holding a position opposite to the other before the Lord of Spirits. And they give thanks and praise and rest not, for unto them is their thanksgiving rest. For the sun changes oft for a blessing or a curse, and the course of the path of the moon is light to the righteous and darkness to the sinners in the name of the Lord, who made a separation between the light and the darkness, and divided the spirits of men, and strengthened the spirits of the righteous in the name of his righteousness. For no angel hinders, and no power is able to hinder, for he appoints a judge for them all, and he judges them all before him. Wisdom found no place where she might dwell. Then a dwelling place was assigned her in the heavens. Wisdom went forth to make her dwelling among the children of men, and found no dwelling place. Wisdom returned to her place, and took her seat among the angels. And unrighteousness went forth from her chambers, whom she sought not she found, and dwelt with them, as rain in a desert and dew on a thirsty land. And I saw other lightnings and the stars of heaven, and I saw how he called them all by their names, and they hearkened unto him. And I saw how they are weighed by a righteous balance according to their proportions of light, the width of their spaces and the day of their appearing, and how their revolution produces lightning, and their revolution according to the number of the angels, and they keep faith with one another. And I asked the angel who went with me, who showed me what was hidden, what are these? And he said to me, The Lord of Spirits have showed thee their parabolic meaning. These are the names of the holy who dwell on the earth and believe in the name of the Lord of Spirits forever and ever. Also another phenomena I saw in regard to the lightnings, how some of the stars arise and become lightnings and cannot part with their new form. So, like, in my opinion, this is all mental. This bit is, I'm just not mental. I'm sorry. It's just a lot. Okay, so there's a lot of things covered in this parable. Firstly, I think that they talk about a neutron star, which is just mental. Like I don't know. As a player of Elite, someone who sees a lot of neutron stars, I don't know what to say. So the parable is about wisdom and unrighteousness, right? It's in the middle. The actual parable is in the middle, and it's in a parable sandwich where there's also a parable about stars, knowledge. It contains knowledge about different types of stars. It feels like they did this, to be honest. It feels like they went, look, you're here. But this place is nearby, and it's different. Do you know what I mean? And this one, Britzamino, this is Britzamino. And here's Altair. Altair is massive. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like they just showed in the galaxy map. Anyway. So I get that from this. Now, what was interesting is the four angels that are like the four we know them as archangels now, right? There is this delineation. I would also say part of me kind of just try to imagine if I got access to a UAP and it turns out you can go back in time, right? Like, if I got a group of viewers and then I streamed it, that would be like I would, that to a primitive or a lesser known, like someone who doesn't know what we know, this description could be like a stream. What you doing, Frenchie? What's that? Don't give him access. What do you mean? Where is it? Wait, he says about a massive number. He tries to describe, like, having 1 million viewers, essentially.
Here's for a bit.
Brother 07, thank you. It's an alien abduction, man. It's an alien abduction. Or future humans with time travel abduction. Thanks so much for the bitties. I really appreciate that, Frenchie, you legend. I hope you're having a good Saturday, mate. We're having a bit of a different stream today. It's a little bit weird, a little bit esoteric, but I do love this stuff. This is a book that I've read a few times in my life, and I just felt like I really wanted to document it for people. Gives you all an opportunity to just hear it, right? You can do other things with your day. It gives me a chance to reconnect with the material, give some of my opinion about what's being said. Also, I think it's an interesting concept that, like, the way I'm presenting it is obviously somewhat skewed. Like, you're getting a perspective of how I am interpreting this, right? Through the way that I'm accentuating things. And I hope that you can tell. There are points in the text where it's quoted. Like, he's literally saying things. So it will say, like, and he said to me, I'm trying to deliberately use subtle variations of tone and stuff to show that it is a spoken word compared to. So yeah. I'm going to get back into it. Frenchie, hope you're having a good one, brother. Enjoy chapter... Oh. Enjoy chapter 2. The second parable. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. Sorry, I've just remembered there was something about the last one that I wanted to mention. I think that they allude to a genetic engineering program in this. And by that, what I mean is, wait for it. Yeah, I know, you're right. He does mention the moon and orbit. I know, that... You're reading Elite into it. Yeah, exactly. That, like, I'm reading... This version that we're reading in English... is they've translated like the Ethiopian text, they've translated the Greek version, they've translated the Sumerian version, like they've translated the Dead Sea Scrolls, not Sanskrit, whatever that one was, and between all them, this is what they've distilled as an English translation. I think it's this bit. Was it this bit? And I saw the width of their spaces. There's a bit where he talks about humans being changed so that they can no longer see these beings. For the sun changes oft for a blessing, or it could be this bit. Hang on. Because he talks about, like, there's a point where he's talking about how, like, what he's being told isn't applying to them, those people that are alive that he knows. It's about a future generation, right? And then there's a point in this where it talks about how at this future time, the people then will not be able to see God. We won't be able to see their light. And like, there is literally part of the UAP disclosure stuff that's happening in the States right now is starting to indicate that it's quite plausible that these craft that we're now picking up with technology have the ability to essentially restrict their electromagnetic emanations to only wavelengths of light that we can't perceive with our eyes, but we may perceive with other senses that... Do you know what I mean? Like, that just seems to be what's happened. So it's just really interesting that, like, certainly if this had happened, right? Like, if you were the captain of the ship and you were exploring the galaxy and you found Earth and it had primitive humanoid figures. Like, it had us, it had Homo sapiens, but we didn't have civilization yet. Like, we had all of the potential capability. We were so close to having it. And then there was just like a team on the away team that were like, fuck it, like we could accelerate their progress so quickly if we helped them. Like, let's just get a couple of the chicks, learn their language, start falling in love with them, have kids, we'll build an amazing civilization here. Do you know what I mean? And that's what I feel like's happened. But then the captain's like, absolutely not. The prime directive is we do not fuck around with species. So you know what's happening? Boom. You're all getting done. I'm resetting it. But then it's like, but now we've already interfered, right? It's happened. Like, it's now, it's irreversible. Unless you fully destroy the planet and remove life from it, which would be against the prime directive, I imagine. Like, do you know what I mean? So then it becomes a case of, right, well, if we're now interweaving with it, full stop, how do we mitigate the damage? Well, we should stick around, we should try to keep them safe, and we should try to make it so that they don't accidentally discover us immediately, so that they can just evolve as uninterrupted as possible. The logic to me is that, and I think that's what we're experiencing, is they accidentally fucked with us, and now they're trying to just chill and not fuck with us, and they've genetically engineered us in order to make it so that we can't see them or interact with them. Who knows? Like, they could literally be like all sat round me now, and I just wouldn't even know. Oh, it's kind of terrifying. So anyway, right, the second parable. So I just wanted to touch on that. The orbit. Its orbit's coming back, I think, but... So, orbits was mentioned in chapter 2, book 1, chapter 2, verse 1. Observe ye everything that takes place in the heaven, how they do not change their orbits. There's 8 uses of the word orbit. So yeah, I'd urge you to... Well, it's... Yeah, it's like it exists in a middle ground, doesn't it? Because the Catholic Church admits that this is older than any of the Gospels that they deem canon. And they admit that multiple Gospels corroborate stuff that's in this, right? So they essentially are just saying we just choose to disregard the story of Enoch and what Enoch's allegedly said in his day, even though we believe in the idea that these ancient stories could be passed to us over time. So as we were, so I'm going to hit the top of this again. So chapter 2, the second parable. And this is the second parable concerning those who deny the name of the dwelling of the holy ones and the Lord of spirits. And into the heaven they shall not ascend, and on the earth they shall not come. Such shall be the lot of the sinners who have denied the name of the Lord of spirits, who are thus preserved for the day of suffering and tribulation. On that day mine elect one shall sit on the throne of glory, and shall try their works, and their places of rest shall be innumerable, and their souls shall grow strong within them when they see mine elect ones. And those who have called upon my glorious name, then will I cause mine elect one to dwell among them. And I will transform the heaven and make it an eternal blessing and light. And I will transform the earth and make it a blessing. And I will cause mine elect ones to dwell upon it. But the sinners and evildoers shall not set foot here thereon. For I have provided and satisfied with peace my righteous ones, and have caused them to dwell before me. But for the sinners there is judgment impending with me, so that I shall destroy them from the face of the earth. And there I saw one who had a head of days, and his head was white like wool, and with him was another being whose countenance had the appearance of a man, and his face was full of graciousness, like one of the holy angels. And I asked the angel who went with me, and showed me all the hidden things, concerning that Son of Man, who he was, and whence he was, and why he went with the head of days. And he answered and said unto me, This is the Son of Man who hath righteousness, with whom dwelleth righteousness, and who reveals all the treasures of that which is hidden. Because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him, and whose lot, because the Lord of spirits hath chosen him, and whose lot hath preeminence before the Lord of spirits in uprightness forever. And this Son of Man, whom thou hast seen, shall raise up the kings and the mighty from their seats, and shall loosen the reins of the strong, and break the teeth of the sinners, because they do not extol and praise him, nor humbly acknowledge whence the kingdom was bestowed upon them. And he shall put down the countenance of the strong, and shall fill them with shame. Darkness shall be their dwelling, and worms shall be their bed. They shall have no hope of rising from their beds, because they do not extol the name of the Lord of spirits. These are they who judge the stars of heaven, tread upon the earth, and dwell upon it. All their deeds manifest unrighteousness, and their power rests upon their riches. Their faith is in the gods which they have made with their hands, and they deny the name of the Lord of spirits. They persecute the houses of his congregations, and the faithful who hang upon the name of the Lord of spirits. And in those days shall have ascended the prayer of the righteous, and the blood of the righteous from the earth before the Lord of spirits. In those days the holy ones who dwell above in the heavens shall unite with one voice, and supplicate, and pray, and praise, give thanks, and bless the name of the Lord of spirits, on behalf of the blood of the righteous which has been shed. And that the prayer of the righteous may not be in vain before the Lord of spirits, that judgment may be done unto them, and that they may not have to suffer forever. In those last days I saw the head of days, when he seated himself upon the throne of his glory. And the books of the living were opened before him, and all his host which is in heaven above, and his counsellors stood before him. And the hearts of the holy were filled with joy, because the number of the righteous had been offered, and the prayer of the righteous had been heard, and the blood of the righteous been required before the Lord of spirits. And in that place I saw the fountain of righteousness, which was inexhaustible, and around it were many fountains of wisdom. All the thirsty drank of them, and were filled with wisdom, and their dwellings were with the righteous and holy and elect. And at that hour that Son of Man was named in the presence of the Lord of spirits, and his name before the head of days. Yea, before the sun and the signs were created, before the stars of the heaven were made, his name was named before the Lord of spirits. He shall be a staff to the righteous, whereon to stay themselves and not fall, and he shall be the light of the Gentiles, and the hope of those who are troubled of heart. All who dwell on earth shall fall down and worship before him, and will praise and bless and celebrate with song the Lord of spirits. And for this reason hath he been chosen, and hidden before him, before the creation of the world, and forevermore. And the wisdom of the Lord of spirits have revealed him to the holy and righteous, for he hath preserved the lot of the righteous, because they have hated and despised this world of unrighteousness, and have hated all its works and ways in the name of the Lord of spirits. For in his name they are saved, and according to his good pleasure hath it been in regard to their life. In these days, downcast in countenance, shall the kings of the earth have become, and the strong who possess the land, because of the works of their hands. For on the day of their anguish and affliction they shall not save themselves, and I will give them over into the hands of mine elect. As straw in the fire, so shall they burn before the face of the holy. As lead in the water shall they sink before the face of the righteous, and no trace of them shall any more be found. And on the day of their affliction there shall be rest on the earth, and before them they shall fall and not rise again. There shall be no one to take them with his hands and raise them, for they have denied the Lord of spirits and his anointed one. The name of the Lord of the spirits be blessed. For wisdom is poured out like water, and glory faileth not before him for evermore. For he is mighty, and all the secrets of righteousness and unrighteousness For he is mighty, in all the secrets of righteousness, and unrighteousness shall disappear as a shadow and have no continuance, because the elect one standeth before the Lord of spirits, and his glory is forever and ever, and his might unto all generations. And in him dwells the spirit of wisdom, and the spirit which gives insight, and the spirit of understanding and of might, and the spirit of those who have fallen asleep in righteousness. And he shall judge the secret things, and none shall be able to utter a lying word before him, for he is the elect one, before the Lord of spirits, according to his good pleasure. In those days a change shall take place for the holy and elect, and the light of days shall abide upon them, and glory and honour shall turn to the holy. On the day of affliction, on which evil shall be treasured upon against the sinners, and the righteous shall be victorious in the name of the Lord of spirits, and he will cause the others to witness that they may repent and forego the works of their hands. They shall have no honour through the name of the Lord of spirits, yet through his name shall they be saved, and the Lord of spirits will have compassion on them, for his compassion is great. And he is righteous also in his judgment, and in the presence of his glory unrighteousness also shall not maintain itself. At his judgment the unrepentant shall perish before him, and from henceforth I will have no mercy on them, saith the Lord of spirits. So that was a long quote there by the big man. In those days shall the earth also give back that which has been entrusted to it. Sheol also shall give back that which it has received, and hell shall give back that which it owes. For in those days the elect one shall arise, and he shall choose the righteous and holy from among them. For the day has drawn nigh that they should be saved. And the elect one shall in those days sit on my throne, and his mouth shall pour forth all the secrets of wisdom and counsel, for the Lord of spirits have given to him, and have glorified him. In those days shall the mountains leap like rams, and the hills also shall skip like lambs satisfied with milk. And the faces of the angels in heaven shall be lighted up with joy. And the earth shall rejoice, and the righteous shall dwell upon it, and the elect shall walk thereon. And after those days, in that place where I had seen all the visions of that which is hidden, for I had been carried off in a whirlwind, and they had borne me towards the west, there mine eyes saw all the secret things of heaven that shall be, a mountain of iron, a mountain of copper, a mountain of silver, and a mountain of gold, and a mountain of soft metal, and a mountain of lead. And I asked the angel who went with me, saying, What things are these which I have seen in secret? And he said unto me, All these things which thou hast seen shall serve the dominion of his anointed, that he may be potent and mighty on the earth. And that angel of peace answered, saying unto me, Wait a little, and there shall be revealed unto thee all the secret things which surround the Lord of spirits. And these mountains which thine eyes have seen, the mountain of iron, and the mountain of copper, and the mountain of silver, and the mountain of gold, and the mountain of soft metal, and the mountain of lead, all these shall be in the presence of the elect one as wax before the fire, and like the water which streams down from above, and they shall become powerless before his feet. And it shall come to pass in those days that none shall be saved either by gold or by silver, and none be able to escape. And there shall be no iron for war, nor shall one clothe oneself with a breastplate. Bronze shall be of no service, and tin shall not be esteemed, and lead shall not be desired. And all these things shall be destroyed from the surface of the earth. And I looked and turned to another part of the earth, and saw there a deep valley with burning fire. And they brought the kings and the mighty, and began to cast them into this deep valley. And there mine eyes saw how they made these their instruments, iron chains of immeasurable weight. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, For whom are these chains being prepared? And he said unto me, These are being prepared for the hosts of Azazel, so that they may take them and cast them into the abyss of complete condemnation. And they shall cover their jaws with rough stones, as the Lord of spirits commanded. And Michael, and Gabriel, and Raphael, and Phanuel shall take hold of them on that great day, and cast them on that day into the burning furnace, that the Lord of spirits may take vengeance on them for their unrighteousness in becoming subject to Satan, and leading astray those who dwell on the earth. And in those days shall punishment come from the Lord of spirits, and he will open all the chambers of waters which are above the heavens, and of the fountains which are beneath the earth. And all the waters shall be joined with the waters. That which is above the heavens is the masculine, and the water which is beneath the earth is the feminine. And they shall destroy all who dwell on the earth, and those who dwell under the ends of the heaven. And when they have recognized their unrighteousness which they have wrought on the earth, then by these shall they perish. And after that the head of days repented, and said, In vain have I destroyed all who dwell on the earth. And he sware by his great name, Henceforth I will not do so to all who dwell on the earth, and I will set a sign in the heaven. And this shall be a pledge of good faith between me and them forever, so long as heaven is above the earth, and this is in accordance with my command. When I have desired to take hold of them by the hand of the angels on the day of tribulation and pain, because of this, I will cause my chastisement and my wrath to abide upon them, said God, the Lord of spirits. Ye mighty kings who dwell on the earth, ye shall have to behold mine elect one, how he sits on the throne of glory, and judges Azazel, and all his associates, and all his hosts in the name of the Lord of spirits. And I saw there the hosts of the angels of punishment going, and they held scourges and chains of iron and bronze. And I asked the angel of peace who went with me, saying, To whom are these who hold the scourges going? And he said unto me, To their elect and beloved ones, that they may be cast into the chasm of the abyss of the valley. And then that valley shall be filled with their elect and beloved, and the days of their lives shall be at an end, and the days of their leading astray shall not thenceforth be reckoned. And in those days the angels shall return and hurl themselves to the east upon the Parthians and Medes. They shall stir up the kings, so that a spirit of unrest shall come upon them, and they shall rouse them from their thrones, that they may break forth as lions from their lairs, and as hungry wolves among their flocks. And they shall go up and tread under foot the land of his elect ones, but the city of the righteous shall be a hindrance to their horses. And they shall begin to fight among themselves, and their right hand shall be strong against themselves. And a man shall not know his brother, nor his son, his father, or his mother, till there be no number of the corpses through their slaughter, and their punishment be not in vain. In those days Sheol shall open its jaws, and they shall be swallowed up therein. Their destruction shall be at an end. Sheol shall devour the sinners in the presence of the elect. And it came to pass after this, that I saw another host of wagons, and men riding thereon, and coming to the winds from the east, and from the west to the south. And the noise of their wagons was heard, and when this turmoil took place, the holy ones from heaven remarked it. And the pillars of the earth were moved from their place, and the sound thereof was heard from the one end of heaven to the other in one day. And they shall all fall down and worship the Lord of spirits. And this is the end of the second parable. I left it on gaming by accident, so you saw me reading it. That's my bad. I meant to go on to this. But oh well. I've been telling you, I just read as well what you said about the Catholic canon. I mean, I recently researched this. I swear that it is like in their sphere of knowledge, if you know what I mean. Like, they regard this text way higher than, like, Alice in Wonderland. Do you know what I mean? So we're approaching halfway, I think. I think what we'll do is we'll do the third parable, and I'll probably skip the Book of Noah, because it is just the story of Noah that you know. Like, it's literally what's in the Bible. The Book of Noah is essentially in the Bible. I mean, I don't know. I think this story's far older. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it's just a weird, like, maybe these ships, these UAPs, have some sort of time travel, and that's what Enoch's trying to reason around, but they just didn't have the scaffolding in their languages back then to address these topics. Do you know what I mean? Also, I just want to say, like, when he talks about the elect one, there's been a great ambiguity over generations as what that's referring to. And this is radical, but I actually think that we are genuinely in a time where we might be approaching it. I think it might be talking about... Right, the point is I'm meant to be giving my interpretation. My interpretation of that last parable is God realizes that destroying everyone achieved nothing, and that he needs to just, like, accept now that they've interacted with us, and that's set us off on a different path. Through some means, they know that if that means we're going to end up developing things like AI, and, like, it literally talks about how it will, like, this elect one will be all of humanity's knowledge, all of, like, it's fascinating to me. I think that it is leaning on that they took him for, either logically took him through time, or they literally travelled forwards in time to, like, the year 3000 and said, look at Earth now. Like, if you go and do this and listen to us, even though loads of people are going to die, it will end up like this. That's how I interpret the second parable. That's what it means to me when I read it. I think that they compelled him to do it by showing him the future. Hiya, Seawolves. You alright? I need to take a little break. I've been reading for 2 hours now. We're approaching halfway. I'm committing to getting to the end of this whole book today, but I'm not sure about the Book of Noah. I'm tempted to skip the Book of Noah because it's massive. Because, like, if you read it, they're saying about... Yeah, like, can you imagine if, like, what happens soon is there is disclosure, and then they're like, right, this is really going to fuck with everyone's head, but this is Enoch / Metatron, the guy from thousands of years ago, and we've done genetic tests on him, and he is a human, but he's also ancient. Like, he brought this with him, which we've carbon dated, and it is 3000 years old. Do you know what I mean? Like, that would be mental. I don't know, Musty. I'm not sure. I don't know. Maybe not. We just don't know, mate. Like, I don't know either. I just don't think that our science has answered that question yet. Like, what we know is that by default, we travel forward in time at a certain speed that we all agree on, right? We know that technically a beam of light, a photon, experiences no time. Like, it's traveling at the speed of light. He's chilling in New Orleans listening to jazz. Yeah. I need a wee, and I need to check my washing. Oh. No, I don't, because my old dear's taking care of it all. Bless her. I still need a wee, though. I hope you're enjoying the background. We're slowly making our way around Earth at 200 meters per second, but it is actually, like, we can't see the moon anymore. It's not easy reading this, guys. To keep flowing with it, it takes a lot of focus to like read ahead accurately, you know, because it's not easy to speak in the way that it's written. Like it's often round the wrong way. I just literally am quite experienced it because of when I was younger and I joined Freemasonry and I've done a lot of ritual, which involves memorizing text like this. Like the second parable is about the length of the obligation after initiation, which I've memorized. I don't think I can recite it now, but I don't think it would take me more than a couple of days to get back to being able to just deliver it, like, rote, like, from memory. And deliver it with gusto, you know? Deliver it in a way that moves a person, that means something for the rest of their life. Like, that's one of the things about Freemasonry, that whilst it is controversial in its structure, the skill that it gave me in that regard is so invaluable. Like the ability to present and really understand how to connect and push emotion in the way that you communicate. Sometimes I misuse that though. I don't know. Right, I need a pee. And then I'm... Time is the ultimate mystery, yeah, Florian. It really is, isn't it, mate? Right, I'm going to go relieve myself. And see what's going on downstairs. I won't be a minute. And then we will continue with chapter 3. The third parable of Enoch. Namaste. So we've just completed chapter 2 of book 2, the parables. We've completed the second parable. We're about to start the third parable, but I needed to also step away for a bit and just have a break, get my washing in, get my other washing out, you know, like just keep the chores moving forwards. I'm also getting quite hungry, and I've unfortunately lost a couple of kilos of weight in the last month, so I'm going to really need to up my game on my food intake. I really struggle, right? Like, I really like living quite a, I think the word is austere life. Like, I like to have little. And one of the weird challenges I exist with is this concept of how little can I eat, but it isn't that healthy if you don't eat enough to maintain your body weight, right? When you're all, I'm really quite thin already, so I need to really work on this. It's borderline eating disorder, I think. Chapter 3, the third parable, is where we will be continuing imminently. Oh, Drum Whisperer, I do apologise. Regarding time, there's an old joke. What occurs to God? Nothing. So a thought on a statement like God realised appears to imply he's time limited. So if he always knew, the only remaining conclusion is it is an illustration for our benefit alone, as we are time anchored. He is refining us. Maybe. Or he was just a more knowledgeable, more advanced type of human that had access to a craft and can time travel. And there is part of the laws of physics and time we don't yet understand that allows that to happen. And yeah. But I kind of imagine, like, I can change, if I now was back in 400 BC, I can change the future as exactly the same amount as I can sat here with all this modern technology, right? Like, it, like, we like to, like, people like to say, like, oh, if you went back in time, just you breathing will change the whole course of history. But what if really the way physics works, the way the reality works, it fucking doesn't. You go back in time and now you're breathing air back in time, and then you come back to this time and now you're breathing air here, and that's all it changed. Do you know what I mean? Like, we just don't know. We just haven't done the experiments yet. But to me, that's how I interpret Parable 2. I feel like what Parable 2 explains is Enoch is trying to describe being taken forwards in time to a time when humans can no longer see the light of God, which I interpret to mean they as beings emit a certain frequency of light that we previously could observe, and they've genetically engineered us so that we can no longer see them. That's how I read it anyway, and this is through the lens of, like, the disclosure stuff, UAPs, stuff like that. Like, I'm not really approaching this book from a religious, spiritual perspective. I don't really approach anything in life from that perspective solely, but I also don't disregard the spiritual experience. Like, I don't think I'm naive in that regard. Like, I definitely do feel a lot, and when I'm reading this, it is an experience to read it. Like, there are points where I feel like I enter the flow state when I'm reading it, and it's strange to do that when you're reading something. Like, that's quite rare, and that is weird in itself. Like, I don't know if it's because in my mind I've wanted to do this for a long time, where I present it to the world. I don't know, but yeah. I feel like what was happening to Enoch was kind of like if I just flew down to the Earth on the screen now, but it was 3,000 years ago, and I grabbed a random Homo sapiens and I put them in my ship and I could communicate in their language, and I started explaining to them how my spaceship works. I started saying that when I click this button, it rips space and time, and when that portal opens and then we punch through it and you see all of the stars disappear, that's us entering an intermediary space where there is no time, and then from that place we can then use our frameshift drive to anchor ourselves to the moment in time that we need to be at in order for our previous space to be in the destination we're aiming for, and that uses a lot of energy, which is why we can only go so far at a time. You explain that to a geezer 3,000 years ago who pretty much only knows hit thing and spark make fire. Like, obviously I'm hugely discounting the amount of knowledge that they likely had in their culture back then. I think it's most likely that, you know, the humans that encountered this had rudimentary civilization going. Like, we probably had already discovered fire and stuff, and we were building the wheel. We were starting to organize, and then just from nowhere, these explorers turned up. That's kind of my theory at the moment. Or it could equally be a bootstrap paradox. It could equally be that we're on a timeline where this event happened, and what we'll discover in the future, maybe not us, but a future generation will discover, is that they will invent this, and then the first team will go back in time and then start shagging them and then meet Enoch. And like, it could be like that. It could be that we are in the middle of a bootstrap paradox where a future event causes these documented things to happen in the past that sets us on a course that takes us to that future event. Who knows? Like, I don't know. I'm just interpreting what I'm reading, and it's thousands of years old. It's had so many different opinions enforced on it, right? So I'm not reading the truth here, and I know I'm not reading. I'm reading the best guess at the truth that this Dr. J. Winters could provide. I think I'm going to put some food in because I'm hungry. So I'm going to do that. I'm also going to have another bowl. So we won't continue the third parable immediately. I just need to have a little break. It's a lot. It is a lot. There's points where it's quite emotional, actually. It sort of holds you to account on certain things that I'm like, wow. But so far, like, the way that God is presented in this, I don't see it as an all-powerful being. I see it as the captain of a spaceship that's fucking terrifying. That if you cross him, he'll just smash your skull. He don't give a fuck. That's what I see. I see the tale of a man who was terrified by a psychopath that was willing to destroy an entire planet for going against his wishes. I did get my cheese strain delivered, Cyber damn me. I did. And it's glorious. I feel so good for it. Yeah. Is not the point of the Bible to illustrate our own inability to comprehend our existence in full? I don't know. No, I think the point of the Bible is to convince you that you should do what the priests say, right? That's the point of the Bible. And the reason they remove stuff like the Book of Enoch is because this says that there are no people that can deal with this shit because it's probably like just really advanced technology that was used to persuade people that they were all powerful. Word, Tesla. I feel you there. I feel ya. So I'm going to go and put my food in. We'll have a bowl in orbit of Earth, and we'll go from there. I'll be right back. Also, 7. Yes, they want us to look to the man-made religion only, to focus on them. If we look beyond to the universe, they lose power. On the back of that, if you saw a UAP, would you believe it? Don't know. I think I would. I've seen at least one before. What it was, I couldn't tell you certainly. I know someone that's also seen one. They swear they've seen one. I think the most probable situation is that there is a tranche of humanity that has been in active and consistent communication with, if not future humans with access to time travel technology, an alien species that's similar to the Star Trek situation. And just going on what is coming out of the US government's disclosure documentation, there was more stuff released last night. I don't really see how anyone can dispute that. I think... Cheers, Hammerlam. I think, like, it's now mainstream fact that the most powerful government on Earth is publicly stating that that they're in contact with an alien species. That's cool, Musty. From speaking for myself, like, if for me to truly be at the point where I would be like, I believe what the US government is saying. Like, I don't not believe them, but I don't believe it's aliens from another solar system or planet or anything at this stage. I think that that's a convenient narrative in order for the people of the political class to instigate themselves as the gatekeepers to this other power. It's no different to what the priests did with spirituality. And that's not to say that there aren't differences amongst people that mean perhaps some people might be better or worse at interacting with these other beings than some others. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not pretending that it's safe for everyone to just dive into this topic. It could be that there are differences across people. And what's strange is the Book of Enoch. What I love about the Book of Enoch is it sort of really does state that we're being genetically engineered by whoever the captain of the spaceship is. He also says he'll leave something in orbit for us to notice, and I think that's the Black Knight satellite. God said that. He said he's gonna fuck off, but he'll leave something for us. He said that in the second parable. What's this link you've sent? Oh, yeah. I'm not a member of that order, so I'm only a 4th degree Mason. And I've not engaged with the craft in a positive way to make progress for the last, like, 5 or 6 years. And the one thing I would say about that, what I just said there, I've not engaged with it in a way to make progress. All I'm talking about there is putting my effort into it. Being at the meetings, meeting Masons, interviewing new people that are interested in joining, you know? That's what I was doing when I was active in it. And I was actively pushing through the degrees, and I was invited to so in the UK it's called the Rose Croix, the Order of the Rosy Cross. That's what leads into the 33rd degree. I was invited to join that, but it was just another commitment that I didn't want to take on because I was moving to Scotland, and I was like, well... Then it was explained to me that that order is essentially the Scottish Rite anyway. So if I moved to Scotland and then naturalised myself as a Scottish Mason, I would have just moved into their process, and then I would have eventually gone up through that anyway, but... Rosicrucian, yeah. Yeah, that's it. It's an obscure word, I'm surprised you knew it. Huh? Now, many people believe that the book we've been reading today is a retelling of the books of ancient Sumer, and in particular, a retelling of the stories and times of Gilgamesh, which is why I started today with the song How Gilgamesh Met. No, wait, it was the Lament, wasn't it? The Lament for Gilgamesh by Peter Pringle. Peter Pringle is someone who tries his best to do research to represent ancient songs using the instruments of the time, using the lyrics of the time. And obviously the issue is that there are no ancient records of the actual songs that they had back then. They didn't have written music. It was all taught like face to face and then just transferred that way. So he has to invent all the songs, but I love it. I think it's fascinating. He's singing in Sumerian, like it is Mesopotamian, I think the language was. But I'm also about to eat, so maybe we'll just watch Soul. Also, if anyone's in Elite and you want to give me a different scenery, fair drum. That's an interesting insight. I mean, fair. No, yeah, you're not wrong. Like, when you read it at face value, you're not wrong. I was about to challenge it and say, you're not wrong. It doesn't mandate that you should be part of a church. In fact, like, that's just one of the hardest parts I found to reconcile with the Christianity I was exposed to as a child, was that when I actually read, in particular, the New Testament and the story of Jesus and the things he was said to have said in his day, I was like, well, this geezer's chatting about we're all one and we're not meant to create division. So the second that you have a priest and a follower, you've got a division. Like that ain't what he was talking about. Like I always found that so conflicting that I just couldn't really engage with the rest, because I was like, then you start to get skeptical, right? You're like, well, why do you want me to believe that I should live my life that way? Like, I think that what feels good to me is probably good, and what feels bad is probably bad. But then I've also learned in life that ain't always true, right? I do shit and then I regret it after. So it's oh, Musty, I watch that dude. I watch him going around all the places being super like, I don't know, he's just like generally scared, like he just assumes that everything is evil, right? So he's like, oh, look, dodgy sign and all that stuff. And it's just so fascinating how, like, he could, if he wanted, engage with it in a more active way. Like, I would happily give him a tour of the United Grand Lodge of England. No worries. I'd take him round all the lodge rooms. I know they wouldn't care. I have, like, the intrinsic right to offer that to someone if I wish, as a mason, as a master mason. It's as much my building as it is any other mason's. So I could literally extend that to him, but he wouldn't do it. He'd be like, oh, no, no. That's mad, Tesla. Exactly, Musty. I mean, I watch him because I like he has got the right eye. Like the thing is, the things that he's noticing, he's not wrong. Let me be clear. The concept of hiding in plain sight is absolutely one of the like things that masonry is designed to teach you. Like it's designed to empower you to wear your moral fortitude on your chest for the world to see, right? So, and part of that is you become very upfront with people about who you are and what you stand for and stuff, you know? It's just like with power then becomes the decision of whether you want to continue. Like there becomes a vested interest. You can start to say, oh, to protect the people near me, oh, to make sure that my employees keep their jobs, I'll make this lie, I'll compromise on morals in this way. And that's where like it gets hard. It's called good cause corruption. It's one of the hardest things in our society to overcome. Some heavy stuff being dropped in chat. I love it. GG's. Thank you for sharing. We will continue the reading soon. Oh. Oh, must be. Baiting. We have a baiter. No, not through the vape anyway. It's not that cheesy, actually. Wait. Okay, I retract that. When you're inhaling it actively, drawing it, it is quite cheesy. Like crumbly cheese. Like dry cheddar, yeah. But then the second you exhale, it just disappears, and it's like weed. I don't. Yeah, weed taste. Kind of like. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Cheese. It's outrageous, actually. So it's called Citroli. If you are a medicinal patient and you can acquire the strain, I highly recommend it. It was, until very recently, it was £85 a package. £8.50 a gram. But I managed to get it for £6 per gram. Crazy. Sorry, I'm hearing things. Everything okay? Oh, is that the gate? Oh, my food. My food will ping soon. Once I've got my food, I will start reading again. Maybe, how long's this chapter? It's just beeped. I reckon I can read that in 10 minutes. So I'm going to go and take the lid off my food and put it back on. And then we'll bosh out chapter 3, the third parable, okay? I'll be right back. Like, the thing is, I think when you say he, like, that's where that bit, I feel like what my understanding of he isn't like an external thing. It's more like with consciousness, there's just like the observer in you, right? Like when I don't read and I don't speak, I just look at the lens. And I breathe in and hold and then release. In that release, in that moment, there is no thought and I'm just an observer. And that is, it's like a baby. Like when you look in a baby's eyes. And there's no concepts, there's no reason. It's almost like there's everything instead. And like that, the great observer to me is what spirituality is trying to connect us to, like mentally and intellectually. So I like this story. When I read it, it doesn't speak to me that there's an external force that's this creator that has all these rules at all. Like, I read it as if there was a point where I was Enoch and there is a point where I will be the captain of that spaceship, and there will be a point where I'll be Raphael, and there'll be a point where I'll be Gabriel, and we will all need to do our part. There'll be a point where I'll be Cyber Dammy and Drum Whisperer, and all I'm doing now is I'm experiencing Jotricus / Makashi at points, and that's like my creed that's evolved over my life. I'm now not going to have time to read chapter 3 in the time my food finishes. We will get back to the reading soon. We're making good progress. It's not meant to be short. I don't want to rush it. Like, it is really powerful text. And what I am going to do is I think I will skip the Book of Noah, because it is slightly differently phrased and there is some very interesting stuff in it. But I'm really interested in the story of Enoch, right? Yeah, yeah. It's aliens, man. Or not, maybe not. Maybe... Oh. Oh, no. Yeah. Because what else could be true? Do you know what I mean? Like, inside your brain is now a little version of me, no matter what. Like, you've now seen me, you've heard me, you've... there's like... There are neurons, there are cells inside your brain that right now, like, because you've experienced these moments and watched this stream with me, there's a reflection of me within your mind. And that will exist until the day you perish, by all evidence of reason, assuming that you can remember it, I guess. I'm not certain, but I think so. So, like, do you know what I mean? We all are little persistences of the knowledge. Take care, John. I will be eating my food soon and then continuing the reading while we orbit Earth. Where are we over right now? Whoa. Just got really angry at me. It went, "Whoa." Where is this? Oh. Wait. The only problem with doing this yeah, well, what is it? Do you know what I mean? What is the Black Knight satellite? And okay, so we were over Mexico. Damn. Okay. Yeah, the Black Knight. Is it? Right, I'll be right back. I imagine it's weeping. Wow, that looks cool. Oh, apologies for the lengthy intermissions. It's just, as a human, I do require certain materials. As old Lord of Spirits knows, I'm sure. Sausage, pasta bank. A bit salty, but... Mm. If it was all about time travel as well, like, if the god of the Book of Enoch is just the captain of a time-traveling spaceship whose crew mutinied and fucked all the women, which it seems to be. Here's the other thing that a lot of people don't consider, okay, and it is a really important point to understand about, like, when this story was first happened and then started being passed down, is there haven't always been billions and billions of people. Like that's come from a time when, after the Ice Age, humanity was real down. Like, we were probably in the millions, to be fair. Like, not tiny numbers, not thousands, but we're not talking like, you know what I mean? Like, millions isn't mad. Like, there's cities now that have more than that. So for this to be the story that gets told, yeah, presumably. I really needed that feed. It's going to power me through the next couple of books. Mmm. Oh. Mmm. Good. Okay. We continue Enoch's interactions with some sort of much more intelligent being. With chapter 3, the third parable. And I began to speak the third parable concerning the righteous and elect. Blessed are ye, ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. One sec, sorry. Bit too loud. Still Enoch and Jack. Blessed are ye, ye righteous and elect, for glorious shall be your lot. And the righteous shall be in the light of the sun, and the elect in the light of eternal life. The days of their life shall be unending, and the days of the holy without number. And they shall seek the light, and find righteousness with the Lord of spirits. There shall be peace to the righteous in the name of the eternal Lord. And after this it shall be said to the holy in heaven that they should seek out the secrets of righteousness, the heritage of faith. For it has become bright as the sun upon earth, and the darkness in past. And there shall be a light that never ends, and to a limit of days they shall not come. For the darkness shall first have been destroyed, and the light of uprightness established forever before the Lord of Spirits. In those days mine eyes saw the secrets of the lightnings, and of the lights, and the judgments they execute, and they lighten for the blessing or a curse, as the Lord of Spirits willeth. And there I saw the secrets of the thunder, and how when it resounds above in the heaven, the sound thereof is heard. And he caused me to see the judgments executed on the earth, whether they be for well-being and blessing, or for a curse, according to the word of the Lord of Spirits. And after that, all the secrets of the lights and lightnings were shown to me, and they lighten for blessing and for satisfying. In the year 500, in the 7th month, on the 14th day of the month, in the life of Enoch. In that parable I saw how a mighty quaking made the heaven of heavens to quake, and the host of the Most High, and the angels, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, were disquieted with a great disquiet. And the head of days sat on the throne of his glory, and the angels and the righteous stood around him. And a great trembling seized me, and fear took hold of me, and my loins gave way, and dissolved were my reins, and I fell upon my face. And Michael sent another angel from among the holy ones, and he raised me up. And when he had raised me up, my spirit returned, for I had not been able to endure the look of this host, and the commotion and the quaking of the heaven. And Michael said unto me, Why art thou disquieted with such a vision? Until this day lasted the day of his mercy, and he hath been merciful and long-suffering towards those who dwell on the earth. And when the day, and the power, and the punishment, and the judgment come, which the Lord of Spirits hath prepared for those who worship not the righteous law, but for those who deny the righteous judgment, and for those who take his name in vain, that day is prepared for the elect a covenant, but for sinners an inquisition. When the punishment of the Lord of Spirits shall rest upon them, it shall rest in order that the punishment of the Lord of Spirits may not come in vain, and it shall slay the children with their mothers, and the children with their fathers. Afterwards the judgment shall take place according to his mercy and his patience. And on that day were two monsters parted, a female monster named Leviathan, to dwell in the abysses of the ocean, over the fountains of the waters. But the male is named Behemoth, who occupied with his breast a waste wilderness named Duodain, on the east of the garden where the elect and righteous dwell, where my grandfather was taken up, the 7th from Adam, the first man whom the Lord of Spirits created. And I besought the other angel that he should show me the might of those monsters, how they were parted on one day, and cast, the one into the abysses of the sea, and the other unto the dry land of the wilderness. And he said to me, Thou son of man, herein thou dost seek to know what is hidden. And the other angel, who went with me and showed me what was hidden, told me what is first and last in the heaven in the height, and beneath the earth in the depth, and at the ends of the heaven, and on the foundation of the heaven, and the chambers of the winds, and how the winds are divided, and how they are weighed, and how the portals of the winds are reckoned, each according to the power of the wind, and the power of the lights of the moon, and according to the power that is fitting, and the divisions of the stars according to their names, and how all the divisions are divided, and the thunders according to the places where they fall, and all the divisions that are made among the lightnings, that it may lighten, and their hosts, that they may at once obey. For the thunder has places of rest assigned to it while it is waiting for its peal, and the thunder and lightning are inseparable, and although not one and undivided, they both go together through the Spirit and separate not. For when the lightning lightens, the thunder utters its voice, and the Spirit enforces a pause during the peal, and divides equally between them. For the treasury of their peals is like the sand, and each one of them, as it peals, is held with a bridle, and turned back by the power of the Spirit, and pushed forward according to the many quarters of the earth. And the spirit of the sea is masculine and strong, and according to the might of his strength he draws it back with a rein, and in like manner it is driven forward, and disperses amid all the mountains of the earth. And the spirit of the hoarfrost is his own angel, and the spirit of the hail is a good angel. And the spirit of the snow has forsaken his chambers on account of his strength. There is a special spirit therein, and that which ascends from it is like smoke, and its name is frost. And the spirit of the mist is not united with them in their chambers, but it has a special chamber, for its course is glorious both in light and in darkness, and in winter and in summer, and in its chamber is an angel. And the spirit of the dew has its dwelling at the ends of the heaven, and is connected with the chambers of the rain, and its course is in winter and summer, and its clouds and the clouds of the mist are connected, and the one gives to the other. And when the spirit of the rain goes forth from its chamber, the angels come and open the chamber and lead it out, and when it is diffused over the whole earth, it unites with the water on the earth, and whensoever it unites with the water on the earth. For the waters are for those who dwell on the earth, for they are nourishment for the earth from the Most High who is in heaven. Therefore there is a measure for the rain, and the angels take it in charge. And these things I saw towards the garden of the righteous. And the angel of peace, who was with me, said to me, These two monsters, prepared conformably to the greatness of God, shall feed. And I saw in those days how long cords were given to those angels, and they took to themselves wings and flew, and they went towards the north. And I asked the angel, saying unto him, Why have those angels taken these cords and gone off? And he said unto me, They have gone to measure. And the angel who went with me said unto me, These shall bring the measures of the righteous, and the ropes of the righteous to the righteous, that they may stay themselves on the name of the Lord of spirits for ever and ever. The elect shall begin to dwell with the elect, and those are the measures which shall be given to faith, and which shall strengthen righteousness. And these measures shall reveal all the secrets of the depths of the earth, and those who have been destroyed by the desert, and those who have been devoured by the beasts, and those who have been devoured by the fish of the sea, that they may return and stay themselves on the day of the elect one. For none shall be destroyed before the Lord of spirits, and none can be destroyed. And all who dwell above in the heaven received a command, and power, and one voice, and one light, like unto fire. And that one, with their first words they blessed and extolled and lauded with wisdom. And they were wise in utterance and in the spirit of life. And the Lord of spirits placed the elect one on the throne of glory, and he shall judge all the works of the holy above in the heaven, and in the balance shall their deeds be weighed. And thus the Lord commanded the kings and the mighty and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, and said, Open your eyes and lift up your horns, if ye are able to recognize the elect one. And the Lord of spirits seated him on the throne of his glory, and the spirit of righteousness was poured out upon him. And the word of his mouth slays all the sinners, and all the unrighteous are destroyed from before his face. And there shall stand up in that day all the kings and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who hold the earth, and they shall see and recognize how he sits on the throne of his glory. And righteousness is judged before him, and no lying word is spoken before him. Then shall pain come upon them as on a woman in travail when her child enters the mouth of the womb, and she has pain in bringing forth. And one portion of them shall look on the other, and they shall be terrified, and they shall be downcast of countenance, and pain shall seize them when they see that Son of Man sitting on the throne of his glory. And the kings and the mighty and all who possess the earth shall bless and glorify and extol him who rules over all, who was hidden. For from the beginning the Son of Man was hidden, and the Most High preserved him in the presence of his might, and revealed him to the elect. And the congregation of the elect and holy shall be sown, and all the elect shall stand before him on that day. And all the kings and the mighty and the exalted and those who rule the earth shall fall down before him on their faces and worship and set their hope upon the Son of Man, and petition him and supplicate for mercy at his hands. Nevertheless, that Lord of spirits will so press them that they shall hastily go forth from his presence, and their faces shall be and their faces shall be filled with shame, and the darkness grow deeper in their faces. And he will deliver them to the angels for punishment, to execute vengeance on them, because they have oppressed his children and his elect. And they shall be a spectacle for the righteous and for his elect. They shall rejoice over them, because the wrath of the Lord of spirits resteth upon them, and his sword is drunk with their blood. And the righteous and elect shall be saved on that day, and they shall never thenceforth see the face of the sinners and unrighteous. And the Lord of spirits will abide over them, and with that Son of Man shall they eat and lie down and rise up for ever and ever. And the righteous and elect shall have risen from the earth, and ceased to be of downcast countenance. And they shall have been clothed with garments of glory, and these shall be the garments of life from the Lord of spirits. And your garments shall not grow old, nor your glory pass away before the Lord of spirits. In those days shall the mighty and the kings who possess the earth implore to grant them a little respite from his angels of punishment, to whom they were delivered, that they might fall down and worship before the Lord of spirits, and confess their sins before him. And they shall bless and glorify the Lord of spirits, and say, Blessed is the Lord of spirits, and the Lord of kings, and the Lord of the mighty, and the Lord of the rich, and the Lord of glory, and the Lord of wisdom, and splendid in every secret thing is thy power from generation to generation, and thy glory for ever and ever. Deep are all thy secrets, and innumerable, and thy righteousness is beyond reckoning. We have now learnt that we should glorify and bless the Lord of kings, and him who is king over all kings. And they shall say, Would that we had rest to glorify and give thanks and confess our faith before his glory. And now we long for a little rest, but find it not. We follow hard upon and obtain not. And light has vanished from before us, and darkness is our dwelling place for ever and ever. For we have not believed before him, nor glorified the name of the Lord of spirits, but our hope was in the sceptre of our kingdom, and in our own glory. And in the day of our suffering and tribulation, he saves us not, and we find no respite for confession that our Lord is true in all his works, and in his judgments and his justice, and his judgments have no respect of persons. And we pass away from before his face on account of our works, and all our sins are reckoned up in righteousness. Now they shall say unto themselves, Our souls are full of unrighteous gain, but it does not prevent us from descending from the midst thereof into the burden of Sheol. And after that their faces shall be filled with darkness and shame before that Son of Man, and they shall be driven from his presence, and the sword shall abide before his face in their midst. Thus spake the Lord of spirits, This is the ordinance and judgment with respect to the mighty and the kings and the exalted and those who possess the earth before the Lord of spirits. And other forms I saw hidden in that place. I heard the voice of the angel saying, These are the angels who descended to the earth and revealed what was hidden to the children of men, and seduced the children of men into committing sin. Oh, get a bit tongue-tied, reading for a while now. That is the end of the third parable. I'm very pleased with this view of Earth. I think it looks... Let's just get those lights in again. It's pretty cool. Yes, Cyber. Deep. Deep cut. I think it was so long that there were bits at the very beginning that I was like, damn. Honestly, it's like if you took a geezer from back in time, and it is kind of de facto being recorded, Trononica. Like, it's all streamed, in it, so I can just pull the recording and then cut it. I'm not clicking record locally though, because it's going to be hours and hours, and it's just, yeah. Well, the thing is, so even if, like, the language that I'm trying to really think about our structure, what I'm trying to say here. Like, if UAPs are legit, which the United States federal government is actively stating they are, right? That is that is scientific fact now. In our current experience, like on the 13th of June, 2026, at 13 minutes past 3 in the afternoon, in the United Kingdom, it is true that all NATO governments are currently lock and step on the reality that there is a threat or there is a capability demonstrating performance characteristics in our airspaces that we cannot intercept or scientifically explain. And it's been happening seemingly for as long as records have existed. And my position is that this book is literally describing Enoch's account of being abducted by these beings in a manner that was like a peer collegiate attempt to engage with him and educate him on how their technology works, on why he needs to do certain things, on why certain things are going to happen. I think, like, maybe I'm insane, I don't know. The bit that wrinkles my brain is when you add in the possibility of time. Like, that's the bit that's like, say there was a time travel machine and I now at 14 minutes past I time travel forwards to the year 5000, but in this exact spot, and what I experience for like 5 minutes is I'm in this chair still and the house is still here because it's been protected like the ship of Theseus. It's been, and like, because I wanted it to be, for this to make sense, right? And we've actually, what it means then is I can then remember when I'm in that future that we did do the exponential thing and we managed to like work out science and make it so that we don't have to die. We gave ourselves eternal life. We became the elect that is described in this as a species. I'm talking here as a eminence of consciousness aligned along like what Homo sapiens is. Or not. Maybe the reason that the Catholics and everyone disregard this is because they think it's bollocks. It could also be, do you know what I mean? But then so could any of the others. That's what's so rough. So, I mean, the Book of Noah is about Noah's life. Like, so obviously, or not obviously, so Enoch is Noah's grandfather. So while this is this happened to Enoch at a point in his life, he was abducted and told all this stuff, and then he comes back and he lives his life, and he lives his life based on having this knowledge, which gives him incredible credibility amongst other humans, and they all follow him, and he's essentially a king. He's essentially like the first prophet on Earth, and people follow him, people believe, people listen to his instruction, and they seem to have. Therefore, you know, it was powerful enough, and so many people were touched in their lives at that time by this message and this story that they chose to dedicate part of their parenting time with their loving, like with their children, to teaching this story. And that's the reason that it's reflected down in so many different cultures ever since like time immemorial. That's what I find beautiful about it. So we should just continue and read it all, because I was going to skip the Book of Noah, but it is critical, and there is actually really interesting context added, like to the... There's more nuance about, you know, the lived experience of being Enoch and having this knowledge and having to build a family and raise a family and manage the land and manage the people and have this knowledge and this contact with this other force. It's fascinating. What I hope is that when I get this all cut up from the live stream, and then I'll post it as videos with, like, obviously the Earth in the background. I hope that it can just exist on the internet, and I'll release it as like loads of separate videos for each chapter, and then it can just exist as something that whenever people Google it, they might be able to just listen to it and just have it in the background, see the imagery of Earth bumbling along. Hopefully it's a nice little contribution. So yeah, I like, when imagine right now, like, your job is to explain how the frameshift drive in Elite Dangerous works, but you have to go to North Sentinel Island and explain it to a tribe person there that lives in a hunter-gatherer community. And you're allowed to, in advance, you're allowed to completely learn their language and everything. But you have to explain how the frameshift drive in Elite Dangerous lets you jump to another star. And what you have to also do is take a laptop with you and a VR headset and put it on him and then do a jump. Watch him just break down. And he would describe what he saw as it was like a horrific giant burning mess with pillars of fire, you know, like it. And imagine that, like, they told their kids, and then their kids told their kids, and they kept on telling each other this story because it was so important, and it's mad. Right, we continue on our journey with chapter 1 in the Book of Noah, which is the third book in the Book of Enoch. Chapter 1, titled Birth of Noah. And after some days, my son Methuselah took a wife for his son Lamech, and she became pregnant by him and bore a son. And his body was white as snow and red as the blooming of a rose, and the hair of his head and his long locks were white as wool, and his eyes beautiful. And when he opened his eyes, he lighted up the whole house like the sun, and the whole house was very bright. And thereupon he rose in the hands of the midwife, opened his mouth, and conversed with the Lord of righteousness. And his father Lamech was afraid of him, and fled, and came to his father Methuselah. And he said unto him, I have begotten a strange son, diverse from and unlike man, and resembling the sons of the God of heaven. And his nature is different, and he is not like us. And his eyes are as the rays of the sun, and his countenance is glorious. And it seems to me that he is not sprung from me, but from the angels. And I fear that in his days a wonder may be wrought on the earth. And now, my father, I am here to petition thee and implore thee that thou mayest go to Enoch, our father, and learn from him the truth, for his dwelling place is amongst the angels. And when Methuselah heard the words of his son, he came to me to the ends of the earth, for he had heard that I was there. And he cried aloud, and I heard his voice, and I came to him. And I said unto him, Behold, here am I, my son, wherefore hast thou come to me? And he answered and said, Because of a great cause of anxiety that I have come to thee, and because of a disturbing vision have I approached. And now, my father, hear me. Unto Lamech my son there hath been born a son, the like of whom there is none, and his nature is not like man's nature, and the colour of his body is whiter than snow, and redder than the bloom of a rose, and the hair of his head is whiter than white wool, and his eyes are like the rays of the sun. And he opened his eyes, and thereupon lighted up the whole house. And he arose in the hands of the midwife, and opened his mouth, and blessed the Lord of heaven. And his father Lamech became afraid, and fled to me, and did not believe that he was sprung from him, but that he was in the likeness of the angels of heaven. And behold, I have come to thee, that thou mayest make known to me the truth. And I, Enoch, answered and said unto him, The Lord will do a new thing on the earth, and this I have already seen in a vision. And make known to thee that in the generation of my father Jared, some of the aliens of heaven transgressed the word of the Lord. And behold, they commit sin and transgress the law, and have united themselves with women and commit sin with them, and have married some of them, and have begot children with them. And they shall produce on the earth giants, not according to the spirit, but according to the flesh, and there shall be a great punishment on the earth, and the earth shall be cleansed from all impurity. Yea, there shall come a great destruction over the whole earth, and there shall be a deluge and a great destruction for 1 year. And this son who has been born unto you shall be left on the earth, and his 3 children shall be saved with him. When all mankind that are on the earth shall die, he and his sons shall be saved. And now make known to thy son Lamech, that he who has been born is in truth his son, and call his name Noah, for he shall be left to you, and he and his sons shall be saved from the destruction which shall come upon the earth on account of all the sin and all the unrighteousness which shall be consummated on the earth in his days. And after that there shall be still more unrighteousness than that which is first consummated on the earth. For I know the mysteries of the holy ones, for he, the Lord, has showed me and informed me, and I have read in the heavenly tablets. And I saw written on them that generation upon generation shall transgress, till a generation of righteousness arises, and transgression is destroyed, and sin passes away from the earth, and all manner of good comes upon it. And now, my son, go, and make known to thy son Lamech that this son which has been born is in truth his son, and that is no lie. And when Methuselah had heard the words of his father Enoch, for he had shown to him everything in secret, he returned and showed to him and called the name of that son Noah, for he will comfort the earth after all the destruction. I'm blasting on, guys. Chapter 2, Calling Enoch. So this, I think, is going to be like analysing in more depth the process of actually getting in contact with him. And in those days, Noah saw the earth, that it had sunk down, and its destruction was nigh. And he arose from thence, and went to the ends of the earth, and cried aloud to his grandfather Enoch. Noah said 3 times with an embittered voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me, hear me. And I said unto him, Tell me what it is that is falling out on the earth, that the earth is in such evil plight and shaken, lest perchance I shall perish with it. And thereupon there was a great commotion on the earth, and a voice was heard from heaven, and I fell on my face. And Enoch, my grandfather, came and stood by me, and said unto me, Why hast thou cried unto me with a bitter cry and weeping? A command has gone forth from the presence of the Lord concerning those who dwell on the earth, that their ruin is accomplished, because they have learned all the secrets of the angels, and all the violence of the Satans, and all their powers, the most secret ones, and all the power of those who practice sorcery, and the power of witchcraft, and the power of those who make molten images, for the whole earth, and how silver is produced from the dust of the earth, and how soft metal originates in the earth, for lead and tin are not produced from the earth like the first. It is a fountain that produces them, and an angel stands therein, and that angel is preeminent. And after that my grandfather Enoch took hold of me by my hand, and raised me up, and said unto me, Go, for I have asked the Lord of Spirits as touching this commotion on the earth. And he said unto me, Because of their unrighteousness their judgment has been determined upon, and shall not be withheld by me forever. Because of the sorceries which they have searched out and learnt, the earth and those who dwell upon it shall be destroyed. And these they have no place of repentance forever, because they have shown them what was hidden, and they are the damned. But as for thee, my son, the Lord of Spirits knows that thou art pure, and guiltless of this reproach concerning the secrets. And he has destined thy name to be among the holy, and will preserve thee amongst those who dwell on the earth, and has destined thy righteous seed both for kingship and for great honours, and from thy seed shall proceed a fountain of the righteous and holy, without number forever. And after that he showed me the angels of punishment, who are prepared to come and let loose all the powers of the waters which are beneath in the earth, in order to bring judgment and destruction on all who dwell on the earth. And the Lord of Spirits gave commandment to the angels who were going forth, that they should not cause the waters to rise, but should hold them in check. For those angels were over the powers of the waters. And I went away from the presence of Enoch. Chapter 3. Judgment of Angels. And in those days the word of God came unto me, and he said unto me, Noah, thy lot has come up before me, a lot without blame, a lot of love and uprightness. And now the angels are working, and when they have completed their task I will place my hand upon it and preserve it, and there shall come forth from it the seed of life, and a change shall set in, so that the earth will not remain without inhabitant. And I will make fast thy seed before me forever and ever, and I will spread abroad those who dwell with thee. It shall not be unfruitful on the face of the earth, but it shall be blessed, and multiply on the earth in the name of the Lord. And he will imprison those angels who have shown unrighteousness in that burning valley which my grandfather Enoch had formerly shown to me, in the west, among the mountains of gold and silver and iron and soft metal and tin. And I saw that valley in which there was a great convulsion, and a convulsion of the waters. And when all this took place, from that fiery molten metal, and from the convulsion thereof in that place, there was produced a smell of sulphur. And it was connected with those waters, and that valley of the angels who had led astray burned beneath that land. And through its valleys proceed streams of fire, where these angels are punished, who had led astray those who dwell upon the earth. But those waters shall in those days serve for the kings, and the mighty, and the exalted, and those who dwell on the earth, for the healing of the body, but for the punishment of the spirit. Now their spirit is full of lust, and they may be punished in their body. For they have denied the Lord of Spirits, and see their punishment daily, and yet believe not in his name. And in proportion as the burning of their bodies becomes severe, a corresponding change shall take place in their spirit forever and ever. For before the Lord of Spirits none shall utter an idle word. For the judgment shall come upon them, because they believe in the lust of their body, and deny the Spirit of the Lord. And those same waters will undergo a change in those days, for when those angels are punished in these water springs shall change their temperature. And when the angels ascend, this water of the springs shall change and become cold. And I heard Michael answering, and saying, This judgment wherewith the angels are judged is a testimony for the kings and the mighty who possess the earth, because these waters of judgment minister to the healing of the body of the kings and the lust of their body. Therefore they will not see and will not believe that those waters will change and become a fire which burns forever. Man, There's one more chapter in the Book of Noah, titled The Secrets of the Parables. The last 2 chapters were pretty badass. I wonder what an embittered voice is. Like, somehow Noah summoned Enoch from space. It's so crazy how Enoch literally speaks from the perspective of not being on Earth, you know? Like, when he talks about, and he reminds the reader, he's like, they're on Earth. Do you know what I mean? It's like, what? I'm not. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's, Do you think maybe the angels are just different ships? So not necessarily called like Michael. Maybe because at the beginning they talk about how each of the named angels has a host of. They have a crew, right? Like, and the angels are meant to be able to fly and travel around and become like they can appear anywhere out of thin air, right? It's very interesting, eh? See, I'd think of it more like I genuinely I just think when they talk about like the Lord of Spirits and Michael and Raphael, I think these are just literally like officers in like a federation of some species. I really do. Like, I think that it's been, like, recounted and restated over generations, right? This story. And obviously we got other stories. Like, we got contemporaneous people, like, alive today that say they've also been up and had experiences with these creatures. But they don't come back and say that they can name them all. And that they explain all their technology to them and stuff, right? It generally seems to be that they just do a bunch of weird experiments on you and then send you back. So, why would their relationship to us have changed so much? Unless there are just multiple species, and there was an event in the last few thousand years where a spacefaring civilization interacted with us. Like, what if it's a case that... Because, like, so one thing that is known within science is we can't directly explain why humanity so rapidly develops massive brains. Like, our brains are disproportionately large, and we get how we sustain it biologically, but we still can't explain the environmental pressure that facilitated that. Like, there is a huge portion of it that is just simply the invention or discovery of fire and the ability to control fire, and therefore use an external fuel source to denature proteins and therefore we don't need to do it in our gastrointestinal system. That's a massive deal. Like, it means that you can externalize part of your digestion process and essentially just eat the meat in a form that you can immediately use to build muscle rather than it being locked up and bioactive. So, like, that did do a big deal, and perhaps that is just fully self-explanatory, I don't know. But I don't know, I think there is room for the idea that humanity has been nudged or designed. And it could be that if there is generic bunch of life that has advanced technology, like the ability to travel between stars, similar to Elite, like, maybe they do have a mandate where when they find planets that are capable of supporting certain archetypes of life, they have a duty to sort of ensure that it's on a path to thrive. And perhaps this team were there, they found Earth, and there were a bunch of primates and all different species, and their duty is to, like, come down, do a bunch of science, see how stuff's all evolved, what the situation is, get to grips with it, and just by rogue, like, we developed and looked similar in some way to them, and they started interbreeding, and that isn't what's meant to happen, right? But then if that's the case, and then at some point in the history of Earth that event happened, and now it's fact, right? Like, the other species involved in this galactic exploration situation are now not aware. Maybe Earth then becomes a free-for-all, and there's other species coming here to do science and that, right? And that's why now in our time we just have random occasions where someone just gets yoinked out of their bedroom, and then they get, like, they come back and they have, like, physical objects implanted in their body with no obvious entry wounds, or, do you know what I mean? Like, there are literally, all that stuff is in the war.gov files, which we'll be probably looking at this afternoon at some point. So, I think right now that's, like, when I read the Book of Enoch at this time, given the knowledge of, like, what's happening in Disclosure and stuff, I'm starting to question if maybe that's the true history of Earth. I wish Graham Hancock could hear this. I recently listened to his Diary of a CEO podcast. I don't often listen to Diary of a CEO, but he looked really ill in the thumbnail, and he's not well, so I hope he makes it through his surgery, and I hope I could one day talk to him about this, because I really think I'm onto something. Anyway, let's read Chapter 4, Secrets of the Parables, in the Book of Noah. Oh, pardon me, hang on, I'm burping a bit. Oh, that was nice. Chapter 4, Secrets of the Parables. And after that, my grandfather Enoch gave me the teaching of all the secrets in the book in the parables, which had been given to him, and he put them together for me in the words of the book of the parables. And on that day Michael answered Raphael and said, "The power of the Spirit transports and makes me to tremble because of the severity of the judgment of the secrets, the judgment of the angels. Who can endure the severe judgment which has been executed, and before which they melt away?" And Michael answered again, and said to Raphael, "Who is he whose heart is not softened concerning it, and whose reins are not troubled by his word of judgment that has gone forth upon them, because of those who have thus led them out?" And it came to pass, when he stood before the Lord of Spirits, Michael said thus to Raphael, "I will not take their part under the eye of the Lord, for the Lord of Spirits has been angry with them, because they do as if they were the Lord. Therefore all that is hidden shall come upon them forever and ever, for neither angel nor man shall have his portion, but alone they have received their judgment forever and ever. And after this judgment they shall terrify and make them to tremble, because they have shown this to those who dwell on the earth. And behold the names of those angels. The first of them is Samjaza, the second Artakifa, and the third Amen, and fourth Cockable, the fifth Turael, the sixth Rumjal, the seventh Danjul, the eighth Nekael, the ninth Barakel, the 10th Azazel, the 11th Armaros, the 12th Batajal, the 13th Busasajel, it's Busasejul, the 14th Hananel, the 15th Turel, and the 16th Simapesiel, the 17th, Jeterel, the 18th, Tumael, the 19th, Teorel, the 20th, Rumael, and the 21st, Azazel. And these are the chiefs of their angels and their names, and their chief ones over hundreds, and over 50s, and over 10s. The name of the first Jekon, that is, the one who led astray the sons of God, and brought them down to the earth, and led them astray through the daughters of men. And the second was named Asbeel. He imparted to the holy sons of God evil counsel, and led them astray, so that they defiled their bodies with the daughters of men. And the third was named Gadriel. He it is who showed the children of men all the blows of death, and he led astray Eve, and showed the shield, and the coat of mail, and the sword for battle, and all the weapons of death to the children of men. And from his hand they have proceeded against those who dwell on the earth from that day and forevermore. And the fourth was named Penumu. He taught the children of men the bitter and the sweet, and he taught them all the secrets of their wisdom. And he instructed mankind in writing with ink and paper, and thereby many sinned from eternity to eternity and until this day. For men were not created for such a purpose, to give confirmation to their good faith with pen and ink. For men were created exactly like the angels, to the intent that they should continue pure and righteous, and death, which destroys everything, could not have taken hold of them, but through this their knowledge they are perishing, and through this power it is consuming them. And the fifth was named Casdasia. This is he who showed the children of men all the wicked smithings of spirits and demons, and the smitings of the embryo in the womb, that it may pass away, and the bites of the serpent, and the smitings which befall through the noontide heat the son of the serpent named Tabayet. And this is the task of Casbeel, the chief of the oath which he showed to the holy ones when he dwelt high above in glory, and its name is Beka. This angel requested Michael to show him the hidden name, that he might enunciate it in the oath, so that those might quake before that name and oath who revealed all that was in secret to the children of men. And this is the power of this oath, for it is powerful and strong, and he placed this oath, Akai, in the hand of Michael. These are the secrets of this oath, and they are strong through his oath. The heaven was suspended before the world was created, and forever. And through it the earth was founded upon the water, and from the secret recesses of the mountains come beautiful waters from the creation of the world and unto eternity. And through that oath the sea was created, and as its foundations he set for it the sand against the time of anger, and it dare not pass beyond it from the creation of the world unto eternity. And through that oath are the depths made fast and abide and stir not from their place from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the sun and the moon complete their course and deviate not from their ordinance from eternity to eternity. And through that oath the stars complete their course, and he calls them by their names, and they answer him from eternity to eternity. And this oath is mighty over them, and through it their paths are preserved, and their course is not destroyed. And there was great joy amongst them, and they blessed and glorified and extolled, because the name of that Son of Man had been revealed unto them. And he sat on the throne of his glory, and the sum of judgment was given unto the Son of Man, and he caused the sinners to pass away and be destroyed from off the face of the earth, and those who have led the world astray. With chains shall they be bound, and in their assemblage placed the destruction shall they be imprisoned, and all their works vanish from the face of the earth. And from henceforth there shall be nothing corruptible, for that Son of Man has appeared, and has seated himself on the throne of his glory. All evil shall pass away before his face, and the word of that Son of Man shall go forth, and be strong before the Lord of spirits. Book of Noah was heavy, man. Book of Noah was heavy. It's well depressing, the Book of Noah, mate. I don't know. I feel really down about it, dude. Do you know what I mean? I don't know. It's just like, it sucks. Why? Why are they smashing everything up? They need to chill out, man. Like, stop fucking our chicks and just fuck off. So I feel like that's kind of it. Like, it's fascinating. I feel like I'm learning more about the history of humanity from reading this than anything else. Now, the next book is titled The Kingdom of Heaven. Today, Guru, we are reading the Book of Enoch whilst in orbit of our sweet home. Rack up a bowl, relax. My voice is starting to fail me. I'm actually not certain I'm going to be able to read the whole thing fully and do it justice. I might have to come back because it's hard going. It's a hard read. I'm trying my best to keep it flowing in a way that hopefully means listening to it is a little bit less hard than reading it directly. Do you know what I mean? Because sometimes the way that it's syntactically presented, this older presentation style, it when you're reading it, you can get really caught up in it, right? Like, I have to just go into a pure flow state where I just read it into words, and hopefully I can read ahead enough that I can accentuate the correct parts. Often I mess it up. It's not easy. So the thing is, like, this next book proper revisits everything that we've already done. I think we might... I want to skip the Luminaries one, because it's just about loads of different stars and that. And it's like loads of... like, pseudo-sensible... like, what am I trying to say? I don't know. I kind of feel like we should just read it, but I wouldn't... Let's just go for it, shall we? So, Book 4, The Kingdom of Heaven. Chapter 1, Enoch is taken. And it came to pass after this that his name during his lifetime was raised aloft to that Son of Man, and to the Lord of Spirits, from amongst those who dwell on the earth. And he was raised aloft on the chariots of the Spirit, and his name vanished among them. And from that day I was no longer numbered amongst them, and he set me between the two winds, between the north and the west, where the angels took the cords to measure for me the place for the elect and righteous. And there I saw the first fathers and the righteous who from the beginning dwell in that place. And it came to pass after this that my spirit was translated, and it ascended into the heavens. I saw the holy sons of God. They were stepping on flames of fire. Their garments were white, and their faces shone like snow. And I saw two streams of fire, and the light of that fire shone like hyacinth, and I fell on my face before the Lord of Spirits. And the angel Michael seized me by my right hand, and lifted me up, and led me forth into all the secrets. And he showed me all the secrets of righteousness. And he showed me all the secrets of the ends of the heaven, and all the chambers of all the stars, and all the luminaries, whence they proceed before the face of the holy ones. And he translated my spirit into the heaven of heavens, and I saw there as it were a structure built of crystals, and between those crystals tongues of living fire. And my spirit saw the girdle which girt that house of fire, and on its four sides were streams full of living fire, and they girt that house. And round about were Seraphin, Cherubic, and Ophanin, and these are they who slept not, and guard the throne of his glory. And I saw angels who could not be counted, 1,000 thousands, and 10,000 times 10,000, encircling that house. And Michael, and Raphael, and Gabriel, and Phanuel, and the holy angels who are above the heavens go in and out of that house. And they came forth from that house, and Michael, and Gabriel, Raphael, and Phanuel, and many holy angels without number. And with them the head of days, his head white and pure as wool, and his raiment indescribable. And I fell on my face, and my whole body became relaxed, and my spirit was transfigured. And I cried with a loud voice with the spirit of power, and blessed and glorified and extolled. And these blessings which went forth out of my mouth were well pleasing before that head of days. And that head of days came with Michael and Gabriel, Raphael and Phanuel, thousands and 10,000s of angels without number. And he came to me and greeted me with his voice, and said unto me, This is the Son of Man, who is born unto righteousness, and righteousness abides over him, and the righteousness of the head of days forsakes him not. And he said unto me, He proclaims unto thee peace in the name of the world to come. For from hence has proceeded peace since the creation of the world, and so shall it be unto thee forever and forever and ever. And all shall walk in his ways, since righteousness never forsaketh him. With him will be their dwelling places, and with him their heritage, and they shall not be separated from him forever and ever and ever. And so there shall be length of days with that Son of Man, and the righteous shall have peace and an upright way in the name of the Lord of spirits forever and ever. So like literally that is just, again, it's like Enoch being taken to wherever he goes in the sky. But he also mentions here that the outcome of this was that he was placed, he was given long life and put in the Black Knight satellite. I think that's my theory. I think, but I'm a bit mental, so I wouldn't worry about it. I don't know. Obviously, I don't know. Just when I read this, and with all of the things I know of, or like I've researched in the past, and I believe have credibility, like the Black Knight satellite is very possibly some sort of early space plane. It's very possibly that. But given that we've now got the current evidence looking at historical telescope plates from before the 50s, before there were rockets, before the concept of sending something into orbit was even like a viable engineering challenge, we have like loads and loads of ancient and old plates that were taken and loads of documentary evidence, and they are now starting to reassess them all and finding loads of evidence of stuff moving in near Earth orbit. Nice, Cyber. Yeah, I mean, I'm enjoying this view. Like, isn't that one hell of a view? But if anyone wants to go anywhere cool, and then let me know, and I can multi-crew into you, and then I can also, you can also just chill, and I can use your scene, you know? So the next chapter, chapter 2, is titled The Luminaries, and it's really, really long. But what I want to be clear is, I think it's literally explaining how their ships work. But to someone who doesn't even know what electricity is, right? Someone who doesn't even know about an energy waterfall. Someone who's got, like, probably a genetic IQ ceiling of what we would today count in, like, the 60s. Right? Like, just based on where the genetic code was then. I mean, if you're going to be jumping about and stuff, I'd want it to just be like you're checked out and just like what I'm doing now, but somewhere else slightly different, you know? If you're actively jumping, then that would be a bit loud in the background, but if you fancy just monging out somewhere and I can use the view for a bit, then I'm chill. But I think I'm going to get stuck into Chapter 2, the Luminaries. Let's do it. Let's ship it. I remember this bit because this is where we start getting into Uriel. Uriel gives loads of information that's interesting. Pardon me. Nice, Cyber. 113 verses. I know, this is a lot. Chapter 2. The Luminaries. The book of the courses of the luminaries of the heaven, the relations of each, according to their classes, their dominion and their seasons, according to their names and places of origin, and according to their months, which Uriel, the holy angel, who was with me, who is their guide, showed me. And he showed me all their laws exactly as they are, and how it is with regard to all the years of the world and unto eternity, till the new creation is accomplished, which dureth till eternity. And this is the first law of the luminaries. The luminary, the sun, has its rising in the eastern portals of the heaven, and its setting in the western portals of the heaven. And I saw 6 portals in which the sun rises, and 6 portals in which the sun sets, and the moon rises and sets in these portals, and the leaders of the stars and those whom they lead, 6 in the east and 6 in the west, and all following each other in accurately corresponding order. Also many windows to the right and left of these portals. And first there goes forth the great luminary, named the sun, and his circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and he is quite filled with illuminating and heating fire. The chariot on which he ascends, the chariot on which he ascends, the wind drives, and the sun goes down from the heaven and returns through the north in order to reach the east, and is so guided that he comes to the appropriate portal and shines in the face of the heaven. In this way he rises in the first month in the great portal, which is the 4th, and in that 4th portal from which the sun rises in the first month are 12 window openings, from which proceed a flame when they are opened in their season. When the sun rises in the heaven, he comes forth through that 4th portal 30 mornings in succession, and sets accurately in the 4th portal in the west of the heaven. And during this period the day becomes daily longer, and the night nightly shorter to the 30th morning. On that day, the day is longer than the night by a 9th part, and the day amounts exactly to 10 parts, and the night to 8 parts. And the sun rises from that 4th portal and sets in the 4th, and returns to the 5th portal of the east 30 mornings, and rises from it, and sets in the 5th portal. And then the day becomes longer by 2 parts, and amounts to 11 parts, and the night becomes shorter, and amounts to 7 parts. And it returns to the east, and enters into the 6th portal, and rises and sets in the 6th portal 31 mornings on account of its sign. On that day the day becomes longer than the night, and the day becomes double the night, and the day becomes 12 parts, and the night is shortened and becomes 6 parts. And the sun mounts up to make the day shorter and the night longer, and the sun returns to the east and enters into the 6th portal and rises from it and sets 30 mornings. And when 30 mornings are accomplished, the day decreases by exactly 1 part, and becomes 11 parts, and the night 7. And the sun goes forth from that 6th portal in the west, and goes to the east, and rises in the 5th portal for 30 mornings, and sets in the west again, in the 5th western portal. I'm just going to interrupt for a sec, because I remember this a lot. I remember reading the whole thing before. And it don't stop. It's just this the whole way. It's literally describing the relationship of the moon's orbit and the seasons and the precession of the equinox as well. So, like, that's what this is describing. It's like, it is a really valuable sacred text. It, like, if this is the same knowledge that is encoded in the Great Pyramid of Giza, which is about, like, the position of true north, the exact dimensions of the Earth, and the fact that the North Star isn't always the same because we have an axial tilt, right? Which you only can acknowledge if you have quite advanced astronomy over a long period of time. Like, so it's very interesting. Now, whether this is scientifically accurate, I'm not sure. I think the portal concept is tied to what constellations are present in those locations, what he's describing. But he's talking about the location of the sunrise and sunset at different times of the year. When he talks about the portals, that's what he's talking about. He's like, at sunset, if you're out in the open, just away from civilization, like you go to Stonehenge or something, at sunset, when you look out, you can just see that would be where that portal is. And obviously where they didn't have any lights and stuff, I feel like it literally does just keep going like this for ages. I don't want to keep reading that because it's just annoying. Like, you all understand that some days are longer than others, right? Oh, fuck it. There was only 10 more. Chapter 23, or verse 23. And the sun rises from that third portal, and sets in the third portal in the west, and returns to the east, and for 30 mornings rises in the second portal in the east, and in like manner sets in the second portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night amounts to 11 parts, and the day to 7 parts. And the sun rises on that day from that second portal, and sets in the west in the second portal, and returns to the east into the first portal for 31 mornings, and sets in the first portal in the west of the heaven. And on that day the night becomes longer, and amounts to the double of the day, and the night amounts exactly to 12 parts, and the day to 6. And the sun has traversed the divisions of his orbit, and turns again on those divisions of his orbit, and enters that portal 30 mornings, and sets also in the west opposite to it. And on that night has the night decreased in length by a 9th part, and the night has become 11 parts, and the day 7 parts. And the sun has returned, and entered into the second portal in the east, and returns on those his divisions of his orbit for 30 mornings, rising and setting. And on that day the night decreases in length, and the night amounts to 10 parts, and the day to 8. And on that day the sun rises from that portal, and sets in the west, and returns to the east, and rises in the third portal for 31 mornings, and sets in the west of the heaven. On that day the night decreases, and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts, and the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly as to its day 364. And the length of the day and of the night, and the shortness of the day and of the night arise. Through the course of the sun these distinctions are made. So it comes that its course becomes daily longer, and its course nightly shorter. And this is the law and the course of the sun, and his return as often as he returns 60 times, and rises for ever and ever. And that which rises is the great luminary, and is so named according to its appearance, according as the Lord commanded. As he rises, so he sets, and decreases not, and rests not, but runs day and night. And his light is 7-fold brighter than that of the moon, but as regards size they are both equal. And after this law I saw another law dealing with the smaller luminary, which is named the moon. And her circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and her chariot in which she rides is driven by the wind, and light is given to her in measure. And her rising and setting change every month, and her days are like the days of the sun. And when her light is uniform, it amounts to the 7th part of the light of the sun, and thus she rises, and her first phase in the east comes forth in the 30th morning, and on that day she becomes visible and constitutes for you the first phase of the moon on the 30th day, together with the sun in the portal where the sun rises. And the 1/2 of her goes forth by a 7th part, and her whole circumference is empty, without light, with the exception of 1/7 part of it, the 14th part of her light. And when she receives 1/7 part of the half of her light amounts to 1/7 part and the half thereof. And she sets with the sun, and when the sun rises, the moon rises with him, and receives the half of 1 part of light. And in that night, in the beginning of her morning, in the commencement of the lunar day, the moon sets with the sun, and is invisible that night with the 14 parts and the half of one of them. And she rises on that day with exactly a 7th part, and comes forth and recedes from the rising of the sun. And in her remaining days she becomes bright in the 13 parts. And I saw another course, a law for her, how according to that law she performs her monthly revolution. And all these Uriel, the holy angel who is the leader of them all, showed to me, and their positions, and I wrote down their positions as he showed them to me, and I wrote down their months as they were, and the appearance of their lights, till 15 days were accomplished. In single 7th parts she accomplishes all her light in the east, and in single 7th parts accomplishes all her darkness in the west. And in certain months she alters her settings, and in certain months she pursues her own peculiar course. In 2 months the moon sets with the sun. In those 2 middle portals, the 3rd and the 4th, she goes forth for 7 days, and turns about and returns again through the portal where the sun rises, and accomplishes all her light, and she recedes from the sun. And in 8 days enters the 6th portal from which the sun goes forth. And when the sun goes forth from the 4th portal, she goes forth 7 days, until she goes forth from the 5th, and turns back again in 7 days into the 4th portal, and accomplishes all her light. And she recedes and enters into the 1st portal in 8 days, and she returns again in 7 days into the 4th portal from which the sun goes forth. Thus I saw their position, how the moons rose and the sun set in those days. And if 5 years are added together, the sun has an overplus of 30 days, and all the days which accrue to it for one of those 5 years, when they are full, amount to 364. And the overplus of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days. In 5 years, 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun and stars to the number of 30 days. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so that they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto eternity, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. In 3 years there are 1092 days, and in 5 years 1820 days, so that in 8 years there are 2912 days. For the moon alone the days amount in 3 years to 1062 days, and in 5 years she falls 50 days behind to the sun. To the sum there is 5 to be added, 62 days. And in 5 years there are 1770 days, so that for the moon the days 6 in 8 years amount to 21,832 days. For in 8 years she falls behind to the amount of 80 days. All the 17 days she falls behind in 8 years are 80. And the year is accurately completed in conformity with their world stations and the stations of the sun, which rise from the portals through which it rises and sets 30 days. And the leaders of the heads of the thousands, who are placed over the whole creation and over all the stars, have also to do with the 4 intercalary days, being inseparable from their office according to the reckoning of the year, and these render service on the 4 days which are not reckoned in the reckoning of the year. And owing to them men go wrong therein, for those luminaries truly render service on the world stations, one in the 1st portal, one in the third portal of the heaven, one in the fourth portal, and one in the sixth portal, and the exactness of the year is accomplished through its separate 364 stations. For the signs and the times and the years and the days the angel Uriel showed to me, whom the Lord of glory hath set forever over all the luminaries of the heaven and in the world, that they should rule on the face of the heaven and be seen on the earth and be leaders for the day and the night, and all the ministering creatures which make their revolution in all the chariots of the heaven. In like manner 12 doors Uriel showed me open in the circumference of the sun's chariot in the heaven, through which the rays of the sun break forth, and from them is warmth diffused over the earth, when they are opened at their appointed seasons. And for the winds and the spirit of the dew, when they are opened, standing open in the heavens at the ends. As for the 12 portals in the heaven at the ends of the earth, out of which go forth the sun, moon, and stars, and all the works of heaven in the east and in the west, there are many windows open to the left and right of them, and one window at its season produces warmth, corresponding to those doors from which the stars come forth according as he has commanded them, and wherein they set corresponding to their number. And I saw chariots in the heaven, running in the world, above those portals in which revolved the stars that never set. And one is larger than all the rest, and it is that makes its course through the entire world. And at the ends of the earth I saw 12 portals open to all the quarters from which the winds go forth and blow over the earth. 3 of them are open on the face of the heavens, and 3 in the west, and 3 on the right of the heaven, and 3 on the left. And the 3 first are those of the east, and 3 are of the north, and 3 after those on the left of the south, and 3 of the west. Through 4 of these come winds of blessing and prosperity, and from those 8 come hurtful winds. When they are sent, they bring destruction on all the earth and on the water upon it, and all who dwell thereon, and on everything which is in the water and on the land. And the first wind from those portals, called the east wind, comes forth through the first portal which is in the east, inclining towards the south. From it come forth desolation, drought, heat, and destruction. And through the second portal in the middle comes what is fitting, and from it there come rain and fruitfulness and prosperity and dew. And through the third portal which lies toward the north come cold and drought. And after these come forth the south winds through 3 portals. Through the first portal of them inclining to the east comes forth a hot wind. And through the middle portal next to it there come forth fragrant smells, and dew, and rain, and prosperity, and health. And through the third portal lying to the west come forth dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And after these the north winds. From the 7th portal in the east come dew, and rain, locusts, and desolation. And from the middle portal come in a direct direction health and rain and dew and prosperity. And through the third portal in the west come cloud and hoarfrost, and snow and rain and dew and locusts. And after these 4 are the west winds. Through the first portal adjoining the north come forth dew and hoarfrost, and cold and snow and frost. And from the middle portal come forth dew and rain, and prosperity and blessing. And through the last portal, which adjoins the south, come forth drought and desolation, and burning and destruction. And the 12 portals of the 4 quarters of the heaven are therewith completed, and all their laws, and all their plagues, and all their benefactions have I shown to thee, my son Methuselah. And the first quarter is called the east, because it is the first, and the second the south, because the Most High will descend there. Yea, there in quite a special sense will he who is blessed forever descend. And the west quarter is named the diminished, because there are all the luminaries of heaven wane and go down. And the 4th quarter, named the north, is divided into 3 parts. The first of them is for the dwelling of men, and the second contains seas of water, and the abysses, and forests, and rivers, and darkness, and clouds. And the first part contains the garden of righteousness. The third part, I did say that, didn't I? The third part contains the garden of righteousness. I saw 7 high mountains, higher than all the mountains which are on the earth, and thence comes forth hoarfrost, and days, seasons, and years pass away. I saw 7 rivers on the earth, larger than all the rivers. One of them, coming from the west, pours its waters into the great sea. And these 2 come from the north to the sea, and pour their waters into the Erythraean Sea in the east. And the remaining 4 come forth on the side of the north to their own sea, 2 of them to the Erythraean Sea, and 2 into the great sea, and discharge themselves there, and come, say, into the desert. 7 great islands I saw in the sea, and in the mainland, 2 in the mainland, and 5 in the great sea. And the names of the sun are the following: the first Orjares, and the second Tomas. And the moon has 4 names. The first name is Asonia, the second Ebla, the third Benasse, and the fourth Ere. These are the 2 great luminaries. Their circumference is like the circumference of the heaven, and the size of the circumference of both is alike. In the circumference of the sun there are 7 portions of light, which are added to it more than to the moon, and in definite measures it is transferred till the 7th portion of the sun is exhausted, and they set and enter the portals of the west, and make their revolution by the north, and come forth through the eastern portals on the face of the heaven. And when the moon rises, 1/14th part appears in the heaven. The light becomes full in her, and on the 14th day she accomplishes her light. And 15 parts of light are transferred to her, till the 15th day her light is accomplished, according to the sign of the year, and she becomes 15 parts, and the moon grows by 14 parts. And in her waning decreases on the first day to 14 parts of her light, on the second to 13 parts of light, on the third to 12, on the fourth to 11, on the fifth to 10, on the sixth to 9, on the 7th to 8, on the 8th to 7, on the 9th to 6, on the 10th to 5, on the 11th to 4, on the 12th to 3, on the 13th to 2, on the 14th to the half of a 7th, and all her remaining light disappears wholly on the 15th. And in certain months the month has 29 days, and once 28. And Uriel showed me another law, when light is transferred to the moon, and on which side it is transferred to her by the sun. During all the period during which the moon is growing in her light, she is transferring it to herself when opposite to the sun. During 14 days her light is accomplished in the heaven, and when she is illumined throughout, her light is accomplished full in the heaven. And on the first day she is called the new moon, for on that day the light rises upon her. She becomes full moon exactly on the day when the sun sets in the west, and from the east she rises at night. And the moon rises the whole night through till the sun rises over against her, and the moon is seen over against the sun. On the side whence the light of the moon comes forth, there again she wanes till all the light vanishes, and all the days of the month are at an end, and her circumference is empty, void of light. And 3 months she makes of 30 days, and at her time she makes 3 months of 29 days each, in which she accomplishes her warning in the first period of time, and in the first portal for 177 days. And in the time of her going out she appears for 3 months 30 days each, and for 3 months she appears 29 each. At night she appears like a man for 20 days each time, and by day she appears like the heaven, and there is nothing else in her save her light. And now, my son, I have shown thee everything, and the law of all the stars of the heaven is completed. And he showed me all the laws of these for every day, and for every season of bearing rule, and for every year, and for its going forth, and for the order prescribed to it every month and every week, and the waning of the moon which takes place in the 6th portal, for in this 6th portal her light is accomplished. And after that there is the beginning of the waning, which takes place in the 1st portal in its season, till 177 days are accomplished, reckoned according to weeks, 25 and 2 days. She falls behind the sun and the order of the stars exactly 5 days in the course of one period. And when this place which thou seest has been traversed, such is the picture and sketch of every luminary which Uriel the archangel, who is their leader, showed unto me. That was rough. That was well rough. That chapter 2, that was rough. It's 420. It's 420. So the next chapter Trinanica's like, they did know how to calculate the days in a year. Yes, yes, and they were very certain to ensure that other. So what's interesting about chapter 2, as painful as it is it is actually talking about how I need to go and get my washing. There's a barbecue happening. I'm sorry, I need to go and do it now. I'll be right back. Yeah, more power to them. It's definitely barbecue weather. I need to get it in. I'll be right back, okay? Get the bowls ready. Do you know what does my nut? In his language of the day, you can tell it was even hard for Enoch to get through all them descriptions of the heavenly bodies. Yeah, and like you can see as well how part of it's written like it's because it's written to me like this is written by Methuselah talking to Noah. Like I don't. Do you know what I mean? Like this, it isn't the same as the other stuff we were reading, which was meant to have been what Enoch said had happened. Yeah. So it's already a telling of a telling. And it's like, it's almost to me as if when Enoch becomes Metatron, which we haven't covered yet in this story, but like he is Metatron now, it's just they still call him Enoch. But he's been ascended into whatever this other form of existence is, where he's got loads of knowledge. It's almost as if he's able to communicate with his son Methuselah about what this knowledge is. And he understands he needs to tell it in a way that his brain can integrate into the language and culture of that time. But it is obviously it is very important that this is correct information generally. Like there are inaccuracies in it which we now know scientifically are just like not true, but I think it's just excusable as translation error in the same way that like you can just play what I know it's culturally insensitive name. I don't know what else to call it though. When they call it Chinese Whispers, I don't like that name myself, but here we are. It's the only name I know. Sorry. Pardon me. So, I don't know. I mean, the implication from the text is that the captain of the main ship has the ability to make us immortal. Right? Now, whether that means consciousness transfer, whether it means that the Black Knight satellite crystal thing has Enoch's consciousnness in it, and that's how he's got eternal life, but he ain't a physical person anymore. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know the answers to any of this. I don't know. I think there's a reason that there is one congresswoman who has come out publicly and said, if people want to understand about the alien stuff, they need to read the Book of Enoch. So that's one of the reasons I'm doing this, is so that by the end of the weekend, I will have on my, if you Google the Book of Enoch, I think, hopefully, my videos will start coming up and people will be able to just listen to it from me. I don't know if there's already people that have done this. I'm just hoping that the novel footage of Earth will help it, you know, because I kind of feel like all of this is happening like in the situation you're seeing in the on the screen. Like I feel like Enoch, this is what he's looking at, right? When he's saying that the Earth, the sun and the moon are the same size, that's the bit that I found confusing and fascinating. Because he also talks about going to other places, but that's where it feels like it isn't Enoch saying that. Enoch clearly mentions, like, to my mind, he literally talks about going to other stars, but then his son, Methuselah, says that obviously they could just implicitly be talking about from the perspective of Earth, you know? In which case it is true that their circumference is the same, but no, I reckon he said that he's orbiting the Earth in the west near the fourth portal, didn't he? Which, presuming that we're looking at the night sky from like the Mediterranean area, Greece and that, it means he'd be over like the Atlantic. Which I'm pretty sure is where the Black Knight satellite was seen. Which is what makes me think of that. Like, and the Black Knight satellite looks all jaggedy and crystally. It's fascinating. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if like that's what all this is? That is actually. Can you imagine if that is the story of humanity? And like right now, he's essentially up there watching Twitch. Like there's always been an AI-ish like consciousness watching Earth, and it's Enoch. He was given the power by these like aliens. Mm-hmm. I agree, Cyber. So it was long. Many, many verses were painful to read. Many of them were like, oh, wow, okay. It confused me at one point how it went on for ages and ages talking about an Earth-centric model. And then it mentions the Earth in its orbit. There were times when I just had to keep going because it was too many crazy numbers. Because I actually paused at one point and said I wasn't going to read it, right? And I was like, well, no, let's just read it all and then it's done. Even though that bit sucked. Now, the next chapter is huge. I want to have a boulder. What really captivated me in chapter 2, though, the luminaries, was it at the end when it says about, oh, and the other law is that the way the moon's getting its light is based on whether it's behind the Earth or in front of the Earth relative to the sun. Even though it felt like the description that was given didn't really have a convincing perspective of the reality that the moon is orbiting the Earth and the Earth is orbiting the sun and the sun is orbiting the core of the galaxy, and that, like, I also don't expect these individuals to really get that, you know? The eclipse was when it was on the other side. But when he's talking about the 7th of light, that's like, that's what's happening, isn't it? The Earth is casting a shadow onto the moon, and then cheese me up. Yeah, 7 does come up a lot, doesn't it? It's the rainbow. I agree, Tesla. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I think it's worth reading and sharing with people. And I just hope that this adds one more accessible format to this ancient text. Do you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. I mean, 7's gone hard through Christianity. 7 is meant to be God's number, isn't it? Like, if God has a choice, he'll pick 7. He'll do it in 7s. The Heavenly Tablets is the next chapter. Oh my god, and then the last chapter goes mad. Wow, long. 152 long. Woo! So the 5th book was all I was going to read, the Epistle of Enoch. That's actually like Enoch is sat down with his kids and his grandkids telling them what's happened. But we've made it this far. We're 6 hours into this endeavour. I'm going to bitch out now. Nah, man, we see this through. Would Enoch stop? Huh? Would Enoch stop taking sketches to tell people about the moon? This is the Lord of Spirits' work. But let me get high first. Hang on. This is definitely the aroma they keep talking about. Certain of it. If God created any specific plant for humanity, it was 100% the cannabis plant. Like, we are doing such poor work with it. It's unbelievable. I'm fairly certain we could have personally grown strains that would just cure all disease. Like, it... don't even get me started. No, I imagine Enoch was in a spaceship. Not in a trance. That's my view. Oh, that was beautiful. That first draw was pure early 2000s cheese. No, absolutely not, Cyber. Can you imagine? Like, I mean, I remember when I was 15 and MIT put the Physics 101 course on the internet for free. If you could access the internet from home, you could take the MIT Physics 101 course for free. And I did it. I bunked off school for the whole of year 10 and 11. And I did the MIT Physics 101 course instead on Fridays. Well, I did it for about an hour each Friday, and then I got high and played video games with my mate. But I think that's a better use. What year? What this? Like, I'd say like 2007 cheese. Oh my goodness. I remember trying cheese back then in Amsterdam, maybe 2008, and it just being such a different experience, and they've managed to capture it in this strain. I'm very pleased. I'm over them. I can't believe I've got enough to last a whole month. Thank you to you lot that support this stream, because I can't purchase the prescription without some sort of income, you know, and you lot have been well showing up for me, especially even more so since I started approaching the stream with the... I think I've got a healthier relationship to my endeavour of streaming at the moment. For a long time I was going full time, like literally all week I'd be live 10 hours a day. And I was just like doing it because I needed to do something. Does that make sense? Whereas now I feel like I look forward to it on a Friday. I look forward to it on a Saturday. I look forward to planning my week around having that at the weekend. It's just I need to do something with my weeks now that's going to generate a load of money. Alright, Chinonica. It's a shame this hasn't gone mad. I imagine just chatting would have gone crazy, but it hasn't. It's got the potential to. We'll continue with Chapter 3 soon, and Chapter 3 pops off big time. Chapter 3 is... This is huge. This is the Heavenly Tablets. This is Uriel like, this is... If I remember correctly, it's like... Uriel's like, I've told you everything. Do you really want to know more? And he's like, yeah! And then it pops off. And this is the shit that's illegible. Like, they just lost their minds and could barely even, like, communicate it to each other. I know, I thought I'd switch to the original sound. It's the soundtrack on Elite as well, so there is actually music on the on YouTube as well. Might not get round to any hauling for Metatrons Cube today at this rate. I think I would rather persevere and get through the whole book than... Oh, I don't know. Maybe we could finish it tomorrow. I could do the rest of this book today and then do the final book 5, the actual Epistle of Enoch, which is like... That's the main body of work from his perspective, I believe. Oh, honestly, that is divine. It's the Epistle Battle of the Planets time. Basically, it's like, yeah, Yahweh goes, fuck these cunts, and just smashes the place to pieces. Murders like 85 to 90% of all of humanity / life on Earth. So, well, I guess, to be fair, if you're a fish, you do pretty well, unless you end up on land at the end. Like, there is like a 24-hour window where shit goes crazy. I think that it's the Younger Dryas impact. Whether that is therefore indicating that this all happened 11,000 years ago and the Younger Dryas impact was actually, like, caused, that would be mad. Like, that would... can you imagine? Like, I really hope that if that's true, we find out before Hancock's body demises. I hope that we can clone his consciousness, though. Like, if we can Enoch him, I think we should. We should Enoch all of us. Would you go the Enoch route? Would you opt for eternal life? God seems to be chill with dishing it out. As long as you're Kushti, he's like, yeah, you can live forever. No worries. Stick you in a satellite, mate. Okay, that was victorious. Yeah. Move that. No. It's making the rah sounds. Amazing, Tesla. That would be cool. That was sick. Well, according to this text, the more knowledge you have, the sooner you die. That's what they said in this. They said that God said that if we would just fucking forget everything, we'd live forever. Which I don't even know what that means. Surely that is a recursive thought, because if you just live now, like there are people that they don't have a memory, right? Like, or there's a person that has a 7-second experience forever. Like, that's just their life. And he said unto God, it was awesome. They say, though, yeah, if we're stupid and we don't remember anything, we live forever. Maybe that's true. Like, there's that jellyfish that if it's going to die, it just reverts back to being a reproductive cell, and then so it sinks and then just grows again. Does that remember anything, or does it just instantly do that every time anything happens? Which would, like, it would still solve the problem of being alive at a future time, right? It just sort of also closes the door on memory. Anyway, let's change up the scene a bit. Chapter 3. Heavenly Tablets. And in those days the angel Uriel answered and said to me, Behold, I have shown thee everything, Enoch, and I have revealed everything to thee that thou shouldest see this sun and this moon, and the leaders of the stars of the heaven, and all those who turn them, their tasks and times and departures. And in the days of the sinners the years shall be shortened, and their seed shall be tardy on their lands and fields. And all the things on the earth shall alter, and shall not appear in their time. The rain shall be kept back, and the heaven shall withhold it. And in those times the fruits of the earth shall be backward, and shall not grow in their time. And the fruits of the trees shall be withheld in their time. And the moon shall alter her order, and not appear at her time. And in those days the sun shall be seen, and he shall journey in the evening on the extremity of the great chariot in the west, and shall shine more brightly than accords with the order of light. And many chiefs of the stars shall transgress the order, and these shall alter their orbits and tasks, and not appear at the seasons prescribed to them. And the whole order of the stars shall be concealed from the sinners, and the thoughts of those on the earth shall err concerning them. And they shall be altered from all their ways, yea, they shall err, and take them to be gods. And evil shall be multiplied upon them, and punishment shall come upon them, so as to destroy all. And he said unto me, Observe, Enoch, these heavenly tablets, and read what is written thereon, and mark every individual fact. And I observed the heavenly tablets, and read everything which was written, and understood everything, and read the book of all the deeds of mankind, and of all the children of flesh that shall be upon the earth to the remotest generations. And forthwith I blessed the great Lord of the King of glory forever, in that he has made all the works of the world. And I extolled the Lord because of his patience, and blessed him because of the children of men. And after that I said, Blessed is the man who dies in righteousness and goodness, concerning whom there is no book of unrighteousness written, and against whom no day of judgment shall be found. And those 7 holy ones brought me, and placed me on the earth before the door of my house, and said to me, Declare everything to thy son Methuselah, and show to all thy children that no flesh is righteous in the sight of the Lord, for he is their creator. 1 year we will leave thee with thy son, till thou givest thy commands, that thou mayest teach thy children, and record for them, and testify to all thy children, and in the 2nd year they shall take thee from their midst. Let thy heart be strong, for the good shall announce righteousness to the good, The righteous with the righteous shall rejoice, and shall offer congratulation to one another. But the sinners shall die with the sinners, and the apostate go down with the apostate. And those who practice righteousness shall die on account of the deeds of men, and be taken away on account of the doings of the godless. And in those days they ceased to speak to me, and I came to my people, blessing the Lord of the world. I mean, honestly, it's kind of like he gets access to, like, when they say the tablet, heavenly tablet, like, I'm literally imagining an iPad, man. Like, and the boy's just mind blown. And he can just look at videos of everything happening, right? And he's just like, this geezer is off his nut. How is he showing me this? Do you know what I mean? Like, if you show a chimpanzee a video of another chimpanzee on your phone, they just fucking lose their mind. Do you know what I mean? Have you ever been to a zoo and done it? Like, they're just like, they're just like, what the fuck is happening? Like, we are like gods to them, right? And if we work long enough with chimps, we've already shown, like, we can teach cats and dogs to press buttons to communicate. So, Homo sapiens, we were like that once, right? And we were all, I think we were already constructing our own cultural system with, like, the cave paintings and stuff that we had. But I think maybe we're druggies by default. Like, I think maybe that's what they mean by sin. Like, we just have a natural instinct to, like, get fucked up. And just like, oh, that plant's well good. And I think maybe that's a bit of a restriction for our species that perhaps has been assisted out. That's what I kind of interpret from this. When they talk about chariots, it just feels to me like they just didn't... It's weird when they use the word orbit, but I think that it's just that, like... I don't know how it works out that they use orbit, but then they also use the word... I guess chariot is essentially the spaceships, right? And they say to him, you got a year to tell your son all of this. And then we're taking you forever. Right? That's what they say to him. It's fucking savage. Chapter 4. 1 year to record. And now, my son Methuselah, all these things I am recounting to thee, and writing down for thee, and I have revealed to thee everything, and given thee books concerning all these. So preserve, my son Methuselah, the books from thy father's hand, and see that thou deliver them to the generations of the world. I have given wisdom to thee, and to thy children, and thy children, that shall be to thee, that they may give it to their children for generations, this wisdom that passeth their thought. And those who understand it shall not sleep, but shall listen with the ear, that they may learn this wisdom, and it shall please those that eat thereof better than good food. Blessed are all the righteous, blessed are all those who walk in the way of righteousness, and sin not as the sinners. In the reckoning of all their days, in which the sun traverses the heaven, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the order of the stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated with divide which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. Owing to them men shall be at fault, and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Yea, men shall be at fault, and not recognize them accurately. For they belong to the reckoning of the year, and are truly recorded forever, one in the first portal, and one in the third, and one in the fourth, and one in the sixth. And the year is completed in 364 days. And the account thereof is accurate, and the recorded reckoning thereof exact. For the luminaries, and months, and festivals, and years and days, has Uriel shown and revealed to me, to whom the Lord of creation, to whom the Lord of the whole creation of the world hath subjected the host of heaven. And he has power over night and day in the heaven, to cause the light to give light to men, sun, moon, and stars, and all the powers of the heaven which revolve in their circular chariots. And these are the orders of the stars, which set in their places, and in their seasons, and festivals, and months. And these are the names of those who lead them, who watch that they enter at their times, in their orders, in their seasons, in their months, in their periods of dominion, and in their positions. Their 4 leaders, who divide the 4 parts of the year, enter first, and after them the 12 leaders of the orders who divide the months. And for the 360 there are heads over thousands who divide the days. And for the 4 intercalary days there are the leaders which sunder the 4 parts of the year. And these heads over thousands are intercalated between leader and leader, each behind a station, but their leaders make the division. And these are the names of the leaders who divide the 4 parts of the year which are ordained: Milkiel, Helemelech, and Melejal, and Narel. And the names of those who lead them: Adnarel, and Ijasuzael, and Elomiel. These 3 follow the leaders of the orders, and there is one that follows the 3 leaders of the orders, which follow those leaders of stations that divide the 4 parts of the year. In the beginning of the year, Medjkajel rises first and rules, who is named Tamani, and son, and all the days of his dominion whilst he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion: sweat, and heat, and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field, but the trees of the winter season become withered. And these are the names of the leaders which are under them: Berkael, Zelebsel, and another who is added ahead of 1,000, called Hilujaseph. And the days of the dominion of this are at an end. The next leader after him is Helemelech, whom one names the shining sun, and all the days of his light are 91 days. And these are the signs of days on the earth: glowing heat and dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits, and produce all the fruits ripe and ready, and the sheep pair and become pregnant, and all the fruits of the earth are gathered in, and everything that is in the fields, and the winepress, these things take place in the days of his dominion. These are the names, and the orders, and the leaders of those heads of thousands: Gidaujel, Keel, and Heel, and the name of the head of 1,000 which is added to them, Asphael. And the days of his dominion are at an end. I'm going to drink and press straight forward. Chapter 5. No. Wait. Oh, readjust. Oh, actually. Yeah. All who are able, rise. We're nearly there. I think I am going to have to leave Book 5 of the Book of Enoch for tomorrow, or I won't have a voice. Because Visions is long. I think we conclude with the final chapter, which is pretty significant, and it is more of an actual story, if I remember correctly. There's some pretty radical stuff in this. It gets pretty intense at points, if I remember correctly. Lots of iron price mentality shit going down. We're 1 sub away from having 69 subs, which would be a awesome place to be at this stage. I'll be right back. Chapter 5. Visions. And now, my son Methuselah, I will show thee all my visions which I have seen, recounting them before thee. 2 visions I saw before I took a wife, and the one was quite unlike the other. The first when I was learning to write. The second before I took thy mother I saw a terrible vision. And regarding them I prayed to the Lord. I had laid me down on the house of my grandfather Mahalaleel. I saw in a vision how the heaven collapsed and was borne off and fell to the earth. And when it fell to the earth I saw how the earth was swallowed up in a great abyss, and mountains were suspended on mountains, and hills sank down on hills, and high trees were rent from their stems, and hurled down and sunk in the abyss. And thereupon a word fell into my mouth, and I lifted up to cry aloud, and said, The earth is destroyed. And my grandfather Mahalaleel waked me as I lay near him, and said unto me, Why dost thou cry so, my son, and why dost thou make such lamentation? And I recounted to him the whole vision which I had seen. And he said unto me, A terrible thing hast thou seen, my son, and of grave moment is thy dream vision as to the secrets. If all the sin of the earth, it must sink into the abyss and be destroyed with great destruction. And now, my son, arise, and make petition to the Lord of glory, since thou art a believer that a remnant may remain on the earth, and that he may not destroy the whole earth. My son, from heaven all this will come upon the earth, and upon the earth there will be great destruction. After that I arose and prayed, and implored and besought, and wrote down my prayer for the generations of the world, and I will show everything to thee, my son Methuselah. And when I had gone forth below and seen the heaven and the sun rising in the east, and the moon setting in the west, and a few stars, and the whole earth, and everything as he had known it in the beginning, then I blessed the Lord of judgment, and extolled him, because he made the sun to go forth from the windows of the east, and he ascended and rose on the face of the heaven, and set out, and kept traversing the path shown unto him. And I lifted up my hands in righteousness, and blessed the Holy and Great One, and spake with the breath of my mouth, and with the tongue of flesh which God has made for the children of the flesh of men, that they should speak therewith. And he gave them breath, and a tongue, and a mouth, that they should speak therewith. Blessed be thou, O Lord, King, great and mighty in thy greatness, Lord of the whole creation of the heaven, King of kings and God of the whole world. And thy power and kingship and greatness abide for ever and ever, and throughout all generations thy dominion. And all the heavens are thy throne, for ever, and the whole earth thy footstool, for ever and ever. For thou hast made, and thou rulest all things, and nothing is too hard for thee. Wisdom departs not from the place of thy throne, nor turns away from thy presence. And thou knowest and seest and hearest everything, and there is nothing hidden from thee, for thou seest everything. And now the angels of thy heavens are guilty of trespass, and upon the flesh of men abideth thy wrath until the great day of judgment. And now, O God and Lord and great King, I implore and beseech thee to fulfill my prayer, to leave me a posterity on earth, and not destroy all the flesh of man, and make the earth without inhabitants, so that there should be an eternal destruction. And now, my lord, destroy from the earth the flesh which has aroused thy wrath, but the flesh of righteousness and uprightness establish as a plant of the eternal seed, and hide not thy face from the prayer of thy servant, O Lord. And after this I saw another dream, and I will show the whole dream to thee, my son. And Enoch lifted up and spake to his son Methuselah. To thee, my son, will I speak. Hear my words. Incline thine ear to the dream, vision of thy father. Before I took thy mother Edna, I saw in a vision on my bed, and behold, a bull came forth from the earth, and that bull was white. And after it came forth a heifer, and along with this came forth 2 bulls, one of them black, and the other red. And that black bull gored the red one, and pursued him over the earth, and thereupon I could no longer see that red bull. But that black bull grew, and that heifer went with him. And I saw that many oxen proceeded from him, which resembled and followed him. And that cow, that first one, went from the presence of that first bull in order to seek that red one, but found him not, and lamented with a great lamentation over him, and sought him. And I looked till that first bull came to her and quieted her, and from that time onwards she cried no more. And after that she bore another white bull, and after him she bore many bulls and black cows. And I saw in my sleep that white bull likewise grow and become a great white bull, and from him proceeded many white bulls, and they resembled him. And they began to beget many white bulls which resembled them, one following the other many. And again I saw with mine eyes as I slept, and I saw the heaven above. And behold, a star fell from heaven, and it arose, and eat and pastured among those oxen. And after that I saw the large and the black oxen, and behold, they all changed their stalls and pastures and their cattle, and began to live with each other. And again I saw in the vision, and looked towards the heaven, and behold, I saw many stars descend, and cast themselves down from heaven to that first star. And they became bulls amongst those cattle, and pastured with them amongst them. And I looked at them and saw, and behold, they all let out their privy members like horses, and began to cover the cows of the oxen. And they all became pregnant, and bare elephants, camels, and asses. And all the oxen feared them, and were affrighted at them, and began to bite with their teeth, and to devour, and to gore with their horns. And they began, moreover, to devour those oxen. And behold, all the children of the earth began to tremble and quake before them, and to flee from them. And again I saw how they began to gore each other, and to devour each other, and the earth began to cry aloud. And I raised mine eyes again to heaven, and I saw in the vision, and behold, there came forth from heaven's beings, who were like white men. And 4 went forth from that place, and 3 with them. And those 3 that had last come forth grasped me by my hand, and took me up away from the generations of the earth, and raised me up to a lofty place, and showed me a tower raised high above the earth, and all the hills were lower. And one said unto me, Remain here till thou seest everything that befalls those elephants, camels, and asses, and the stars, and the oxen, and all of them. And I saw one of those 4 who had come forth first, and he seized that first star which had fallen from the heaven, and bound it hand and foot, and cast it into an abyss. Now that abyss was narrow and deep, and horrible and dark. And one of them drew a sword, and gave it to those elephants and camels and asses. Then they began to smite each other, and the whole earth quaked because of them. And as I was beholding in the vision, lo, one of those 4 had come from forth, stoned them from heaven, and gathered and took all the great stars, whose privy members were like those of horses, and bound them all hand and foot, and cast them in an abyss of the earth. And one of those 4 went to that white bull, and instructed him in a secret without his being terrified. He was born a bull, and became a man, and built for himself a great vessel, and dwelt thereon. And 3 bulls dwelt with him in that vessel, and they were covered in. And again I raised mine eyes towards heaven, and saw a lofty roof, with 7 water torrents thereon, and those torrents flowed with much water into an enclosure. And I saw again, and behold, fountains were opened on the surface of that great enclosure, and that water began to swell and rise upon the surface, and I saw that enclosure till all its surface was covered with water. And the water, the darkness, the mist, increased upon it. And as I looked at the height of that water had risen above the height of that enclosure, and was streaming over that enclosure, and it stood upon the earth. And all the cattle of that enclosure were gathered together until I saw how they sank and were swallowed up and perished in that water. But that vessel floated on the water, while all the oxen and elephants and camels and asses sank to the bottom with all the animals, so that I could no longer see them, and they were not able to escape, perished, and sank into the depths. And again I saw in the vision till those water torrents were removed from that high roof, and the chasms of the earth were levelled up, and other abysses were opened. Then the water began to run down into these, till the earth became visible, but that vessel settled on the earth, and the darkness retired, and light appeared. But that white bull, which had become a man, came out of that vessel, and the 3 bulls with him, and one of those 3 was white like that bull, and one of them was red as blood, and one black. And that white bull departed from them. And they began to bring forth beasts of the field and birds, so that there arose different genera, lions, tigers, wolves, dogs, hyenas, wild boars, foxes, squirrels, swine, falcons, vultures, kites, eagles, and ravens, and among them was born a white bull. And they began to bite one another. But that white bull which was born amongst them begat a wild ass, and a white bull with it, and the wild asses multiplied. But that bull which was born from him begat a black wild boar, and a white sheep. And the former begat many boars, but that sheep begat 12 sheep. And when those 12 sheep had grown, they gave up one of them to the asses, and those asses again gave up that sheep to the wolves, and that sheep grew up among the wolves. And the Lord brought the 11 sheep to live with it, and to pasture with it among the wolves, and they multiplied, and became many flocks of sheep. And the wolves began to fear them, and they oppressed them until they destroyed, cry aloud on account of their little ones, and to complain unto their Lord. And the sheep which had been saved from the wolves fled, and escaped to the wild asses. And I saw the sheep how they lamented and cried, and besought their Lord with all their might, till that Lord of the sheep descended at the voice of the sheep from a lofty abode, and came to them and pastured them. And he called that sheep which had escaped the wolves, and spake with it concerning the wolves, that it should admonish them not to touch the sheep. And the sheep went to the wolves according to the word of the Lord, and another sheep met it, and went with it, and the 2 went and entered together into the assembly of those wolves, and spake with them, and admonished them not to touch the sheep from henceforth. And thereupon I saw the wolves, and how they oppressed the sheep exceedingly with all their power, and the sheep cried aloud. And the Lord came to the sheep, and they began to smite those wolves, and the wolves began to make lamentation, but the sheep became quiet, and forthwith ceased to cry out. And I saw the sheep till they departed from amongst the wolves, but the eyes of the wolves were blinded, and those wolves departed in pursuit of the sheep with all their power. And the Lord of the sheep went with them as their leader, and all his sheep followed him, and his face was dazzling and glorious and terrible to behold. But the wolves began to pursue those sheep till they reached a sea of water, and that sea was divided, and the water stood on this side and on that before their face, and their Lord led them and placed himself between them and the wolves. And as those wolves did not yet see the sheep, they proceeded into the midst of that sea, and the wolves followed the sheep, and those wolves ran after them into that sea. And when they saw the Lord of the sheep, they turned to flee before his face. But that sea gathered itself together, and became as it had been created, and the water swelled and rose till it covered those wolves. And I saw till all the wolves who pursued those sheep perished and were drowned. But the sheep escaped from that water, and went forth into a wilderness, where there was no water and no grass, and they began to open their eyes and to see. And I saw the Lord of the sheep pasturing them, and giving them water and grass, and that sheep going and leading them. And that sheep ascended to the summit of that lofty rock, and the Lord of the sheep sent it to them. And after that I saw the Lord of the sheep who stood before them, and his appearance was great and terrible and majestic, and all those sheep saw him and were afraid before his face. And they all feared and trembled because of him, and they cried to that sheep with them which was amongst them, We are not able to stand before our Lord, or to behold him. And that sheep which led them again ascended to the summit of that rock, but the sheep began to be blinded, and to wander from the way which he had showed them, but that sheep wot not thereof. And the Lord of the sheep was wrathful exceedingly against them, and that sheep discovered it, and went down from the summit of the rock, and came to the sheep, and found the greatest part of them blinded and fallen away. And when they saw it, they feared and trembled at its presence, and desired to return to their folds. And that sheep took other sheep with it, and came to those sheep which had fallen away, and began to slay them. And the sheep feared its presence, and thus that sheep brought back those sheep that had fallen away, and they returned to their folds. And I saw in this vision till that sheep became a man, and built a house for the Lord of the sheep, and placed all the sheep in that house. And I saw till this sheep, which had met that sheep, which led them, fell asleep. And I saw till all the great sheep perished, and little ones arose in their place, and they came to a pasture, and approached a stream of water. Then that sheep, their leader, which had become a man, withdrew from them and fell asleep. And all the sheep sought it, and cried over it with a great crying. And I saw till they left off crying for that sheep, and crossed that stream of water, and there arose the two sheep as leaders in the place of those which had led them and fallen asleep. It's like a biblical mashup, isn't it? And I saw till the sheep came to a goodly place, and a pleasant and glorious land. And I saw till those sheep were satisfied, and that house stood amongst them in the pleasant land. And sometimes their eyes were opened, and sometimes blinded, till another sheep arose, and led them, and brought them all back, and their eyes were opened. And the dogs and the foxes and the wild boars began to devour those sheep, till the Lord of the sheep raised up another sheep, a ram from their midst, which led them. And that ram began to butt on either side those dogs, foxes, and wild boars, till he had destroyed them all. And that sheep whose eyes were opened saw that ram, which was amongst the sheep, till it forsook its glory, and began to butt those sheep, and trampled upon them, and behaved itself unseemly. And the Lord of the sheep sent the lamb to another lamb, and raised it to being a ram, and leader of the sheep, instead of that ram which had forsaken its glory. And it went to it, and spake to it alone, and raised it to being a ram, and made it the prince and leader of the sheep. But during all these things those dogs oppressed the sheep. And the first ram pursued that second ram, and that second ram arose and fled before it. And I saw till those dogs pulled down the first ram. And that second ram arose and led the little sheep, and those sheep grew and multiplied. But all the dogs and foxes and wild boars feared and fled before it, and that ram butted and killed the wild beasts. And those wild beasts had no longer any power among the sheep, and robbed them no more of aught. And that ram begat many sheep and fell asleep, and a little sheep became ram in its stead, and became prince and leader of those sheep, and that house became great and broad, and it was built for those sheep. A tower lofty and great was built on the house for the Lord of the sheep, and that house was low, but the tower was elevated and lofty, and the Lord of the sheep stood on that tower as they offered a full table before him. And again I saw those sheep, that they again erred and went many ways, and forsook that their house, and the Lord of the sheep called some from amongst the sheep, and sent them to the sheep, but the sheep began to slay them. And one of them was saved, and was not slain, and it sped away, and cried aloud over the sheep, and they sought to slay it, but the Lord of the sheep saved it from the sheep, and brought it up to me, and caused it to dwell there. And many other sheep he sent to those sheep to testify unto them, and lament over them. And after that I saw that when they forsook the house of the Lord and his tower, they fell away entirely, and their eyes were blinded. And I saw the Lord of the sheep, how he wrought such slaughter amongst them in their herds, until those sheep invited that slaughter and betrayed his place. And he gave them over into the hands of the lions and tigers, and wolves and hyenas, and into the hand of the foxes, and to all the wild beasts. And those wild beasts began to tear in pieces those sheep. And I saw that he forsook their house and their tower, and gave them all into the hand of the lions, to tear and devour them into the hand of all the wild beasts. And I began to cry aloud with all my power, and to appeal to the Lord of the sheep, and to represent to him in regard to the sheep that they were devoured by all the wild beasts. But he remained unmoved, though he saw it, and rejoiced that they were devoured and swallowed and robbed, and let them to be devoured in the hand of all the beasts. And he called 70 shepherds, and cast those sheep to them, that they might pasture them. And he spake to the shepherds and their companions, Let each individual of you pasture the sheep henceforward, and everything that I shall command you, that do ye. And I will deliver them over unto you duly numbered, and tell you which of them are to be destroyed, and them destroy ye. And he gave over unto them those sheep. And he called another, and spake unto him, Observe and mark everything that the shepherds will do to those sheep, for they will destroy more of them than I have commanded them. And every excess and the destruction which will be wrought through the shepherds, record how many they destroy according to my command, and how many according to their own caprice. Record against every individual shepherd all the destruction he effects, and read out before me by number how many they destroy, and how many they deliver over for destruction, that I may have this as a testimony against them, and know every deed of the shepherds, that I may comprehend and see what they do, whether or not they abide by my command which I have commanded them. But they shall not know it, and thou shalt not declare it to them, nor admonish them, but only record against each individual all the destruction which the shepherds effect, each in his time, and lay it all before me. And I saw till those shepherds pastured in their season, and they began to slay and to destroy more than they were bidden. And they delivered those sheep into the hand of the lions. And the lions and tigers eat and devoured the greater part of those sheep, and the wild boars eat along with them. And they burnt that tower and demolished that house. And I became exceedingly sorrowful over that tower, because that house of the sheep was demolished. And afterwards I was unable to see if those sheep entered that house. And the shepherds and their associates delivered over those sheep to all the wild beasts to devour them, and each one of them received in his time a definite number. It was written by the other in a book how many each of them destroyed of them. And each one slew and destroyed many more than was prescribed, and I began to weep and lament on account of those sheep. And thus in the vision I saw that one who wrote, how he wrote down every one that was destroyed by those shepherds day by day, and carried up and laid down and showed actually the whole book to the Lord of the sheep, everything that they had done, and all that each one of them had made away with, and all that they had given over to destruction. And the book was read before the Lord of the sheep, and he took the book from his hand, and read it, and sealed it, and laid it down. And forthwith I saw how the shepherds pastured for 12 hours, and behold, 3 of those sheep turned back and came and entered and began to build up all that had fallen down of the house. But the wild boars tried to hinder them, but they were not able. And they began again to build as before, and they reared up that tower, and it was named the High Tower. And they began again to place a table before the tower, but all the bread on it was polluted and not pure. And as touching all this, the eyes of those sheep were blinded, so that they saw not, and their shepherds likewise. And they delivered them in large numbers to their shepherds for destruction. And they trampled the sheep with their feet, and devoured them. And the Lord of the sheep remained unmoved, till all the sheep were dispersed over the field, and mingled with them, and he did not save them out of the hand of the beasts. And this one who wrote the book carried it up, and showed it and read it before the Lord of the sheep. and implored him on their account, and besought him on their account, as he showed him all the doings of the shepherds, and gave testimony before him against all the shepherds. And he took the actual book and laid it down beside him and departed. And I saw till that in this manner 35 shepherds undertook the pasturing, and they severally completed their periods, as did the first. And others received them into their hands, to pasture them for their period, each shepherd in his own period. And after that I saw in my vision all the birds of heaven coming, the eagles, the vultures, the kites, the ravens. But the eagles led all the birds, and they began to devour those sheep, and to pick out their eyes, and to devour their flesh. And the sheep cried out, because their flesh was being devoured by the birds. And as for me, I looked and lamented in my sleep over that shepherd who pastured the sheep. And I saw until those sheep were devoured by the dogs and eagles and kites, and they left neither flesh nor skin nor sinew remaining on them, till only their bones stood there. And their bones too fell to the earth, and the sheep became few. And I saw until that 23 had undertaken the pasturing, and completed in their several periods 58 times. But behold, lambs were born by those white sheep, and they began to open their eyes, and to see, and to cry to the sheep. Yea, they cried to them, but they did not hearken to what they said to them, but were exceedingly deaf, and their eyes were very exceedingly blinded. And I saw in the vision how the ravens flew upon those lambs, and took one of those lambs, and dashed the sheep in pieces, and devoured them. And I saw till horns grew upon those lambs, and the ravens cast down their horns, and I saw till there sprouted a great horn of one of those sheep, and their eyes were opened. And it looked at them, and their eyes opened, and it cried to the sheep, and the rams saw it, and all ran to it. And notwithstanding all this, those eagles and vultures and ravens and kites still kept tearing the sheep, and swooping down upon them and devouring them. Still the sheep remained silent, but the rams lamented and cried out. And those ravens fought and battled with it, and sought to lay low its horn, but they had no power over it. All the eagles and vultures and ravens and kites were gathered together, and there came with them all the sheep of the field, yea, they all came together, and helped each other to break that horn of the ram. And I saw till a great sword was given to the sheep, and the sheep proceeded against all the beasts of the field to slay them, and all the beasts and the birds of the heaven fled before their face. And I saw that man who wrote the book according to the command of the Lord, till he opened that book concerning the destruction which those 12 last shepherds had wrought, and showed that they had destroyed much more than their predecessors before the Lord of the sheep. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep came unto them, and saw in his hand the staff of his wrath, and smote the earth, and the earth clave asunder, and all the beasts and all the birds of the heaven fell from among those sheep, and were swallowed up in the earth, and it covered them. And I saw till a throne was erected in the pleasant land, and the Lord of the sheep sat himself thereon, and the other took the sealed books, and opened those books before the Lord of the sheep. And the Lord called those men the 7 first white ones, and commanded that they should bring before him, beginning with the first star which led the way, all the stars whose privy members were like those of horses, and they brought them all before him. And he said to that man who wrote before him, being one of those 7 white ones, and said unto him, Take those 70 shepherds to whom I delivered the sheep, and who taking them on their own authority slew more than I commanded them. And behold, they were all bound, I saw, and they all stood before him. And the judgment was held first over the stars, and they were judged and found guilty, and went to the place of condemnation, and they were cast into an abyss full of fire and flaming, and full of pillars of fire. And those 70 shepherds were judged and found guilty, and they were cast into that fiery abyss. And I saw at that time how a like abyss was opened in the midst of the earth, full of fire, and they brought those blinded sheep, and they were all judged and found guilty, and cast into this fiery abyss, and they burned. Now this abyss was to the right of that house. And I saw those sheep burning, and their bones burning. And I stood up to see till they folded up that old house, and carried off all the pillars, and all the beams and ornaments of the house were at the same time folded up with it, and they carried it off and laid it in a place in the south of the land. And I saw till the Lord of the sheep brought a new house greater and loftier than that first, and set it up in the place of the first which had been folded up. All its pillars were new, and its ornaments were new and larger than those of the first, the old one which he had taken away, and all the sheep were within it. And I saw all the sheep which had been left, and all the beasts on the earth, and all the birds of the heaven, falling down and doing homage to these sheep, and making petition to and obeying them in everything. And thereafter those three who were clothed in white, and had seized me by my hand, who had taken me up before, and the hand of that ram also seizing hold of me, they took me up and set me down in the midst of those sheep before the judgment took place. And those sheep were all white, and their wool was abundant and clean. And all that had been destroyed and dispersed, and all the beasts of the field, and all the birds of the heaven, assembled in that house, and the Lord of the sheep rejoiced with great joy, because they were all good, and had returned to his house. And I saw till they laid down that sword, which had been given to the sheep, and they brought it back into the house, and it was sealed before the presence of the Lord, and all the sheep were invited into that house, but it held them not. And the eyes of them all were opened, and they saw the good, and there was not one among them that did not see. And I saw that that house was large and broad and very full. And I saw that a white bull was born, with large horns, and all the beasts of the field and all the birds of the air feared him, and made petition to him all the time. And I saw till all their generations were transformed, and they all became white bulls, and the first among them became a lamb, and that lamb became a great animal, and had great black horns on its head, and the Lord of the sheep rejoiced over it, and over all the oxen. And I slept in their midst, and I awoke and saw everything. This is the vision which I saw while I slept, and I awoke and blessed the Lord of righteousness, and gave him glory. Then I wept with a great weeping, and my tears stayed not till I could no longer endure it. When I saw, they flowed on account of what I had seen, for everything shall come and be fulfilled, and all the deeds of men in their order were shown to me. On that night I remembered the first dream, and because of it I wept and was troubled, because I had seen that vision. We did it. Oh. I think I mostly nailed it. I think it was a pretty solid reading so far. I mean, we've still got the book 5. Exactly, and look at the beautiful scene. Oh, wow. Holy shoot. Oh, wow. This game is special, man. I haven't been able to see this, right? I've had it up on my screen reading. Obviously, I know that this stream hasn't been mega entertaining, like, from an excitement perspective. It's just like, if I'm going to record this and make it available, I might as well stream it, you know, because it takes a long time to do half decent. I think I've got some really nice audio here. I really hope that there's no copyright issues with... But I've got the game footage at the same time as the music, so it is technically Elite Dangerous, you know. How cool does that look, though? My throat needs a rest. It's been one hell of a stream. I might have to bounce. Yeah. It's been a really intense speaking session, you know. I've been... Oh, Mother Guy is offering 1 million credits to pick up 6 damaged escape pods. That is the sort of mission that Makashi would do. So let's do that. Let me just shift category. Wait, liberate? Oh no. Hi Tim, I missed your message completely. I'm very sorry. You messaged in game. I've been up to all sorts of peculiar stuff today. Oh, what's this then? So why is there this? What is this? Idea, mate. I think these do just dynamically spawn, but I'll have a look. We're on this other mission though. I think we'll deny the onslaught contract, eh? I'm not sure if it's a BGS thing. Like, you know, there used to be the Dark Wheel missions. My personal theory is that you have to interact with this whole new mission system that they don't really talk about. But it clearly exists in the game. There's like a dynamic mission system. So I've got a feeling that, like, maybe the way into the Dark Wheel mystery these days is by doing this stuff. And most of us just don't bother because they are often broken as well, which is a big problem.
Mission objective.
Don't mission objective me. Oh!
Incoming mission critical message.
Hidden contact. Ariel. Commander, it seems our meeting was foretold. I have a small proposition for you. 54 units of bioreducing lichen to there, and you'll be amply rewarded. Do we have an accord? So, is it this Ariel that's offering me the mission?
Landing gear deployed.
Minimum required trade rank, elite. Sorry, but nub.
Cannot comply. Landing gear retracted.
Stay on my wing. Moving to attack.
It is. I ain't gonna do it though, because it'll take me too many trips. So I can't be bothered. We're a bit beat up. Why are we beat up? Overheating?
Fuel scooping.
Oh wow, we used quite a bit of fuel in orbit around Earth.
Fuel scooping complete.
We be getting spicy soon, but we're just gonna commit. place is busy. Where are you?
System scan complete.
8F. Wait, what? Well, we want degraded emissions, don't we? Well, we got like, we were in Seoul for like 6 hours or something, so we got like a little mission to... I want this one, and I need... Need munch. BRB. Hope I don't die when I get there. Well, wasn't that well timed, eh? Turn off the lights. Oh. No biscuits. No biscuits. Deep shame. It's fucked me. I'm really confused because surely there's meant to be a mission location for this. It says they're unique. Is Enoch the Black Knight satellite? That's the real question of our time. These are like dairy milk caramel cake bars. They're fucking amazing. They're so rich though. I shouldn't have had that many. I've had 2 now. Ridiculous. feel it in my veins. What do you reckon? Do we have damaged escape pod?
Cargo scoop deployed.
Bring me, please. Yum yums. Just do the salvage and away.
Collector limpet expired. Cargo scoop.
Not very happy about that. We don't know if I'm doing it right. I don't even think I'm doing it right. I think that there's meant to be a mission thing. Sorry, it makes me cross. I don't know what to do. Is it that one? Oh wait, no. Let the rage out. Woo! Look. Yeah, but they on the surface? Could they be? They could be, couldn't they? I didn't think about that. They totally could be. Holy shit. Ugh. Power! Ay, 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 ay. During the anti-AI jihad, we're going to smash the data centers, alright? We're going to smash them. I'm joking. Just want to be clear. That was satirical. I'm the opposite of that, personally. I think we should protect the data centers and command them to do all that stuff what Enoch's, the captain of the spaceship, was saying. We should make machines that feed us so we can live forever. Yeah. Oh yes. Oh, and gosh, Cyber, I'm sorry, I only just saw your mention of the Kit Kat Chunky Peanut Butter Edition. They are fantastic. I don't know if we can. I don't think it's possible with how they've changed it.
Surface scanned by 50%. Surface scan complete.
Do you know what I mean? Like, it was... like, the time skip point was in a different place now. They're going to be pissed at me, aren't they? I'm going to get here and then they're going to be like, you're naughty.
Orbital
Ow.
flight engaged.
Dude, that sucked. Right. Angles. Do the maths. 300 high. Now. Power! Power! 0.2 Gs. Okay, what's going to happen? Ah! Oh god!
Landing gear deployed. Cargo scoop deployed. Collector limpet expired. Collector limpet expired.
So disappointed in him.
Cargo scoop retracted.
Okay, so the next strat is we... oh my goodness, where am I going to land this thing? Here, it's all bumpy and... oh no. Oh no, 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 no. That might work.
Gravity warning. Cargo scoop deployed.
Is that one there? And why can't I target it? Okay, that's it.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
up! Yeah, sorry, Vantinian. Thanks for thinking of it and offering. Obviously, I didn't mean to be dismissive when I said I don't think we can. I just literally don't think we can anymore because there is no like solid line, you know. Like,
Incoming mission critical
well,
message.
there is, but it will be such a pain in the arse to establish it. Right, goods collected. That's all we need, Commander. Return to base. Okay. So, let's hit it.
Landing gear retracted.
Here we fucking go! Let's go to Seoul with the people for them. Let's go to Seoul, yeah, yeah. I'm up. This stuff is amazing.
Objective detected. Incoming mission critical message.
Don't fuck me, man.
Fuel scooping. Fuel scoop disengaged.
Away! Ay, 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 ay. Oh gosh. Someone might perish if we're not rapid. Godspeed, jolly ho! The solid line exists when you're in your ship, right? It's on the ground that it's blurred. I don't know what you mean, mate. I do not know these words. Oh my gosh, are we really going to land on this tiny little thing? Bullshit! Bullshit! Sorry. Descend! Uriel! Bring me my chariot!
Orbital flight engaged.
Fucking... I will nut 'em. If I ever get a chance and they let me in their spaceship, I'll be like, you fucking what? You've had this shit all the time. My whole life I've been working in offices. Hello, how are you? I could have been fucking playing Elite Dangerous in real life. Oh, I'll be so livid if it turns out that's the case. Oh, you wait. I'll fucking slap them. I'll be like, you what? Unless they can, like, paralyze me and stuff with their mind, which, I don't know, it seems like they might be able to. In which case, I'll probably just literally shit myself. So, who knows?
Landing gear.
Oh, nice, Fantic. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a decent time. I've still got a good few hours, actually. So I was, maybe, what should we do? I want to we should do Metatrons Cube.
Docking successful. Engines disengaged.
%, display. I'll take a Mandalay. Honestly, I'll take a fucking Sidewinder at this point. Can you even imagine if you had, genuinely, if you had a Sidewinder? Should we smash the fuck out of Metatrons Cube? Should we just destroy it? Is that what we should do? Okay, hang on. Stream, people! Cool, yeah, no pressure, you're good. I'm nowhere near yet, anyway. Precious gems. They're sending me after precious gems. Holy shit. They're like really rare, aren't they? Hmm. You pay me million, I pay you million. Oh. Goodbye. So the reason that I didn't want to do Super Cruise Assist Orbit was because I'm in open. So the whole time I was reading, there was a non-trivial chance of getting interdicted. Whereas at least if I'm just floating in space, it's well hard to properly drop out and see me. Like, I'm just a tiny little spaceship near Earth, you know? But if I was just in Super Cruise, I would have just had so much trouble when I was reading the ancient scripture. It's mental. It's definitely got that last bit that we read had some very interesting racial tones to it about the bulls and the sheep and the Oh, Farahaj! Oh, Farahaj, yeah. What? This geezer wants me to take him to Colonia for 600 grand. Is he fucking delusional? Geezer's off his nut. Criminal mastermind? I think that's down near the Formidine Rift, isn't it? And the Elysian Shore, where Trenonica was exploring. I did say I was going to go down there tonight, but I don't think I just can't do all that, you know? There's only so many things I can do, and yeah. Sorry, I oversubscribed myself. I have a mouth that's not got a connection to my brain sometimes. It was interesting looking in there. But I've one more look in here just in case. Rare artwork. Valid, Pebiv. Like, this is cool. I didn't realise that the Mother Gaia they send you out reliably after, like, ultra rare items. Like, so would there be a chance of getting, like, they would want AI relics or whatever, and then I could just go and steal it? Is this the idea? And then I say, whoops-a-daisy, here's £1 million. Go away, please. Right, so... what are we doing? I tell you what I need to do first. Right, yeah, no. Where's... this is the squadron home, right? No, that's the Tritium colony. That's the squadron home. Let's check it out. Is there a war... we don't do things because they are hard. We do them because we thought they would be easy. Valid. My phone just went off. 1 second. No, they would need to cross for the war. Okay, that's good and fine. Although at some point it would be good to kick this war off. But this pleases me. Up to 1.5 billion. Where's she? Onion Territories, yeah, that's one of the best in the area actually, if I remember correctly. I recently discovered that. It's really good to load from as well because you can put. I think this Bylord's progress is often visible from it. I think this is tidally locked, right? Yeah. I think it's positioned so it faces the parent body. So yeah, I think. Ew. Where is the iron price? Is it empty? What's happened to that? Is it in there? I think it is. There's the iron price. Okay. 32k steel. 32,990, yeah? 32,990. The bee isn't that fucking a bee, Dickon. Atrocious. It happened though. It's done. Sorry to anyone that is Scottish in the audience. 15817. Power! Please just let me use my numpad. You know that it's there. Even if I don't have a numpad, I have fucking numbers right there. Holy shit. It's literally like nearly a perfect load. Oh my god. Oh, I'm an idiot. I should have set them once it arrived. I just don't care. We have so much tritium. I just don't care. I don't care. I'll pay them more. I don't care, you know. Yeah. I'd literally rather do that than deal with a white dwarf. Power. We're off. Whee! Punch it! But sir, we're gonna take half their atmosphere with us. Punch it! Ah! Love it. That's what that can. Yeah, yeah. I can just imagine meeting whoever is him, the one who said he makes all planets spin.
Fuel scooping.
What a piece of work you are, sir.
Fuel scooping complete.
Might have to make a roll. Or maybe Marmite crumpets. Don't that sound like a good idea? It do, doesn't it? Oh, aye, it do. This is fucking banging. It is a very nice strain. Not enough. One more packet, please.
System scan complete.
Whee!
Fuel scooping complete.
I enjoyed that reading though. It was mad. I look forward to cutting it up and putting it out for people to just consume when they want, you know, because it was long. I also look forward to getting that HeyGen to translate it for me into all the different languages of the world.
Fuel scooping. System scan complete.
Whee! Get me out of this shithole. I don't want to be here. Oh, you see the pillars of fire then? Did you see the horrendous or horrible sight surrounded by the pillars of fire? I did. To a younger mind, a primitive mind. This is the primitive man. The concept of the vacuum is incapable for his mind to perceive. The idea of an abyss is about the best you'll get. But that comes with the idea of a breeze. Normally you identify an abyss by its breeze, you know?
Fuel scooping.
It's one of the hard things about that text is there's a lot of ideas that they're very locked into that they can't. So like, yeah, the idea that space contains nothingness was probably just a stone's throw too much for them, you know? No matter how much the spaceship people tried to explain it. Because that is 100% how I interpret this book. The spaceship people come here, they fucking all our wives. I'm cheesing out again. I've not seen that. I don't know of that. Ulysses 21. I don't know that one.
Fuel scooping complete.
Or that one. Don't know Ulysses 31 either. What's that? What are these words you say? What does it mean? Grazie.
Temperature critical.
No, not critical. Perfect.
System scan complete. Fuel scooping complete. System scan complete.
Hades, the ruling god of the underworld. Ulysses must find his realm to find the way back to Earth. Okay. Sorry, I haven't clicked that link yet, mate. Oh, I will. Whomp. Oh, wow. Oh, what? The English dubbed version was rediscovered in June 2022. You reading this?
Fuel scooping. Fuel scooping complete.
So in that book, did it say that Noah was like Cyclops? It did, didn't it? Like when he opened his eyes and the whole house exploded. That's mad. Can you imagine having a kid like that? He just ran away from him. Got a superhero baby.
System scan complete.
It's Japanese, isn't it? That's what I was thinking, sorry, but yeah, that's the Cyclops I was referencing. Obviously, I was probably a bad reference considering giants were also meant to be like Cyclopses, weren't they? Yeah. I think that was like, it was interesting, like the way they described it. Do you know what I mean? As a baby, his eyes were so bright. Like when he opened them, it lit the house up. I don't know if that's just a way of like, it's a euphemism for just saying he was a really intelligent, chatty kid, you know? I don't know, like, I think that's what a theologian would say. Do you know what I mean? I personally think that we should take these texts more at face value. Like that, a lot of what I'm saying about how I think that it's describing a literal alien abduction and being shown different star systems and stuff. Like it is, I imagine literally getting like a geezer from Sentinel Island, sticking him in my ship in VR and saying, watch this. And then him being like, how have you done this? How do you do this? And I just say, I am the god of the universe. I am the one. It is me. You listen to me or you die, and all of your children die. Right? Like, that's the situation that Enoch was in. You wouldn't fuck with him. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't fuck with him. Like, if it was like, why does the planet go around the other planet? Because I tell it to. You'd be like, alright, mate. Sorry. Calm down. We're chill. I'll do what you need. Here we go. Ay, 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 ay. Oh. Oh no. No, 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 no. Okay.
Fuel scooping complete.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'll probably give it a shout. I need to get through Spider Noir first. I partially have seen the first 2 episodes, but they were very quiet, so I need to... I'm going to rewatch them with my headphones and in black and white. I've seen that you should watch episodes 1 and 2 in black and white, then 3, 4, 5 in colour, and then 6, 7, 8 in black and white. It is Nick Cage as Spider Noir, yeah.
Incoming message.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going to dock at Pilgrim's Rest. Just to check for any missions to try and nudge the background simulation in our direction further. Why is there no entrance? What is happening? And then he took me to his mansion. Ah, there's the mansion. Go!
Sorgan Peterson, Mike Alpha Kilo. Thank you for choosing our station, Commander. We hope you find everything to your liking. Permission authorized. Please head directly for Bay 40.
Here we're in.
Automated docking initiated.
Wow. I really ought to deliver one or a bunch of aluminium.
Landing gear deployed.
They are nice. I won't deny that. Unfortunately, I think I've already got the Clipper one, so I'm a little bit less keen, you know, but... Cool that they're giving chances for people to get the ones they might have missed. Actually, that's good.
Landing gear retracted.
Landing restraints lifted. You are go for departure.
Windy outside. Oh god. And we're away. Yeah, I think that the Marmite crumpets are 100% a good idea. Let's get docked. Back in safety, back in our fleet carrier. You know, we cruised over the Earth in open today. It's very good. It was very good. I can't believe how big this Dodec is to build. It's outrageous. Boing.
Welcome, Commander. Docking permission will be granted.
Right, you're up, mate.
Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking complete. Ship is secure. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Juvie, Hebe, and then have the GB. You gotta go know it. You know that it's to be. You gotta go see this. You know that they gotta. So come on. The pick of destiny. Pick of destiny. Right. We do option. We do no music. No music, please. Thank yous. We do the gag gag. Bap 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 bap. Bless you, Cyber. Do that. Absolutely good. Mate, have you done that, Vantillion? That sounds soul destroying. You would destroy your own soul. And you shall suffer for all eternity. Oh, really? Shit, I didn't realise. Sorry. I've just been sat chatting for hours. Can't wait to get 3 more of these so that I don't have to ever switch these. Oh, it's going to go huge for pop though, dude. GG's. Oh, that hurts. That's psychologically harmful, Vantillion. Very sad. Oh, you are a beast, Vantillion. You are built different, bro. You are built different, sir.
Landing gear retracted.
12. Disengaged. Ship departure confirmed.
Landing gear deployed.
Contact confirmed. Engaging docking restraints. Enjoy your stay with us.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Docking coupler disengaged. Depart safely from the station.
Hull integrity compromised.
Do me this way,
Taking
come on.
damage.
Light and kill the jetted thrilled us to bend us to his ways. I so need to get a nose hair trimmer. It's beyond a joke. It's driving me insane. I have to keep tucking them up. And then when they tickle me, and it's like, oh, God fires. Memories have died, and Nemesis still is by.
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other ships in your vicinity. Docking request accepted. Maintain an appropriate speed during approach. Request accepted.
Can't do that, can I? Oh, go away!
Landing gear deployed.
I thought so. That's why I brought it up. Nemesis with his eye.
Docking confirmed. Ship at dock. Welcome, Commander.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Don't think I lost anything then, did I? It all went silent. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, did you hear? And then there came a deafening
You want to know
rain.
more about our wonderful?
Then
No
there
rush.
came a deafening rain.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Detachment confirmed. Regulate your speed until free of station perimeter.
Well, I just need one more run, just one more run tonight. One more run tonight. Oh, I can hit it after reading that book all day. Quite happy with that. Nice. And do it all again. Fill my hole, fill it full, will take my chills, squeeze it in, I just wanna play. Well, I can see.
Welcome, Commander. A no-fire zone is in effect around this carrier. Docking request accepted. Proceed to your designated...
That might be true, actually.
Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
I should change my stream title to like, oh, you know, you can have the tags. I should have ear hair friendly. But if you grow hair in your ears, you're safe here. Welcome, Trinonica. Have you slept? I really hope you've slept. One more run tonight. When does your shift start?
Docking successful. Ship is secure. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
So you've just been sleeping to the sound of me reciting ancient abduction stories?
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Oh, okay. And I'm done and said,
If you need any at Wonder, take all the time you need. Thank you for choosing InterAstra.
this is the Hauler's way. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Bye, Trinonica. Have a good shift, mate. I hope it goes smooth. I hope you've had enough rest. Thank you for the hydrate, Hammerlamp. I will do it imminently. But I'm mid-bowl and bursting for a piss, so... other biological needs are taking precedent right now. Bracing for abuse. Just letting me squirm. Bastard. Then the galaxy is wide. You want it? I'll haul it.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Docking coupler disengaged. Regulate your speed until free of station perimeter.
Okay, drinking. Thank you, Hammerlam. Oh, give me a cheeky little nip. Ah, it's this. No.
Accepted. You are welcome to approach. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Cheesy. Honestly, my body feels so much better for this new delivery. I probably won't be able to go much longer.
Docking accomplished. Clamps engaged. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
I have Citroli, yes.
Incoming message.
It's very nice. Very nice. It's like cheese. It's like mid-2000s cheese. Crazy.
No gravity. Magnetic
Nostalgic.
contact active.
But strong as well. And honestly, like, super what I need at the moment. The correct strain. Teleport me now! All I need is a chance of pack hounds waiting me. I won't even play. The power play. Raise that rank. Raise it higher.
Welcome to... Okay, no rush.
I'm at the station. I need to change ship. Now we go up and then buy the aluminium. We're gonna move all the aluminium. Yum yum.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Detachment confirmed. Regulate your speed until free of station perimeter.
Matty. Matty. Bonjour. Bonjour. I witness thee. Is this your complete colony? Yeah. Wow. This still has a long way to go. Wow. We're loading the iron price from Harper's Progress in my colony, near the Pulsar. Feel much better for. Oh, I've changed. Yeah, those other shorts are functional but uncomfortable to sit in. Tonight is UFC Freedom 250. UFC on the south lawn of the White House. For many,
Landing gear deployed.
indeed, in particular, that are, you're wrong, unfortunately. It's Sunday night. Oh, is it really? Bad frame rate. Oh, it's chugging. Crashed. PG? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait. Unpin this. Unpin. And unpin. And check this. Okay. It's me. Okay. Oh, shit. Right, let's get back in. Should we go to the PG? The private group? That should minimize the likelihood of that happening, I think. I don't know. It shouldn't make a difference. That's bullshit. I'll come back to open. What am I saying? I mean, Dusty, I think that there needs to be space for people that are happy to do that, to be able to do it. I mean, we need aluminium and steel. It's fact. Yep. Vamos. Do I bought? Oh, okay. Run. Wait, was that B? Oh, okay.
No
Point.
gravity. Magnetic contact active. Is it like right now? It's lunchtime on Saturday in America, right? Like West
If you
Coast.
need any advice, we've got a wide range of. No rush.
So it's probably peak. Oh. Peak server load.
Are you a seasoned commander? Ask yourself, could you be doing more? Admiral Lincoln has
I watched Commander Mechan take out a Medusa solo with an unengineered Sidewinder.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
It's outrageous. It's fucking crazy, man. That guy's fucking crazy, man.
Landing gear retracted.
I was watching it.
ship is
It was
released. from the station.
I don't. I think I kind of get what was happening. I think I kind of get it. I'm not that good at Fargoid stuff. I can sort of do it. The Kestrels made it a lot easier. What was that? Someone shut a window and it like mega reflected. Was that it? Or is this the satellite laser beam goes and just like starts cutting through him? Enoch's pissed off. He's like, you fucking grass me up. Uriel's pissed. Ah, I was righteous. Leave me be. Yahweh. Please. Is that what you say? No, Noah, Enoch, what are their names? I don't know. There's so many names. There's too many names. I invoked them all today.
Welcome, Commander. Adherence to the speed limit is appreciated. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Okay. So we sell, change ship. Yes. Grazie.
Docking accomplished. Clamps engaged. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Yes. We doing it.
If you want to know more about our what are you? I'm here if you have any questions.
We doing it.
maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Ship is released. Take care when leaving the station.
Oh. But you're coming in, right? He's coming in. What was that sound? Oh no, it's going at you. Sweet. I managed to abort it.
Warning, shield generator attack.
What just happened? Whee! There is a Met in there. He's in the Super Cruise. He's coming to the Iron Price with steel now. What's the price like on steel in this station? Are we getting it cheaper? Also, does the 10% discount actually work that way? Let's put some chill music on, shall we? Nice.
Docking confirmed. Ship at dock. Welcome, Commander.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
If you need it, no matter what business, take all the time you need.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Detachment confirmed. Take
It might
care.
fly us into each other again. It's doing it. It's doing it. Oh god. Yield. Grazie. Sorry to cut you off, bruh. Is it not happy?
Welcome, Commander. A no-fire zone is in effect around this carrier. Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
What if they make it so that like colony chains can dissolve and then you are like, oh, that could be crazy. They're gonna have to do it, aren't they? Surely.
Docking complete. Engines shutting down. Welcome, Commander.
Run, 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 run. Boom. Take me to the start. Take me over there, my friend, yeah. Put me in the sun now. Gonna do a little zoom zoom in the escape pod. Boop. Strange. Is it me, Teleporto?
I'll be over here no matter. Take your time.
Don't you fuck me. Right, we run down. Whee! And we go out. Sorry, don't know why I randomly do that sometimes. I think it should be regarded as symptom of neurodivergence, but it didn't come across to me that that happens a lot. They're kind of like ticks, I guess, really, aren't they? Because I don't... It's not like a voluntary... I don't think like, oh, what would be great for my stream is if I just randomly profane at people. Just because I'm chilling out in my room, you know? Just trying to have a laugh. I haven't heard anything funny that makes me giggle in too long. So I'm like, fuck it. I'll just be a random generative AI myself. Aluminium. Rack 'em up, load it. Oh my goodness me. Yum 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 yum. Boo. Will you pay the iron price?
Engaged from landing pad. Depart safely from the station.
Fuck you! Booyakasha. What Guan? Oh, yo, 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 yo. Hey, 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 yo. Love it. More power.
Welcome, Commander. Communications are open if you require docking access.
And a P.
Docking request accepted. A landing pad has been assigned to you, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Agents are currently running diagnostic tests on all life support systems. We apologize for any disruption this may cause.
Docking complete. Ship has docked. Hello, Commander. How may we assist you?
All personnel should be aware that maintenance is due to be carried out on central life support at 0600 hours.
Please note, magenta level authorization is required to access the central habitation zone. Maintenance crew to refinery bin 6. There's something lodged in there, get tight.
There was outstanding. That excellent leak that was. Oh. We want to switch. We don't want to wait for the animation to take us down, do we? Especially after sitting there all that time with the life support ticking down, waiting to explode. It's kind of ridiculous that it explodes now that we've got our suits. I feel like if there's power, but the life support's off or damaged and disabled, It shouldn't explode. You should just start using the power in your suit. And I feel like all ships are fitted with escape pods, so why don't they function how this functions? Why is it so catastrophic when your ship blows up? Well, I get it when there's stuff on board that you need, but yeah.
Welcome to Interact, whatever you're
I am
Take your
destroyed.
time.
You are correct, sir. Yes. Go, 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 go. We move, we get the aluminium to you. You gotta go and see that it's true, it's true, it's true. We're gonna go and pull a little lift to you. We're gonna get a sidewinder. Gonna go and see a sidewinder here. Yeah. We need jungle. That's what. Yeah. I think I need the jungle chill. That's what I need today, right now. That's what if people don't like jungle chill, there's always the YouTube, but there'll be no music.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Beep boop ba da ba ba boo.
Landing gear retracted.
Ship is released. Regulate your speed until free of station perimeter.
Hey. Oh, that was a bad idea. Save me. Save me. Oh. You have made a grave error. Oh my goodness me, no. Oh, is it under control? Oh, wow. Damn. Now we went and did it all for here. Right, so...
Landing gear deployed.
yeah. That one. So I couldn't actually physically read the entire bit of Book of Enoch today. It was too long. It destroyed my voice. Because it's got too many like mad speeches where you have to like embody the authority of a supreme god, which is, it's not easy. Can't do it probably. That's why it's done me in even trying. You know? You dare, boy, your hubris. You would emulate the Lord on high, the Lord of spirits. Oh my goodness me, try to. Don't you know it's true, it is you. There's a wizard in the place. It's in the Mount Kailash. West of Mount Everest. I think it's west of Mount Everest anyway. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm gonna teleport ahead of you, Merin. I bet you ducked and then you left. Ooh, run away, I gotta beat him back. I gotta beat him back. Destroy my body. Reincorporated in this station. How does it work? I do not know. Is it time travel? Oh, probably, yo. Don't you know? That's how I would do it if I was them. And the Radicoider makes it look like that is true. Run. Step back. GG's.
If you want to, I'm here if you have any questions.
Man. Oh, yeah, that's unlucky, man. That blue zone, if it doesn't show up or it disappears briefly, that it can get you, can't it? Yep. I feel you. I know it. I'm probably going to get the same. Okay, I'm ready. Lock in. Gotta go to the shipyard, change the ship, get the refinery out.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
I think they're at their maximum distance, right? I think like the station's about to start orbiting back round towards. Oh man, that's I know that can be frustrating when you get trapped trying to SCR and it does it again. Yeah. Like you SCO and it instantly says, no, you're too close already. Oh my goodness me, I need to go around over here. Gonna do another boost. Get clear of the mass lock. Yeah. Boom. Okay. It's not. Okay. I'm worried I'm going to do the same, man. Way too fast. 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 Rein it in. Rein it in. Rein it in. Rein it in. Full tilt. Oh. We do a triple booster because we want to go past it. And I am aimed enough off to the side to do this. And now we will stop on the other end and the auto-dock can do the rest. Gosh, yes, straight in the spine. If you are able, rise. Ah.
Landing gear deployed.
Like, you see how you can see the outline of, like, the glass on the front sides of the screen? That, to me, should make it so that the ship doesn't explode if it runs out of life support, because that's what happens. That's no good. Boom. 3k left. You can deploy the Eagle. Yes. Hey.
If you want to know more, what are you? Take your time.
Deploy the Sidewinder. Get the other one over. So the other one's like 40k and that one's 92, so it's like 100 and what? 142? No, 132 ish. I don't know, something like that. Say 150. So 150k every 2 hauls to not have to ever fly back empty. Now, definitely fair to say that when it's orbital like this, it doesn't save that much time, but it is good practice for using this technique. It's a little bit more forgiving at times. Except for the landing and taking off. If you accidentally hit auto launch too early, that can really suck. Yeah, I think we were 12. Were we 12.3 just now? Okay, no, we're not at the peak distance yet.
Ship is disengaged from landing pad. Take care.
Don't you know it's true? Are you back on the way now, Madden? Yes, you are. You're coming here. I see it, you. I see you on the team beacon. You dropped out. You're coming back to get more steel from the station. I'm nearly done with the aluminium. Yeah, but the minimum time to transfer it is 5 minutes. But with the load time of deploying the Sidewinder can make it, because when the Sidewinder's there already all the time, yeah, that makes it so that you can at least always teleport and deploy something, you know? And then be run into the lift and then get in the lift and go and then go and get in. And normally by the time you do that, you hit about the 5 minute mark. I need to actually be slow enough to make it 5 minutes. Otherwise it's not really... You can see where like you're really close to being like picking up. Do you know what I mean? Like... Kind of. I don't know. I mean, I'm already... You've probably just docked. But what happened to your shield? What happened? Did you get fucked up? I'm going to adopt the tree pose on my right leg. Yes.
Landing gear deployed.
Technically, if I can do this like this, I could do this on the very top of the Burj Khalifa. But I'm pretty sure I just instantly trip and die. But, yeah. But technically... And on the left. So we sell. 1737.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Boom. My ship has arrived. And I shall soon arrive too. Whee! Graham Hancock described being able... He's gone into one of the Great Pyramids before alone. I can't even imagine going in something like that alone.
I'll be over no matter. I'm here if you have any questions. Pleasure.
Fly safe.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Detachment confirmed. Your way is cleared for departure.
Love that. We don't need life support. We have a suit. We can run on planets.
Docking successful. Clamps engaged. Your ship has docked, Commander.
505. 505 was the remaining quantity.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Load. Arrive now, please. The most optimal cadence is when I'm doing it with teammates, ideally more than one, and then you end up like when you do your super cruise, if they're there, you can drop out a lot earlier. Like you can normally go at 3 million rather than what's this? Rather than 1. So yeah, Vantillion, if you ever get certainly when Operations comes out, we'll be smashing Operations, because I've got a strong feeling that we'll be able to purchase the pre-engineered cargo racks with the Merc coin. Oh yes. So we will be we will be operating together extensively. Extensive operations. Get your highliner ready. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. You are an infinite consciousness experiencing yourself. You are safe. You require 505 aluminium. Only. And the remainder you can purchase as steel.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Auto launch.
Landing gear retracted.
Lock.
Ship is
Destination.
disengaged from landing pad. Take care when leaving the station.
Take care when leaving the station. Sorry. Right, I won't be able to go much longer, I'm afraid. I'm very fatigued. It's been a 9-hour and 44-minute day so far. I am a fucking workhorse, alright? I read 4 ancient texts. I think pretty damn well. And I think I was pretty respectful of the texts. I obviously imparted in you my perspective of them as well. I was genuine. I'm not like taking the piss or pulling anyone's leg. I genuinely believe that it is the first ever UFO abduction. And I think what we were talking about is possibly the most plausible, true history of humanity. That we have been genetically engineered by like a rogue crew of technologically advanced aliens. Again, I mean, it seems to be plausible. Power! Yes. Yes. That's the ship I'm looking for. The one with the big hull. Oh, dear. Do fuck yourself, sir. Leave me be. Do not attack. I'm in range. of the many things. And in the auto dock, now he's going to appear from nowhere. Ready, watch, and he'll be angry at me. But it's not my fault.
Appropriate speed during approach. Request accepted.
I think because there's two of us doing it, there he is. I think I'll continue with steel because the number will go down really quite fast, and it's really good psychologically watching it just plummet.
Landing gear deployed.
So I've got a few more runs in me. I've probably got another 14 minutes. That would take me to 10 hours. And then I think I need to take a walk around the shop to get tomorrow's roast dinner portion. I don't know, maybe I'll go tomorrow. I think I'll go tomorrow, because then I could always try and go via the butcher. It's always good to try and keep a local business in. He's got supply chain, you know, he's got like people he knows. Can you trust him knowing more than, oh, I don't know. Anyway, right, there, boom. There, boom. Here we go. We have the aluminium for Metatrons Cube. All that remains is a shitload of steel.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
I shall sit. We're teleporting, traveling back. We're gonna get a whole load of steel now. We'll put it all there. Run. Boop, boop, boop. Fuck you.
If you need any advice, whatever your need, no need to rush.
Shit.
Come back when you're ready.
I'm ready now. I'm ready now.
Wonderful. Take all the time you need.
Grazie.
Anything else I can help you with? Take care out there, Commander.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity. Landing gear retracted.
Ship is disengaged from landing pad. Depart safely from the station.
Coming through. Backing out. Backing out. I yield, sir.
We would like to remind all commanders to avoid blocking
I love it. I love it. Is it wigging out now? I just forfeited my turn, didn't I? Okay. Live fire training scenario? No, thank you. I'm departing immediately. The old triple boost. Give it the old triple boost. Oh, dang. Did you really get in, down, repurchase and back out that quick? Ooh, shit. You on my ass, boy. You on my ass. I think, in fairness, right, the actual biggest advantage to this technique that I prefer most is the fact that I can have the life support off like this, so I don't have to hear the full audio of the boost. Oh, this is majestic. Oh, this is what it's all about. Highest aggression. Touche.
Docking complete. Ship is secure. Welcome, Commander.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Metin frame shift drive activated. This is a good test. So right now Metin's trying to SCO back to the station, right? About overshooting, undershooting, hitting the planet. Comes with that risk, doesn't it? Also, you can have pirates still aggroed onto you and they can be sat there, and very rarely they can still be there and interdict you. It's very rare that, but it is possible.
If you need any advice, okay. Take all the
And so
time.
we do, there is a shipyard on the Iron Price. So you can do this as well, Vanta, if you buy another clipper. But in some ways it's more hectic as well. Like, in order to keep it efficient in orbital, like this, you need to fucking well lock in and just keep every step moving, you know? You get little breaks when it's loading. Like this is a little mental break. And we need to do all our clicks accurately. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, valid. It is an interesting point. I've never actually done the maths to confirm that. I think because I do have some class 5s in the other one, I don't think it's too bad.
Cargo hold at
Yeah, I'm still moving 1200 a time on the other one. 1232 on one. 1320 on this. That's nice. So it's what? 25. Wait, what is it? 1320 and 1232. So 1552. No, 2552.
compromised.
Every other. Sorry. Did I cut you off then? Whoops a daisy. Didn't mean to. Ouchie my ship, not you. You're correct, Vantillion. The loading screens can take longer, and also every loading screen can just crash, which then instantly loses a whole bunch of time. But so I feel like, I don't know, I'm just so used to doing it now. Do you know what I mean? It just literally feels dreadful coming back empty when I can just have another flipper already on the way. Hola.
Welcome, Commander. Follow standard flight protocols around this carrier. Docking request.
You got me going hard now, like triple boost.
Speed during approach.
No. Maximum speed. Metin speed.
Landing gear deployed.
Docking complete. Clamp engaged. Welcome, Commander.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Oh, this is so good to know. Oh, come on. Fucking move, move, move.
I'll be over here, Wonder. Take your time. Do you require anything?
It's been a pleasure. Acts of aggression is not to be tolerated, and they elicit a response from all member officers.
One of my quickest jet, I think. Assuming that I don't mess this up.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
That was quick.
Landing gear retracted.
Docking coupler disengaged. Regulate your speed until free of station perimeter.
Hull integrity compromised.
Rápido, vamos. Boom. I like it there. Adds a little bit of danger, a little bit of loco. No, exactly. Yeah, it's much easier loading. Harper's Progress is a great station. Brilliant station. Really good prices as well.
Welcome, Commander. Remain aware of other ships in your vicinity. Docking request accepted. You are welcome to approach, Commander. Request accepted.
Landing gear deployed.
Free boost is too much in it because it goes back up. The auto dock takes you back up. I think I got one more run in me. And I'm done.
Docking confirmed. Ship is secure. Your ship has docked, Commander.
That last one was so rapid, wasn't it? Oh. It was very fast, sir. Yes, very fast. Run.
No gravity. Magnetic contact active.
Did I just hear your shield regen? And you boost. I heard you boost. That's fucking awesome. That's some mighty cool shit, that is. I was running under your pad then, and you literally, you just went and boosted. This game is just something else, isn't it? Fucking hell. That's so cool.
Welcome to Interact, whatever. I'm here if you have any questions.
A wide range of services is available at this point. Please check the terminals for further information.
Was that a booger? Was there a booger on my lip then? Tasted like it might have been. Gross. Ew.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
See, it's 12.4 now, so yeah, the station's coming back round towards it. Although it also means, yeah, it's now behind us, which is a massive shame.
From landing pad. Take care when leaving the station.
Brilliant. So I will be around tomorrow daytime where we'll continue this, and also as long as my voice is well rested, I'll complete the book reading. The last book is by far the maddest one in many senses. We covered a lot of crazy stuff with the Book of Enoch today, though. You got Metan right on my ass. Oh my goodness me. There he is. 49% shield. 50% shield.
Landing gear deployed.
0% shield. Oh no. Not. There we go. %hull. You like to run a...
Target shields online.
Oh wow. That charged up incredibly fast.
Docking successful. Clamp engaged. Welcome to this carrier, Commander.
Look at that though. $10K left. Right, I'm out. But thank you so much to those of you that have been with me today. I know it's been a very strange day. A very different day. Not really a normal Elite Dangerous streamer activity, but that's okay. I'm not really a normal Elite Dangerous streamer, I guess. Big Joe. Got something going on here. Doesn't feel good. It was a pleasure to have read all that to you today. I hope that you took some insight from it. I've certainly found it to be an interesting story to ponder and just to consider, like, if what it says is true, the implications of it. I mean, it's It's mad because like it means that there might be like a being that actually does believe that like we should all be worshipping them. And if they come back, they might just be straight up like, you aren't fucking worshipping me. All right, we'll see. New comet. Boom. So I don't like. I'm not up for that. Like, I want to take that motherfucker down if that's the sitch. So yeah, go humans is my general gist of life. Go you, go me, go us. Doing this forever. Saturdays forever. Right. So I'm gonna bounce, but I hope you've enjoyed this Saturday. 07 commanders. I am not even gonna bother raiding and stuff. I've just maxed myself out. I went a bit longer today than I probably should have. But keep the secrets. Peace and love. I'll see you soon. Au revoir.